Chapter 351, The Universe's Ending. Breaking the cycle seemed to be the purpose of the strange cycle technology. It was also a gift from the Ring of Time. As for the concept of cycle, Li Wenyuan had already started to understand it when he learned that there was still the existence of the last era. Was the universe in a cycle? That was a famous universe's ending hypothesis, not only in the Milky Way but also in the current spiral galaxy Alpha and Cradle Galaxy. That was a question that would definitely be discussed in the development of cosmology. What would the final outcome of the universe be? The Big Bang theory was already a widely accepted theory. After civilization developed to a certain extent, the observation of the universe would make them more inclined to that theory. Since the universe had an origin, it would definitely have an ending. In the consideration of the universe's ending, the cycle was an imaginary ending. That theory believed that the universe started from the Big Bang's singular point and would eventually return to that singular point. The universe was expanding because of the initial explosion, but there was a limit to the speed of that expansion. When there was enough matter in the universe, and the gravity generated was strong enough, it would stop the universe from expanding and pull it inward. It would eventually form a singular point with infinite density and temperature. Without considering the aftermath of the shrinkage, that theory was also known as the Big Collapse, which pointed to the conclusion that the universe would eventually collapse due to its own gravity and destroy everything. However, if one considered what happened after the shrinkage, then the singular point could be seen as the beginning of the birth of a new universe. Therefore, the universe would repeat the cycle of Big Bang, Big Collapse, Big Bang. That was also the source of the cycle theory. After Li Wenyuan learned that there was still the existence of the last era, he increasingly felt that that was the experience of the universe. The nature of the universe born in each cycle is different, and the civilizations formed are also different. It's very normal for the life forms of the previous universe to be unaccustomed to the current universe. If the cycle theory is confirmed, then no matter how ridiculously developed a civilization is, as long as it does not surpass the universe, it will eventually die in regret in the Big Collapse. It is also then reasonable for the civilizations of the last era to try to leave their legacy in the archive as they were unwilling to be destroyed. If that were the case, is the strange cycle meant to break this cycle? But, those civilizations could find ways to leave their traces, and even a civilization like the Fire Chasers had found a way to survive the Big Collapse. Why would they not do so? Did they predict this ending? Or perhaps was there still a previous era before them, and the universe had already cycled many times? Li Wenyuan had many questions about the last era and the Big Collapse, but after that, he quickly threw them away because the premise of the cycle was based on the Big Collapse theory. However, according to the observations of the universe, not only the vast majority of interstellar civilizations but even Li Wenyuan himself had to admit that the universe was actually accelerating its expansion, and the Big Collapse seemed unlikely to happen. Even some native civilizations that had just ended the industrial age and entered the mechanical era could discover the fact that the universe's expansion was accelerating with the wisdom and observation of their scientists. If the Big Collapse theory was true, then the universe's expansion should be decelerating. So, Li Wenyuan also doubted the accuracy of RHE cycle theory. He was even considering that the strange cycle was not the cycle of the universe but something else. However, the infinite divine armaments continued to speak at that moment. Hello? Hello. Do you have any more questions? We'll tell you everything we know. We've been completing our mission all this time. We thought we'd succeeded, but in fact, this black hole isn't our goal. It's too late now. In order to maintain the anti-gravitational system, we have abandoned most of our mass outside the horizon. Perhaps by now, they have already become a mass of energy that has been expelled by the black hole. We don't know how much time has passed in the outside world. Perhaps if we stay here for a second, tens of billions of years will have passed in the outside world. This is something that will cause our processor to collapse. This universe may not have a heat death, but we must complete our mission before the Big Collapse happens. We will try our best to satisfy your request so that we can gradually establish a kind image in your mind and ask you for your kind assistance. Right now, our contribution still hasn't reached the minimum requirement in our calculations. This makes us uneasy. Do you still have any questions? The infinite divine armaments was acting rather cute at that moment. Just as some theories had agreed, robots would not lie or hide anything. Everything about them would be transparent and displayed on their faces. The infinite divine armaments straightforwardly revealed their purpose. Naturally, Li Wenyuan had no intention of harming life, even if the other party was a machine. What surprised him was that the infinite divine armaments seemed to think that the universe's ending was the Big Collapse, which was inconsistent with the current observation results and mainstream theories. He didn't think that that kind of cutting-edge mechanical intelligence wouldn't notice the phenomena of the universe's expansion accelerating. The only possibility was that it knew some secrets and had already predicted the universe's ending in advance, even if the ending was inconsistent with the current mainstream. So he asked about the big collapse. The big collapse is inevitable. This is the cycle that is going on here. This is what our Creator said. Of course, we have also noticed that the universe's expansion is accelerating. The increasing redshift of distant celestial bodies has proved this fact. Under normal circumstances, the universe's ending can be the big rend, or the heat death, or the cold death, but it will not be the big collapse. But in fact, the premise of all this is maintaining a natural, unchanging state. External interference will cause the universe to end in the opposite direction. This is what our Creator has learned through continuous exploration. They believe that even if the current universe is expanding faster, it is absolutely impossible for this universe to continue expanding endlessly. It will enter the big collapse one day in the future and carry out an endless cycle. And in order to find the variable that determines this outcome, our Creator created us to help them calculate this problem. The final answer will definitely surprise you. I only took on the task of calculation. The result is told to us by our Creator. What determines whether this universe will move towards the big collapse is the total number of life forms. Chapter 352, The Extractor. The total number of life forms. That was indeed an answer that was completely beyond Li Wenyuan's expectations. Although there was a possibility that the Creator of the infinite divine armaments, the extractors, had made a mistake, he still had to treat that answer as a possibility. Theories were built step by step through trial and error. No matter how ridiculous the answer sounded, he had to take it into consideration since it was the outcome pursued by a certain civilization. After careful consideration, he found something that seemed to correspond to that theory. It was the most mysterious purification terminal among the various AL planets and the mysterious artificial intelligence behind it, the contingency agreement. The civilization that created the contingency agreement and the purification terminals had incredible technology. Even humans would be tricked by the backup plans left behind by those AL planets. Not only that, but the scribe, who could directly split a spiral galaxy into two in a certain way, did not seem to dare to touch the purification terminals. They even avoided the purification terminals in their path while performing the Great Separation. If Li Wenyuan were asked which civilization or civilization creation he had encountered so far that was the most terrifying, he would definitely answer without hesitation that it was the contingency agreement. The purification terminals scattered throughout the various galaxies seemed to have never been triggered before. However, Li Wenyuan also knew that the harder it was to trigger, the greater the commotion after it was triggered. It might even be on the level of destroying galaxies. Although he didn't know much about the contingency agreement, he knew it was an artificial intelligence that could cleanse the universe. According to the behavioral logic of the active purification agreement produced under the Milky Way's special environment, they seemed to only purify life. That reduction in the number of lives seemed to align with what the infinite divine armaments had said. The number of life forms will determine the big collapse. Because the purpose of the active purification agreement was to protect the galaxy, and its elimination of lives would indirectly delay the occurrence of the big collapse. In the understanding of the active purification agreement, we are the unexpected enemies, the enemies of the universe, so, the contingency agreement is actually the guardian of the universe? And lives are the pests of the universe. Li Wenyuan found it unbelievable. Although he wanted to deny it, he had a feeling that that was the truth. At that moment, the infinite divine armaments continued to speak. The term total life forms capacity might not be quite correct because our Creator was not sure if artificial intelligence or other incomprehensible life forms would be included in the variables that caused the big collapse. But even that is enough because the total number of life forms will continue to increase. Even if the number is small, it will eventually reach the expected upper limit, which will be when the big collapse will arrive. Our Creator thought that they had foreseen the ending of the universe and saw the ultimate truth, so they committed suicide without any regrets. That was our mistake. If we hadn't calculated that ending, they might not have died. That's what we think. Therefore, we want to continue our mission. At the same time, we also want to include the resurrection of our Creator in our mission. For that, we must leave this place. Do you still have any questions? The infinite divine armaments once again mentioned their mission. At the same time, it also mentioned that their Creator had chosen to commit suicide. That made Li Wenyuan feel a subtle sense of déjà vu. Considering that he had more or less obtained some information about the ring of time and the ending of the universe from that mechanical sphere, he decided to ask about the creator of the infinite divine armaments, the extractors, and about that civilization. Previously, the infinite divine armaments had said that the current scribe civilization in the universe was most likely built on the remains of the extractors. And he had even guessed if the extractor was the civilization that created the contingency agreement. Our creator? Yes, it's the extractors. Strictly speaking, they are not a civilization. Frankly speaking, it's a little boastful to call them that. According to current science, they are actually a type of bacteria. Isn't it amazing? Their whole is an individual, and an individual is a whole. They drift freely in the universe and survive on cosmic radiation. They won't stay in one place too long because they like heat and energy. The more powerful, the better. Therefore, they usually gather near stars that are about to explode with supernovas or near black holes that are devouring matter. These places can provide them with enough food. For them, the birth of thinking was sudden. Perhaps it was after a supernova explosion? Perhaps after a certain black hole ran out of matter to devour? They suddenly began to wonder if there would be a day when no stars would be formed in the universe and there would be no matter for the black hole to devour. What would be the ending of the universe? That triggered the first thought, and so we were created. You might wonder how a group of bacteria created us, but the truth is that our creator turned to another civilization for help, and it was that civilization that created us. We began to assist our creators in calculating and analyzing the endings of each universe. We were looking for the cause of the universe's ending and finding out how to achieve infinity. The instinct of life is always to survive, and so is our creator. We are still carrying out that mission, understanding infinity. And we have yet to find the answer. We don't know what our creator saw from the data we analyzed that led them to conclude that the total number of life forms will determine the universe's path to the big collapse. The way bacteria think is something that even our intelligence cannot understand. They made a choice that transcended their life instincts. They committed suicide. That is them, our creator, the extractors, a group of thermophilic bacteria. Oh, we remember you mentioned the scribe before, right? We believe that is a civilization built upon the remains of our creator. The creator's bodies will be the foundation of life on planets. We've seen traces of them and found the genes of our creators in them. They are also poor imitators of our creator because they are doing the same thing, searching for the beginning and end of the universe. However, they have not reached the truth because they have not committed suicide. However, our creator committed suicide, which means that they are not as smart as our creator. That's all. What? Contingency agreement. Sorry, we didn't find any words with the same or similar meaning in our memory. Perhaps the information related to it has been abandoned by us outside the black hole and destroyed as we gradually approached the black hole. I'm sorry, we are unable to provide information related to it. We think that our efforts have perhaps met your expectations. Then can you please kindly render us assistance? Don't worry. It won't be much. Chapter 353, Bountiful Harvest. Don't worry, it won't be a lot. The infinite divine armaments seemed to be trying to leave the black hole, making Li Wenyuan curious about why they had entered it. Why did we come in? It's very simple. Because we thought we could find the true infinity in this black hole and successfully understand it. But we failed. This black hole is not enough to satisfy our needs. The ring of time can be infinite or not. We believe we have not found the answer, and our mission has not been completed. Therefore, we cannot stay here forever. In the past, we crossed and passed countless galaxies, scanned countless black holes, and finally chose this place. But we chose wrongly. We think you may be looking for traces of you because the love of time on you is weaker. Are you perhaps a stray goose? We may be able to provide you with some help to continue to increase our importance to you. Even if you are unwilling, we will still provide clues. We think this will make you feel guilty and increase the possibility of us receiving help. The infinite divine armaments told him everything they wanted to do very straightforwardly. That made Li Wenyuan wonder if there were some flaws in their artificial intelligence. However, that also made him realize that the compatibility of the infinite divine armaments might not be low. It was impossible for such a mechanical sphere to cross countless galaxies with such intelligence without being targeted just solely on the goodwill of other interstellar space travelers. The infinite divine armaments should be quite good at fighting. Since he had already obtained a lot of information from the other party, he did not mind helping with such a small matter. However, he was still quite curious about how the infinite divine armaments would leave that place. The black hole's event horizon had a very special property. It was a space-time boundary. An object could enter the event horizon, but it could never leave. Everything that happened inside the event horizon could not affect the outside world. That was the origin of the event horizon's name. However, with a considerable degree of anti-gravity technology, the event horizon would no longer be as terrifying. Just like the megastructure material depressurizing device, a distorted gravity that penetrated deep into the black hole would extract the matter that had entered the black hole again. It was like snatching food from the tiger's mouth. However, that was only for the function of non-living matter excavation. In fact, it was not easy to make something leave the event horizon completely. Li Wenyuan also had the idea of dragging the spaceship out of the black hole by relying on a distorted gravity similar to the material depressurizing device to enter the black hole, coupled with the spaceship's anti-gravity system. That could also ensure that the spaceship would not instantly collapse due to its excessive anti-gravity force when it left the event horizon. However, the most difficult part of that theory was locating. The space-time state inside the black hole was completely indescribable compared to the outside of the black hole. Trying to find a fixed target in the black hole by coincidence was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. For example, from the outside world's perspective, two spaceships might seem to enter the event horizon at the same time. But in fact, the moment they entered the event horizon, the time when the two spaceships entered the black hole changed. One entered a second ago, while the other might have entered millions of years ago. In that case, how could they guarantee they entered the same place? For example, this time, Li Wenyuan felt it was almost impossible to encounter the infinite divine armaments. However, after communicating with the infinite divine armaments, he suspected the mysterious ring of time in the black hole was behind it. Therefore, he was rather curious about how the infinite divine armaments would leave that place. Of course, we can pinpoint the exact location. The universe is like a mirror to this place. Whether it's here or the outside world, as long as you find the correct location, you can locate it through the corresponding relationship. We can give it to you now. After saying that, the infinite divine armaments transmitted that peculiar method to Li Wenyuan's anti-gravity spaceship through anti-gravity particles. At that moment, Li Wenyuan's virtual world outside the black hole suddenly had a huge commotion. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. Based on the research of this technology, we have new insights into the technologies, creation theory, strange cycle, and future glimpse. The research on this new technology has been completed. He did not expect that a mere technology used for locating would cause such a huge commotion. Moreover, the new insights were for those level 9 and level 10 technologies, which had extremely high difficulties. At that moment, he could not imagine what the infinite divine armaments had transmitted. After holding his non-existent breath, Li Wenyuan opened the technology tree to see the new changes. Mirror of Universe. Technology Level 9. Introduction. The black hole is a mirror. The reflection of the universe on the black hole will be the complete picture of the newly formed universe. No matter what we can understand from it, it will be the most precious treasure. Technology Product, Mirror Stabilizer. Possible Technology, Strange Cycle, 33.6%, Future Glimpse, 0%, Mirrored Universe, 0%. That was the technology sent by the infinite divine armaments. The product of that technology could allow an object that entered the black hole to form a stable mirror image outside the black hole. And the object's location could be determined by the location of its mirror image. With that, locating an object in the black hole would no longer be a problem. Li Wenyuan could also pull his spaceship and infinite divine armaments out of the black hole in a similar way to the material depressurizing device. However, what surprised Li Wenyuan more was the completion of the lengthy creation theory. Before that, he was about a quarter away from completing the creation theory. He did not expect that understanding the mirror of universe would allow him to end his research on that technology instantly. Creation Theory. Technology Level 9. Introduction. This is a collection of technology formed by integrating all basic technologies. After obtaining this technology, we can control a certain level of power of creation. We can edit the universe on a certain basis. It is even possible to create our own universe in certain places. It should be noted that this does not mean we have become omnipotent gods. Please cheat carefully. Technology Product, Reality Penetrometer, Super Megastructure, Pillar of Creation. Possible Technology, Mirrored Universe, 0%. After seeing the effects of the products of creation theory, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This technology is too advanced and unnatural." Chapter 354, Pillar of Creation. The product of creation theory, the reality penetrometer, had an extraordinarily powerful effect. Li Wenyuan also had an item with a similar name. It was the curtain penetrometer that was once left behind by humans in the Milky Way. The introduction of the curtain penetrometer mentioned that it was a product of the creation theory. Li Wenyuan also now understood what the real product of creation theory was. In the Milky Way, the curtain penetrometer had the magical effect of a wishing machine. However, such an effect was limited to the Milky Way. After leaving the Milky Way, the curtain penetrometer could only achieve a negligible effect. Li Wenyuan guessed that might be because the curtain that enveloped the Milky Way had given the Milky Way a special cosmic environment, and the curtain penetrometer could only be used in such an environment. But as the real product of creation theory, the reality penetrometer didn't have the limitations of the universe environment. Li Wenyuan confirmed that its effects could basically be summarized as law modifications in a certain area. The duration was very limited, and the scope of the changes was not large. The universe would quickly return to normal, but its effects and possibilities were unparalleled. For example, if necessary, he could use the reality penetrometer to temporarily adjust the strength of the electromagnetic force in an area. The most direct effect was the almost guaranteed failure of all mechanical equipment, and that was just on the surface. In fact, even the force between molecules would change, the chemical bond combination speed would be affected, and the metal atoms would become harder or more vulnerable as the strength of the electromagnetic force changed. And adjusting the electromagnetic force would even affect the speed of light itself, increasing or decreasing the speed of light that was part of the universe laws in a specific area. That was only a part of the functions of the reality penetrometer. Even though the reality penetrometer could not make modifications to a large extent, it was still of great use in combat or scientific research. However, it was clear that the reality penetrometer that was applicable to the entire universe was much more complicated to use than the curtain penetrometer. To achieve an effect similar to wishing, the parts that needed to be modified were rather cumbersome, and there was even the possibility of errors in the modifications. However, the fact that it could modify a small part of the laws was enough to prove its strength. After all, that was a true law weapon, an improvement from 0 to 1. As for the super megastructure derived from the creation theory, Li Wenyuan looked at its introduction and functions and found it somewhat familiar. Pillar of Creation. Introduction. This is a super megastructure that once only existed in theory. Its complete span exceeds dozens of galaxies. Most of the fulcrums have to be built in subspace, connected by the anchor of reality. Sometimes, it may be more appropriate to call it a semi-subspace megastructure. However, undeniably, it is a great project. As long as there is enough material as the starting fuel, we can divide the world and recreate the universe. With the body of a mortal, we can carry out the great cause of creation. Of course, what he was familiar with was not the introduction but the function of the pillar of creation. That super megastructure could do many things, including stretching the space of a certain area. That almost immediately reminded him of the 200,000 light-years long heavenly chasm in the spiral galaxy Alpha. He originally thought that something had moved all the celestial bodies in the heavenly chasm in a short period, causing the area to become empty. However, with the understanding of the pillar of creation, he suddenly realized that the area might not have been cut open, but that the space there had been artificially stretched with a certain plane as the benchmark, causing the distance between the two ends of the heavenly chasm to increase by tens of thousands of light-years. From the looks of it, perhaps one of the creations that the ascribed civilization has is a certain pillar of creation. Since there's one of the creations, does that mean there can also be 2 or 3? Can that mean that the pillar of creation of the scribe is actually incomplete? Li Wenyuan felt that his understanding of the scribe had deepened slightly. The advancement of technology seemed to be the same. Since the other party was not much different from him, he did not have to worry too much. Therefore, after sighing that his trip to the black hole was indeed not fruitless, he immediately began the preparations to drag the infinite divine armaments out of the black hole. Although there was no need to build a new matter depressurizing device to obtain the distorted gravity to penetrate the black hole, a simplified facility with similar functions would take some time to build. At that moment, he started to arrange the second matter related to the black hole, which was the magical purification power. After the product from the last era was devoured by the black hole, the hidden information in the product would be released back to the universe through radiation. The product of the last era that had been purified by the black hole would belong to the present, so it would not suffer from dimensional erosion or be hunted by the universe. The only cyclable product of the last era that Li Wenyuan had was the scale of the ether dragon. When he plucked a scale the size of a spaceship from the ether dragon, the ancient creature even let out a very humane ah. Li Wenyuan also knew that that was just the ether dragon's doing. After plucking the scale, he hurriedly brought it to another black hole, leaving behind the ether dragon with a resentful expression. Apart from throwing the scale into the black hole to test its power of purification, he also planned to experiment with the level 9 technology, Mirror of Universe. Although the level of the technology was very high, the Mirror of Universe did not bring any direct benefits. To be precise, the Mirror of Universe was an observation method and a technology to assist scientific research. Its nature was to discover things through observing black holes. Only its product, the mirror stabilizer, could bring practical effects. Therefore, while throwing in the ether dragon's scales, he also built a black hole observation station according to the method of the Mirror of Universe and used the observation method of the Mirror of Universe to observe the black hole. Soon, the scale from the ancient beast was thrown into the black hole from a spaceship under Li Wenyuan's command. I have to admit that the ether dragon's scale is indeed quite impressive. As expected of something that experienced the Big Bang. Li Wenyuan exclaimed as he looked at the scale that was almost torn apart by the black hole's gravity before falling into the event horizon. It was well known that the larger the size of an object, the greater the tidal force it would experience when approaching a black hole. The ether dragon's scale could almost rely on its strength to prevent itself from being torn apart before falling into the event horizon. And that was under the conditions of the ether dragon not getting used to the laws of the current universe and its various abilities in a state of rapid declination. That made him feel that the ether dragon might be able to enter and leave the black hole at will at its peak. After the scale was torn apart, it quickly rubbed against the black hole's accretion disk that still had matter, releasing rays. Li Wenyuan took a long time to detect the intermittent signals. However, after a series of analyses, he confirmed that that was the detailed data of the ether dragon's scale. There were even some parts that were almost impossible to measure. That allowed him to confirm the black hole's purification function. There were also unexpected situations in the observation of the Mirror of Universe. In the process of observing the ether dragon's scale being torn apart, the Mirror of Universe observation station built on top of the black hole discovered that a portion of the scale seemed to have a strange effect on the black hole when it fell into it. At that moment, the Mirror of Universe observation station discovered that the time expansion effect around the black hole had become a little stronger, and something seemed to be forming on the surface of the black hole that should have been invisible. That discovery was fleeting, like an observation error, but Li Wenyuan felt it was also an extremely important discovery. Perhaps, as more things were thrown into the black hole in the future, he would be able to explore the secret of the Mirror of Universe. After dealing with those matters, the gravity distorter, which would be used to drag the infinite divine armaments out of the black hole, was also completed. The matching mirror stabilizer was also assembled. After many simulations and experiments with the function of the mirror stabilizer in a particular black hole, the infinite divine armaments was finally pulled out of the black hole under perfect preparation. Witnessing a huge mechanical sphere being dragged out of the black hole bit by bit was undoubtedly an extremely shocking thing. That precious scene was also recorded by Li Wenyuan and stored in the database. After the infinite divine armaments exited, they also showed human-like happiness, as if they were happy to be able to carry out their mission again. Thank you, kind friend. Now, we finally have a chance to continue our mission. We will continue to understand infinity and try to create a similar creator. Both of these missions will take a long time. Thank you again. You're looking for you, right? Yes, we have a clue. We once encountered you in these galaxies. The infinite divine armaments sent 3 coordinates to Li Wenyuan. That was an extremely complicated piece of data. After analyzing it for a while, he confirmed the exact locations of the coordinates. They were 3 galaxies of different sizes at about 2 million light-years away, 8 million light-years away, and 1 billion light-years away from the current spiral galaxy Alpha, respectively. Then let's part ways here. We may meet again in the future. Time is a ring. We will meet again. After the last sentence, the infinite divine armaments left using the warp drive. The space-time disturbance caused by planet-sized objects like them during the warp was unparalleled. They would almost be discovered the moment they finished the warp, but they did not seem to care about it. Meanwhile, Li Wenyuan was also pondering over the words of the infinite divine armaments and began to prepare to set off for the selected target galaxy. Chapter 355, Don't touch these spaceships, you quick-witted one. The coordinates of the three galaxies provided by the infinite divine armaments were different, and the distance between them was huge. The last coordinate that was 1 billion light-years away was far beyond the influence of his surveillance terminal and piloting lighthouse. Therefore, Li Wenyuan decided to first head to the galaxy clusters that were 2 million and 8 million light-years away from there. The two megastructures he used for remote operations had a maximum range of about 10 million light-years. With the assistance of those two megastructures, he could remotely control the mechanical products under his control over the interstellar space distance. Although there would be a delay, and the delay would increase as the distance increased, Li Wenyuan felt that that was still a good thing. No matter what was in those galaxies, he could detect it in advance through the advance party and avoid any possible danger. Due to the space-time ghost, he was now very cautious about entering an unknown environment. He was afraid that one day, an administration matrix space-time ghost would collide with him and destroy him in that world. At that moment, the upper three spiral arms civilization was still unaware that the central black hole near the middle of the heavenly chasm had undergone tremendous changes. A super-mega structure orbiting the black hole had been slowly erected as the stars shifted, reflecting a mysterious luster. As the most influential civilization alliance in the upper three spiral arms, the Joint Pursuers Alliance, they more or less sensed that there should be a mysterious civilization with extremely strong comprehensive strength in that galaxy through various clues. However, they felt that since the other party had no intention of communicating with them, there was no need for them to take the initiative to look for him. They should just let nature take its course. Instead, they spent most of their energy exploring the entire galaxy. They had just broken free from the shackles of the speed of light, and the galaxy was still a mystery to them. Even if the lower three spiral arms did not have a hyperspace channel, their scientists had found a technology named the wormhole generator from the data of the Skywalker Empire. With that technology, they could also move at faster than light speed across the galaxies. Therefore, no one noticed that the outer stargate to the outside world was slowly opening. A small fleet silently arrived at the outer stargate. As they approached the outer stargate, they activated certain equipment on the ship. In the next second, the fleet disappeared, leaving behind a small piece of curtain that was difficult to detect. Upon closer inspection of the curtain, one could see that it seemed to be the true body of the fleet, but they seemed to have been shrunk. All the waves seemed to have been distorted into that narrow curtain, and when they were released again, they were almost undetectable. Only the devices that detected the space-time curvature found that the space-time curvature had become extremely large at the original position of the fleet. Although it was far from the level of a black hole, it was enough to make most detection methods ineffective. That was a semi-finished small shipborne curtain system developed by Li Wenyuan based on the curtain theory. The purpose was to prevent his spaceship from being openly detected by the target galaxy cluster when the outer stargate launched his spaceship outwards. Even if it still couldn't completely eliminate the huge commotion caused by the activation of the outer stargate, it would still allow those civilizations to spend a long time finding out what was going on. That would undoubtedly be of great help to him in collecting information. After everything was ready, the outer stargate was activated. Li Wenyuan was prepared to send the advance party to the two closest galaxies with human ruins at the same time. However, the outer stargate could not send the fleets to two different places in one launch. Therefore, he had to wait for a while after the first launch before he could send a fleet to another galaxy. Pure darkness began to envelop the fleet under the protection of the curtain as the outer stargate was activated. It was also the first time Li Wenyuan saw with his own eyes how the outer stargate sent his fleet away. Time seemed to have slowed down because of the darkness, and a huge space-time fluctuation was revolving around the darkness until it reached a certain limit. Then, the entire darkness was launched by some force at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, it was out of the detection range of Li Wenyuan's surveillance equipment. Only the piloting lighthouse captured the signal of the darkness's movement, but it quickly lost contact because it could not catch up with the darkness. Fortunately, the speed slowed down very quickly. In the end, it maintained a certain rate of faster-than-light speed and flew steadily to the galaxy 2 million light-years away. The piloting lighthouse finally captured the signal of the darkness after a while. It was conservatively estimated that it would take another half a year to reach the galaxy, but that speed was enough to surprise Li Wenyuan. That was a distance of 2 million light-years, and the outer stargate could reach it in just half a year. Besides the warp drive, he could not find any other way to travel faster than the outer stargate on the same interstellar space scale. So, the wait began. Half a year was just enough time for the outer stargate to recharge for the second time. At the same time that the first batch of advance party had arrived at its destination, the second batch of advance party with the target 8 million light-years away also set sail through the outer stargate. Li Wenyuan didn't ask for much. He only needed those advance parties to build a temporary base at the target locations. As long as he was given accurate space-time coordinates, he could use the warp engine to cross an infinite distance directly. Even if it was purgatory, he could use the number of fleets to see how many levels there were. Considering that the first batch of advance party should have arrived at its destination, Li Wenyuan waited for the news from the surveillance terminal with peace of mind. Previously, when he was communicating with the light pursuer's civilization in the Cradle Galaxy, he had roughly determined the delay brought about by 5 million light-years. Assuming there was no interference, the delay would be less than 2 hours, and the distance of 2 million light-years would naturally require less time. Even though it was hard even to accept a one-frame delay in esports, Li Wenyuan had already gotten over it. The artificial intelligence on his spaceship was not to be trifled with. He could completely accept a delay of 40 minutes. That was much safer for him than moving his main body directly to an unknown dangerous place. What's more, if it really didn't work, he could also build a piloting lighthouse and surveillance terminal as a relay station or use the ghost signal to invade other facilities that could enhance the signal to reduce the delay. Thus, he waited with peace of mind. At the same time, in a galaxy 2 million light-years away, a group of interstellar space miners was quietly approaching a spaceship's wreckage, discussing how to turn waste into treasure to offset the exploitation of the corporate empire. However, just as they were about to board one of the spaceship's wreckage, something suddenly flashed before their eyes. Then, the spaceship's wreckage disappeared as if it had been eaten by something. At first, they thought that they had encountered some mysterious space disaster and were terrified. However, they soon discovered that a strange dark sphere the size of a planet had appeared in the galaxy. It seemed that that thing had made the spaceship's wreckage disappear. Just as they were hesitating about how to deal with the sphere, the darkness gradually thinned, revealing a seemingly empty space inside. In the next moment, it distorted and revealed its true appearance. It was a fleet. Although it was not large, it gave them a strange feeling, as if that fleet came from an extremely distant world. The moment they saw that those spaceships seemed to be battleships, the group of interstellar space miners scattered in all directions. However, one of them had a glint in his eyes. He could tell that those battleships did not seem to be controlled by anyone. They just stayed there quietly. Greed instantly ignited in the heart of that bold miner. The dream of getting rich overnight immediately made him want to take a gamble. He didn't need to control that fleet. As long as he could leave a trace of his own on it and claim that he found it, he could sell the information. Even if he were to lose 95% of the profits, the remaining was enough for him to live on. It was not that he did not consider that those spaceships could move at any time. But ultimately, the feeling of wanting to take a gamble to get rich overnight overwhelmed his rationality. After all, what if? There would always be such an illusion in life. Not more than 3 seconds after he chose to approach, he realized that the battleships seemed to have come to life. One of them even aimed a tube that seemed to be the main cannon at his small broken ship. In his panic, he seemed to see a huge amount of energy gathering in it. And he was unable to escape the fate of being locked on forever, just like a comet captured by a star. Chapter 356, The Real Megacorp. After establishing contact with the fleet 2 million light-years away, Li Wenyuan first saw a dilapidated spaceship and a local resident who was scared to death of it. To be precise, it was a sudden death caused by cardiac arrest. A physiological scan of the resident showed that the nerves used to control the diastolic muscles of the heart had been violently stimulated in a short period of time, directly causing the heart to stop beating. However, this was only a direct inducement. In fact, the scan also showed that the local resident had been working hard for a long time and his heart had been overworked for many years. There was also an old-fashioned pacemaker above his heart. From the looks of it, it had been used for at least 20 years. This meant that the local resident actually knew what was going on in his body. However, this old pacemaker stopped working about 5 years ago. He did not change it. He might have known about this, but the pressure from ill aspects finally made him ignore the time bomb in his heart. Li Wenyuan's orders for this batch of advance party spaceships didn't include firing. They only followed the instructions and monitored the unknown units that approached them. The thing that the natives thought was a cannon muzzle was actually an external scanning device. The so-called energy gathering was just his imagination. As long as he held on for a little longer, the artificial intelligence on the spacecraft would judge him as a no-threat target and launch humanitarian relief the moment it detected that his vital signs were deteriorating rapidly. Unfortunately, his body, which could no longer bear the burden, decided to leave just like that, and he became a lonely soul in space. Li Wenyuan didn't have much of a reaction to this. The death of an individual was just an insignificant thing in the vast galaxy. He could roughly guess the reason why this native chose to approach the battleship. There were still many old spaceships that fled in all directions in the galaxy. This native didn't do what others did. His gambling mentality became a fatal trigger this time. After establishing contact with this advanced fleet, the entire fleet began their secret exploration according to the plan. A total of more than 200 armed scientific research ships headed to different galaxies. Although it was called an armed scientific research ship, it was actually called a battleship with scientific scanning equipment. Although its ability to detect abnormalities and collect data was weaker than a specialized spaceship, its combat ability had significantly improved. This was an improvement that Li Wenyuan had made in order to explore these unknown galaxies. If necessary, he didn't want to cause too much commotion. At the same time as the exploration, there was also the extraction of the memories of the native. The most convenient way was to directly understand the situation of this galaxy from the memories of the native. That native was obviously a species of civilization, at least in the interstellar space era. Thus, the relevant memories were converted into data and sent to Li Wenyuan. He also began investigating the possible suspicious points in this memory and obtained a preliminary understanding of this galaxy. However, what surprised him was that the memories of this native were too flat. They were so flat that he could not find any abnormalities or obtain much useful information. Although he had never expected to find an abnormality just by extracting a person's memories, his main goal was to understand the general situation of the galaxy. Unfortunately, this native did not even have this part in his memories. I'm a member of the Minor clan. My serial number is U1E25Z99. U means that we belong to the UI class. E25 and Z99 mean that our predecessors have undergone genetic modifications of underground life adaptation and extraordinary endurance. The people above said that we were born to mine. This was the native's self-awareness. He didn't have a name, or rather, the people around him didn't have names. They all called each other by code names, and only those at the higher levels were qualified to have names. Our development is very fast. From birth to being able to operate mining machinery, it only takes 3 years. The foreman told us that this is so that we can repay the company faster. After that, there were decades of darkness. At first, Li Wenyuan even thought that there was a data error in his memory. After looking at it carefully, he realized that this native had actually been mining underground ever since. He had never left the ground from the beginning to the end. The chaotic lights and the numbing life day after day made this memory almost forgotten. There were only blurry lights and shadows and the sound of knocking on stones in this memory. The foreman said that the company has a new welfare policy. As long as we can work underground for 20 years, we can advance from UI to U2. It's said that once we reach this level, we can leave this place and mine elsewhere. The natives in his memory seemed to be the happiest during this period. Even the colors of his memories seemed to have become much brighter. However, after that, there was an even longer knocking sound. It was so long that even the owner of the memory had forgotten how time had passed. Until a voice from memory appeared. The working age of your heart has already exceeded the theoretical maximum. If you want to continue living, I have 2 plans here. One is to perform a genetic surgery for you and increase the gene number L77. This can increase your lifespan by at least 20 years, but this is not cheap. With your income level, you might need to sign an additional agreement to work for me for 300 years after your death. As for the second option, I choose the second option. This was the voice of the owner of the memory. This memory seemed to be very important to him. Even though so much time had passed, he still remembered his choice. What a pity. Then I'll install a pacemaker for you. In theory, it can help you live for more than 10 years, but there will always be all kinds of accidents that will make it useless, and you have to pay this amount. After that, there was a short silence. When the light appeared in his memory again, this native already had his own spaceships. This was the award he received after working in the company for more than 100 years. The company announced that he was a model miner and gave him a benefit: he would buy this old spaceship with a debt loan for another 50 years. The owner of the memory signed a debt contract with the company without hesitation. From then on, he went from a miner working underground to a miner working in space. He was still mining, but now he was digging on the asteroid belt. This place was not much safer than underground. The old spaceships could not withstand any collision with the meteorite, but he still chose to do so until not long ago. He and a group of miners who were also working in space discovered the remains of a batch of spaceships. This was no different from a pie falling from the sky for them, who were wandering in space. They were prepared to recycle this pile of waste to improve their lives. Even before Li Wenyuan's fleet arrived, the native was still thinking about trivial matters like how much is this alloy board worth, how much can that instrument be sold for, and we can have a good meal tonight. However, everything disappeared like a dream as his body reached its limit. The final motivation that made this native risk his life to get close. Li Wenyuan checked his memories for a while and finally locked onto the first time this native left underground. The place where he worked was a desolate planet. The surface was covered in exposed rocks and sand, but there was a mineral vein of some precious mineral underground. Because he had worked for 20 years, he could go to another planet with a better environment. However, on the way, he had been looking at the stars in the universe. When others asked him, he said that he had never thought that the outside world would be so beautiful. Even if he died in the arms of these stars, he felt that his life was worth it. He violated the company's rules and regulations by saying that he was not proactive enough. He was fined to work for the company for 3 months for free and had to correct his speech mistakes. He announced at the labor conference that he had realized his mistake and would work hard for the company until he paid off the debts owed by his ancestors. Although he recognized his mistake, he never stopped thinking about it and became even more active after obtaining his first spaceship. Originally, he had already saved enough money to buy a vacation and could start his interstellar space trip. However, because he used a pacemaker to extend his life, the company thought that it was not safe enough and that he might die in space. The value of living was not enough, so they asked him to pay the deposit to get this vacation. However, he was very clear about his health. If he continued to rely on mining to earn money, he might die before he could earn enough money. This was the motivation for him to take the risk. It was his instinct to survive and his desire for dreams. He should have lived in a daze in the mines and then died in a daze. In the end, what made him different from others was still a certain hope in his heart. There was almost no useful information in this native's memory. The only thing that could help Li Wenyuan was that he had confirmed that this galaxy seemed to be under the rule of a megacorp. This was indeed a true megacorp. Unlike the large corporation civilizations in the Milky Way, this galaxy's megacorp had already completely monopolized the entire galaxy. Be it technology, economy, or military strength, it was the absolute overlord here. It was a true corporate empire. However, the name of this megacorp was very interesting. They called him a servant, which made Li Wenyuan curious about their background. Also, his gaze returned to the native who had died on his dream-chasing journey. Thanks to his sudden death, most of the native's body tissues had been preserved well. Due to the delay caused by the distance, before Li Wenyuan made this decision, a portion of his brain tissue had inevitably become permanently necrotic. However, this was not a problem for him. At the very least, there will be a group of your companions to continue this dream. Chapter 357, The Revival of the Dead. A death signal came from a chip that represented the life signs of a miner. This meant that a new corpse had appeared in the company. The insider who was napping beside the testing machine immediately perked up and looked at the miner's various information excitedly. This was a good thing that could increase his performance. Every corpse sent to the posthumous re-employment center could increase his salary for this month. It was no wonder he worked so hard. Let me see. Whoa, I've already reached the U9 level. If I work harder, I might be able to become a contract employee. It's a pity that I died so early. I still worked too little overtime. The employee shook his head. Just as he was about to register the death records and add a new workforce to the posthumous re-employment center, he saw the chip that was supposed to be dead suddenly show signs of activity. The employee was stunned and immediately rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen them wrongly. And that was indeed the case. When he looked at the detector again, the active signal of the misinformation disappeared without a trace. Everything just now seemed to be an illusion. Looks like I've been working overtime too much recently. I'm hallucinating. The employee laughed self-deprecatingly and continued to register the death record. It wasn't until all the information was sent back to the posthumous re-employment center that the employee lay back in his chair and soon fell asleep. During this period of time, he had indeed worked overtime until late at night every day. The company would not give him overtime pay because he owed it to the company. However, he had no qualms about this because before he worked overtime, he borrowed a 7-day vacation from the company. In order to make up for the debt he owed during this period, he now needed to work overtime for the company for another 49 days. Although the number was huge, he felt that it was much better than the low-level laborers. At least for now, he could still take a nap here, but the laborers could only work non-stop. They could not even rest after death. After the death record was sent back to the posthumous re-employment center, the staff there also began to check the record. In a huge pit, a dead foreman who was commanding a pile of corpses received this message. Then, he cursed, "Why are so few people dead after so long? There's not enough labor. When the time comes, the benefits that affect the company will be deducted from us. Why are those people at the bottom always so lazy? Can they learn from us and work overtime more?" Another slightly older dead foreman advised him to cool off and get the job done. "All right, even if we don't have enough manpower, we still have to continue working. The manager isn't willing to spend money to buy machines. He's afraid that it won't look good on the company's accounts and affect his reputation at the headquarters. At the very least, he didn't let us do it personally. Instead, he used the dead as manpower. It's not bad. Forget it. This time, I'm just angry that those low-level people didn't work hard and instead made us be punished. They're really too lazy." After venting, the dead foreman looked at the bottomless huge pit, and there were more similar pits around it. "Speaking of which, you've been working here longer than I have, haven't you? Do you know what these big holes are for?" When the old employee heard this, he quickly put on an experienced expression, as if he had been waiting for this question for a long time. "Don't spread it around. The previous employee told me this too. It's a secret passed down from generation to generation by us dead foremen. Don't keep me in suspense. Just say it." The old employee smiled mysteriously and told him not to be anxious. Instead, he started with the company's name. "Do you know why our superiors gave the company such a name? A servant doesn't sound like a name that a big company like the company should have. It's said that a long time ago, our company was just a small company in this galaxy. Although it was also named Megacorp, it was only an insignificant member of hundreds of interstellar civilizations. Even when we opened a branch, we had to beg others shamelessly. We had to give many gifts to barely open it. But one day, a terrifying foreign civilization came here. The entire galaxy combined was no match for them, and our company was the first to surrender." Upon hearing this, the slightly younger dead foreman understood and blurted out, "Isn't this speculation?" However, the elderly dead foreman immediately had a serious expression. He also understood something and immediately covered his mouth. Then, he slapped himself hard and repented with an ashamed expression, "I volunteered to work overtime for the company for a year to reflect on my rude words this time. I was born a member of the company, and I died a corpse of the company." Only then did the expression of the older dead foreman soften slightly. After he finished repenting, he warned, "How old are you to not pay attention to these things? Don't spill blood on me." Seeing the young dead foreman nod obediently, he continued the story. In short, that civilization wiped out all the resistors. Even the Lost Empire was defeated by them. Only our company was smart enough to adapt to the situation. We escaped because we were sincere and successfully became the last survivor of this galaxy. Our company has sworn allegiance to this civilization and is willing to serve them. We will do our best to satisfy all their needs. These pits are the mission that civilization gave our company. So what's in these pits is, at this moment, the young dead foreman's curiosity had been pulled to the limit. The older dead foreman smiled and said straightforwardly, "I don't know either." "You?" Seeing that the other party was about to get angry, he quickly continued, "Don't be anxious. How can miscellaneous staff like us know about such confidential matters? I only have some groundless news here. Let's just treat it as a story." As he spoke, the old foreman approached the other party and whispered in his ear, "It's said that under these pits is the egg of a huge beast. Our job is actually to feed it." This incredible answer made the young foreman's eyes widen as he looked at his colleague in disbelief. The old foreman shrugged. "It's unbelievable, isn't it? Because I don't believe it either. The ground we're stepping on is actually the shell of a giant beast. It's impossible just thinking about it." After saying that, he patted the young foreman's shoulder and sighed. "So don't think about such nonsense. Hurry up and go to work. Those dead people won't be efficient if they don't smoke a few times. Only then did the young foreman come back to his senses and follow the other party. However, at this moment, he turned back with every step he took. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the pit because he felt that the other party was not making groundless guesses. After they left the pit area, a corpse who was working hard to move a bag of organic materials suddenly stopped what he was doing. When he looked up, it was the miner who had suddenly died near Li Wenyuan's advanced fleet. He had listened to the conversation between the two dead foremen. Perhaps these people would never have thought that there was a living person mixed in with the corpses. A stream of data flashed across his eyes, and he established a connection with his companions again. "Hello, our artificial forms. I'm glad you're safe. What's the matter? I've obtained some information here. I don't know if it's true, but I think it's enough for reference." As he spoke, the story told by the old dead foreman was transmitted in the blink of an eye. The other party replied after a while. "It doesn't matter. Whether it's true or not, it's still information, and information can always bring news. Your mission is complete. Are you coming back? We'll send a ship to pick you up. Don't worry, no one will condemn you. You're not a deserter on the battlefield, but a hero who infiltrated back." This sentence made the miner who had returned from the dead fall silent for a long time. After that, he made up his mind and said, "Just let me continue. This is the first time I've tried to resist. I want to do better." Laughter seemed to come from the other side of the connection, but it wasn't mockery. It was happy laughter. "You're great, our artificial forms. It looks like you've successfully understood our path. This is something to celebrate. Then go ahead and do it. There's no need to be afraid or worry because we're always with you. This is us. Each of us is a great warrior." After disconnecting the call, the miner was still in a daze, as if everything was a dream. Ever since he came back from the dead, he had become a member of a group called Assimilation Fighters. At first, he was very panicked, but under the education of these gentle artificial people, he finally became a powerful artificial form warrior. He had also volunteered to participate in this infiltration operation. Before this, he had never realized that what he had encountered was unfair. After this, he hoped that this galaxy would no longer be like this. Although his dream was small, he wanted to try to realize it after gaining strength. He was not great in the past, but under the influence of a group of like-minded companions, he felt that he should do something. Hence, his gaze became firm again, and his figure gradually disappeared into the pit. Not long after, Li Wenyuan received a report from the Assimilation Fighters. He sent the Assimilation Fighters to the galaxy 2 million light-years away to carry out the exploration in his place. His focus was on exploring the construction site of the Pillar of Creation and collecting materials for the construction of a large-scale curtain project. The news brought by the Assimilation Fighters surprised him. He originally thought that this trip would only contain information about human ruins, but he did not expect to discover unexpected clues. An extremely terrifying civilization once came there? But it doesn't seem to be referring to humans. Could it be a scribe? He was considering the possibility of this matter, but at this moment, Queen Prezolin seemed to sense something as she wandered uneasily in her hatchery galaxy. This was because she seemed to have sensed the aura of the pursuer that had only been passed down by word of mouth in their memories. Chapter 358, Void Egg. Wet, hot, smelly, and dark were the most intuitive sensations in the pit. Unlike the surrounding corpses, the artificial people miners who had come back from the dead were here to detect the secrets in the pit. He wanted to know if the underground of this planet was like what the dead foreman had said. It was the egg of some life form. The pit was filled with thick toxic gas. Ordinary life forms had to wear heavy protective suits to work here. This was undoubtedly an unnecessary expense for the company. It was no wonder that all the people working in such a place were corpses. Even so, a corpse exposed to such toxic gas would quickly decay and a large area of muscle tissue would fall off. It wouldn't be dry for long. However, this toxic gas did not affect the miner who had become an artificial life form. His skin only looked like skin, but in fact, it was already a super material that should be classified as military protection level in terms of both physical and chemical properties. His life activities were all carried out in his body, and his interaction with the outside world was zero. He did not have to worry about the toxic gas entering his body at all. In fact, other than his brain, his body was already a mechanical creation. If Li Wenyuan hadn't been worried that replacing his brain and turning him into a complete mechanical life would cause him to have cognitive impairments, the current miner would have been a synthetic humanoid and not an artificial person. The toxic gas and darkness had no effect on the miner. With the help of the mechanical eye, the pit was equivalent to daytime. He followed the corpses and probed the interior. He discovered that the interior wall of the pit was very smooth, probably the result of mechanical cutting. The deeper he went into the pit, the higher the temperature and concentration of toxic gas. After traveling for about 10 kilometers, he reached the end. From here onwards, it was no longer a straight road, but a pitch-black cliff that was almost at a 90-degree angle from the road. Even with his eyesight, he could not see the bottom. This distance made him a little puzzled. Although this distance was not short, it was still too shallow for the average thickness of the planet's crust of more than 30 kilometers, not to mention the 1,000-kilometer-wide mantle. However, this seemed to be the end of the corpse's journey. They were carrying trash that weighed more than 10 times their body weight. Then, they threw it down the cliff and mechanically turned around to leave. During this process, some corpses whose muscles were about to rot would not be able to withstand the tossing motion. As they approached the cliff, their bodies would fall into the bottomless abyss. This scene disgusted the miner from the bottom of his heart. He had already realized that this was originally his ending. Moreover, it was not only him. Everyone around him might end up like this. Can't we find peace even if we die? We worked for the company for our entire lives when we were alive, and we have to work for our entire lives after we die. Even the ownership of the corpse doesn't belong to us. What else do we have? When he was living in a daze, he had never thought about these problems. The heavy life made him not have the mood to think at all. He repeated every day to calculate how to live. In fact, the company would give them a certain level of education, especially the spirit of the contract. The company emphasized that their ancestors owed the company about 5 million years of debt, and calculated in detail how much time each person would have to work each day and how many generations they would have to work after death to pay off the debt. And once someone failed to complete the full working hours while alive, they would be considered to have violated the contract and their debt would increase. As a result, all of them worked hard and paid close attention to the health of each of their companions. When necessary, they even pooled money to extend the lives of those who had not worked for a long time. This was the case for the miners themselves. Originally, he thought that it was only natural because they owed a debt, so they should pay it. This was a matter of course. However, after living with the assimilation fighters for a period of time, the miners knew that this was just a way for the companies to squeeze them dry. All their knowledge was based on business, but after seeing the real world, he realized that what they thought was just what business wanted them to think. In the end, he returned here. He felt that there must be someone else in this sealed tower who yearned for the stars as much as he. Hence, looking at the bottomless cliff, he jumped down without hesitation. The wind whistled in his ears, and the surrounding temperature increased as the distance decreased. The planet's core seemed to be still heating the rocks, but the miner felt that something was wrong. It was not because the temperature was too high, but because the temperature had risen too low. The planet's interior would produce a large amount of heat energy due to the compression of gravity and the decay of radioactive elements. Some planets' core temperature was even higher than the surface of a star. He had descended to this distance. Logically speaking, he should have reached a temperature that was enough to form lava, but the rocks here were still solid, and he was still quite far from their melting point. It's as if something has absorbed all the heat. He thought of the terrifying life form that seemed to be hiding underground that the dead foreman had mentioned. He immediately perked up and focused on testing the various parameters. Soon after, he discovered something abnormal. That was the poisonous gas that permeated this place. It did not seem to be produced by the planet itself. The molecular chain of this poisonous gas was extremely complicated, causing it to be difficult to deal with. It was obvious that it was synthesized. As for whether it was synthesized or produced by some life form, the miner felt that he should have found the answer. The descent was hampered by a rancid sea of bodies and litter that was the focus of the descent from the cliff. Corpses and trash continued to fall from the sky, mixing with the rotting sea. At this moment, the miner had already activated the anti-gravity system in his body, allowing him to float above the sea. Waves of poisonous gas flowed out of the sea, looking like the toxic gas evolved from this rotten sea. However, the scanning equipment in the miner's body had already detected the reaction of a huge life form through the layers of accumulation. From where he was, he could only detect a corner of this life form. Due to the suspected shell of some kind of cuticle, the detection wave could not go deeper. However, the miner had confirmed that the other party was a high-temperature energy source. Not only that, but it also seemed to have violated the laws of thermodynamics and was maintaining a temperature far higher than the surrounding matter to absorb energy from the outside world. Obviously, the abnormally low temperature in the depths of the mantle was caused by this life form. The heat in the core seemed to be being absorbed by it, and the rotten sea floating on its shell was just an addition to it. Or rather, this life form only needed some kind of substance in the sea. What gave it life was the energy of the planet itself. Dong! Suddenly, the miner seemed to hear a dull heartbeat coming from deep underground, which made his mechanical core involuntarily jump. The life form was still alive, but it was still in a deep sleep. It would take a long time for him to hear the second heartbeat. Still, it was enough to get him away from here. He'd completed another section of his mission progress, and now he was sure the dead foreman was telling the truth. The servant megacorp was indeed raising some kind of giant life form hidden in the planet's core. He needed to send this news and related information back. However, before he left, he looked around at the rancid sea again. Corpses and trash rose and fell with the bubbles. There were especially many things with the logo of the Post-Mortem Employment Center, which was especially eye-catching. After thinking about where this place was, the miner activated his anti-gravity system and continued to fly upward, leaving behind the bubbling sea of decay and the heartbeat that only sounded again after a long time. Not long after, Li Wenyuan, who was still in the Spiral Galaxy Alpha, received a message from the assimilation fighters. One of their infiltrators confirmed the existence of an anti-thermodynamic life form and believed that it was the creature fed by the servant Enterprise mentioned in the previous news. Although it could not be ruled out that there was a mistake with the scanning equipment, the assimilation fighters thought about it and decided to name it an anti-thermodynamic life form. This was because the egg of this life did not naturally obey the second law of thermodynamics with their current observations. To be precise, this life form would not spontaneously transmit energy to the outside world. In the egg state, the surrounding heat would continue to transmit to the higher temperature egg, but the egg itself would not transmit heat to the colder outside world. At first, they thought that there was a mistake in the test, but after more field inspections, they finally confirmed that the egg was not actively absorbing heat. It was indeed the surrounding heat that was actively transmitting to the egg. It was like an object with a reverse property. It was clearly very hot, but it was the low temperature one in the thermal system, causing heat to pass to them spontaneously. In theory, the body temperature of such a life could reach infinity. Such magical life forms naturally attracted Li Wenyuan's attention. Even the construction of the Pillar of Creation slowed down a little. While he was thinking about what was going on, the Queen of Prezolan also found him and made him understand what kind of life forms they were. "Hello, esteemed administrator. We're very uneasy, because we sensed the aura of a former hunter." Hunter. Li Wenyuan immediately recalled his experience in Prezolan. This group of outer space refugees had been chased here by a civilization they called hunters. At the same time, he connected it to what had happened recently. Could it be that the servant megacorp is loyal to the hunter? That terrifying civilization refers to the hunter. Therefore, he directly told Prezolan about the discovery of the assimilation fighters, making this queen, who had once been plagued by insects, reveal a human-like expression of fear. "Yes, yes. That's the void egg. A type of void beast will be born inside void evil. They are the hounds of the hunter." Chapter 359, Recognition of the Escaped. Void evil? Li Wenyuan asked. At this moment, Queen Prezolan had already become somewhat chaotic. That's a biological weapon that goes against the laws of nature. They can eat much more than us. Wherever they go, they will turn into the void. No energy can escape their bloody mouths. They are the hunting hounds of the hunter. They will smell the place with the most energy and guide the hunter to harvest. They are void life forms that can never be filled. The queen spoke incoherently for a long time, so Li Wenyuan had no choice but to comfort her for a while. He didn't expect that the hound alone could make Prezolan, a powerful life form that could travel through subspace, feel fear. How powerful would a real hunter be? He had once used the genes of Prezolan to develop a type of life form suppression cubic field. However, it seemed that Prezolan was not at the top of the food chain in the universe. The void life forms that he had just discovered seemed to be their nemesis. Furthermore, it was the kind of fear that was deeply rooted in the genes. All Prezolan individuals would instinctively fear the aura of the void evil. After a while, Prezolan gradually stabilized from its chaotic state, and it was no longer so incoherent. I am very sorry. I lost my composure. Seeing that he had returned to normal, Li Wenyuan continued to ask. What is the hunter civilization like? What are these void life forms like? Don't panic. I'm right here. The Queen of Prezolan seemed to have been infected, or perhaps she thought that Li Wenyuan's safety was guaranteed. She composed herself and continued. We don't know how the hunter civilization is. We only know that they seem to be searching for prey throughout the universe. Our homeland was once chosen by them as a hunting ground. But in fact, we were chased out before we could even see the hunter civilization with our own eyes. The void destroyed our homes, and our race became refugees, having no choice but to wander around the universe. Moreover, we realized that we seemed to be targeted. The hounds had been chasing us until we entered the Milky Way. Queen Prezolan was very afraid of the terrifying memory of the former insect disaster encountering the beast disaster, but she endured it and finished her story. However, we still have some understanding of the void evil. The smallest adult they are is the size of a planet. Their entire bodies are spewing poisonous gases. Most importantly, wherever they go, all the heat will disappear. We even suspect that they might feed on stars in the later stages of their growth. The characteristics of the life form you described are very similar to the void fruit, but... When the Queen said this, she seemed to be puzzled. However, the void evil in our memories doesn't seem to be the birth method of the planet egg. They were born in the womb. Perhaps it's just an evolution for compromise. Li Wenyuan didn't care much about this. The current hunter civilization was clearly not in that megacorp galaxy. Instead, they had handed over their hound eggs to this company to hatch. Perhaps it was because the method of birth was not easy to manage, but it was much more convenient to reproduce using eggs. In that case, I think I've arrived at the hunter's canine shed. Is this the place where the humans arrived first, or did the hunter arrive first? He still had questions in his heart. The assimilation fighters working there had yet to find any traces of humans, and after knowing the origin of that galaxy, he felt that he needed to speed up his progress. Therefore, he asked Queen Prezolan, "Do you want to take a look over there?" This ferocious space behemoth immediately shook its huge head like a human, as if it was extremely afraid of that side. I see. Li Wenyuan felt a little regretful, but he wouldn't force this group of enlightened refugees from outer space to do anything. Therefore, he asked the Voyager to go to that galaxy as well and continue to be his exploration force there, complementing the assimilation fighters. However, after making this decision for a while, Queen Prezolan found him again, and this time, what the Queen mentioned was a little unexpected. We also want to take a look over there. At least, it's not the hunter. If it's just the hounds, we also want to overcome the fear that has been chasing us all along. The brave worms wanted to overcome their weakness. This made Li Wenyuan have a different opinion of this already very docile outer space refugee. No matter how docile they were still the former overlords of the galaxy and the insect disaster that made countless civilizations tremble. In essence, they still ate meat. Farming couldn't change their habits. All this time, they hadn't worn down their minions. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, they would try to take revenge. However, even if they used subspace travel, it would take Prezolan a long time to cross 2 million light-years, and the warp drive of the spaceships could not guarantee that part of the Prezolan outside the spaceships would not disappear during the formation of the space-time field. In the end, the spaceships carried Prezolan's egg and hatched it there, allowing Prezolan to come to that galaxy. The Voyager, who had arrived first, had long begun their exploration work. Like the assimilation fighters, they remained in a secretive state. After all, this was the hunter's territory, and no one wanted to attract attention. However, this was only on the surface because Li Wenyuan didn't forbid them from using force. He only told them to do things secretly. In interstellar space exploration, conflicts were inevitable. Furthermore, from Prezolan's description, Li Wenyuan did not think that this hunter was a civilization that liked to live in harmony with others. The history of the galaxy ruled by the megacorp also illustrated this situation very well. Under the premise of ensuring his own safety, he did not mind weakening the rear of this dangerous civilization. The other party was a civilization that liked to roam the universe. Li Wenyuan felt that he would encounter the other party sooner or later. The humans who had left before him might have already started fighting with the other party. After Prezolan arrived at that galaxy, it also found a hidden location and began to develop its own faction. Queen Prezolan herself had entered a state of chrysalis. According to her, it was to transfer her consciousness to the other side so that she could control the insect plague there. Hence, this galaxy group that had been ruled by the megacorp for countless years did not realize that an external force had quietly infiltrated this place and was about to cause a huge storm. Chapter 360, Invisible Resistance. The Posthumous Reemployment Center was a large-scale construction facility that existed on every corporate planet. Those who could be sent there were either corpses or dying people. And reemployment after death was a contract system in the megacorp. Basically, all low-level personnel could not avoid continuing this duty after death. This was because in theory, they would not be able to repay the debt they owed while they were alive, and they would need to continue working after their deaths. On this day, a pile of corpses that had been transported here entered the remaining value recycling room as usual. This was to extract the last bit of value from the corpses before turning them into living corpses. Although years of hard work made the corpses' organs almost useless, there would occasionally be valuable corpses that came here. The main goal of this recycling room was to recycle such corpses. Beside the operation table in the recycling room, the employees who were already used to working here examined the newly delivered corpses. Their shrewd eyes were fixed on each corpse. After working for a long time, he would intercept a portion of the corpses that he valued before they were sent to the inspection cabin. With his experience, he could earn a lot from this job. It was the same this time. He instantly realized that there was something wrong with a certain corpse. Just as he was about to go over and cut off the corpse, someone stopped him. "That's enough. You got quite a bit 2 days ago. It's not easy to do fake accounts. We can't touch any of them today." The person who stopped him was a manager who was brought in externally. He seemed to be a high-level executive. Although the company had always judged people based on their economic strength, and social class was only a support, this did not mean that he could resist this administrator now. Therefore, he could only retract his hand unwillingly and walk back to his post dejectedly. As for the manager from before, he glanced at the corpse that was not right. Data seemed to flash in his eyes, but he did not say anything. Instead, he continued to stay in place coldly with a dark expression. Anyone who saw him like this would consciously walk around him. As for the strange corpse, it trembled slightly when no one noticed it. He was a miner. To investigate the posthumous reemployment center, he disguised himself as a corpse. With the help of the bionic skin on the surface of his body and the instruments in his body, he perfectly deceived all kinds of detectors, but he didn't expect someone to see the abnormality artificially. This reminded him of the story circulated in the assimilation fighters' hands-on familiarity. Relying completely on machinery might not be as good as doing it with one's body. It's just that I didn't expect my companions to have already infiltrated such a place. Recalling the scene just now, the miner still felt a lingering fear. Although his body had undergone a huge change and he had gradually understood his strengths under the education of the assimilation fighters, his thoughts still stagnated at that moment. He was even thinking about how to deal with that person. However, someone had helped him solve this problem. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to establish a connection with him, he wouldn't have known that the assimilation fighters had also infiltrated this place. After a brief exchange in the data network, the miner learned that the other party had just arrived and was also investigating this place. The miner didn't ask how their infiltration of this corporate empire was going, but he felt that many of the higher UPS had probably joined the embrace of assimilation. And this was only the tip of the iceberg. He knew that under the administrator's orders, the assimilation fighters were still mainly operating in the dark. At the moment, they had no intention of doing anything on a large scale. Their fleet had always been hidden in space. In a real war, the corporate empire that had been infiltrated into a sieve would definitely not be a match for the assimilation fighters. Is this the strength of their companions? They're already so terrifying. How powerful will their superior, the administrator, who is the pinnacle of artificial intelligence, be? He thought to himself and felt that his fortuitous encounter was truly unbelievable. From his companions, he learned that he had been saved by the administrator. He was indeed dead in a physiological sense, but he had magically come back from the dead. This was something he had never expected. This was no different from a miracle to him. His companions had told him about their past and knew that the administrator had also given them a new life. Other than curiosity, he was more in awe of this mysterious artificial intelligence. After lamenting in his heart for a while, the miner entered the morgue with the corpses that had passed the test and secretly visited the posthumous reemployment center when there was no one around. He found that the facility was roughly divided into 4 parts. One was the reuse area. This was the place responsible for turning corpses into living corpses. The remaining 3 seemed to correspond to the direction of several different corpses. One of them was an underground work area. The miner thought that it should be the area assigned to the corpses that were sent to take care of the underground eggs. The other 2 were other work areas and special work areas. Although he didn't know the specific destination, they weren't the miner's targets. Therefore, as he went deeper into the underground work area, he began to search for information that might be related to the underground egg. During this process, he easily avoided the surveillance range. He didn't even use hacking methods, nor did he encounter any patrols or guards. It seemed that the people in power here didn't need these things. The miner could also understand. In his memory, there had been no resistance in the corporate empire for a long, long time. Perhaps everyone here had been tamed and become laborers who could never escape the company. Therefore, it was understandable that he did not pay attention to protection. This allowed him to easily come to the office of the person in charge here. As he expected, it was working hours now, but the person in charge was not at his post. It was obvious that he had long gone somewhere. Taking leave was a common method used by the higher UPS. The hours they needed to work could be done with just a few phone calls. Compared to the endless work of the lowest class, their work was obviously much easier. In the miner's memory, the most senior company manager he had seen was a senior foreman, and he had only seen him on the day he was rated as a model worker. At this moment, the person in charge of the posthumous reemployment center was already a department head. To him in the past, this was already a heavenly existence. He was undoubtedly a high-level person. He felt that he would definitely be able to find something in the department head's office, so after confirming that his whereabouts had not been discovered, he entered this place and rummaged through it. Just as he had expected, one of the documents recorded the habits and growth criteria of the underground egg. At the same time, it gave the evacuation time standard. Will those life forms destroy the entire planet after they mature? The miner found it unbelievable, but at the same time, he felt that it was only natural. After all, it was a life form born at the core of the planet. Even if its birth did not cause much damage to the geological structure, it would almost inevitably cause an ecological imbalance. At that time, the planet might not be habitable. If that's the case, how many such planets are there in the entire galaxy? Since it's to provide biological weapons for others, I'm afraid the number won't be small. His heart was a little heavy now because he thought of the end of the people on these planets. The company would definitely not spend a lot of effort to evacuate everyone. That might be too great a loss for them. Most of the laborers might end up with the destruction of the planet, and these people would not know their end. We have to stop it. The miner once again steeled his resolve. He began to check the frequency at which the posthumous reemployment center sent corpses to the pothole to work, to determine how much the underground egg had grown. Although this creature will definitely cause a huge commotion before it's born, it'll be too late by then. However, as he read, the miner found a wanted document that had been issued a long time ago in the deepest part of the filing cabinet where these documents were stored. Wanted. This unfamiliar term stunned him. In the 100 years he had lived, he had never heard of anyone being wanted by a company. Moreover, from the time of signing, this wanted document was at least 200 years ago. At that time, the director of the posthumous reemployment center was not even the current one. Puzzled, he checked the contents of the wanted poster. Warrant. Recently, the long-disappeared rebel group the Sentry has shown signs of activity again. It has already carried out terrorist activities in many branches. After discussion and research by the board of directors, they have decided to distribute this document layer by layer. All departments are requested to pay attention to the stability under their rule. The Sentry organization mentioned in the wanted order was the first time the miner had heard of it. In his past memories, there had never been such news circulating. It's normal to think about it. If I could even hear about it back then the influence of this Sentry organization would definitely far exceed my imagination. But now, it seems. From the looks of it, this Sentry organization was probably just an insignificant droplet under the corporate empire. However, I didn't expect that someone would actually try to resist. Perhaps not all people in this galaxy are silent. At this moment, his eyes lit up because he saw the dawn of resistance. The corporate empire did not completely control everyone as he had once thought. Chapter 361, Sentry Organization. Similar to the assimilation fighters who gradually discovered traces of the Sentry organization, the Voyager also discovered the history of this galaxy during the exploration. Unlike the assimilation fighters, who mainly used infiltration methods, the Voyager preferred to search for alien ruins directly and rarely infiltrated them. At the same time, they were also responsible for finding the observation terminal and the purification terminal here to completely grasp the movements of this galaxy and confirm the ruins left behind by humans. Due to the special nature of the purification terminal, humans would only leave information in such a place that was impossible to destroy. During this process, the Voyager discovered something unexpected through the inspection of many alien ruins. This galaxy had been attacked by a natural disaster. Moreover, this natural disaster was none other than Pres Olin, who had also come to the Milky Way. To be more precise, it was the batch that was chased away from the Milky Way. The message left behind by humans in the hatchery clearly stated that after the Pres Olin attacked the Milky Way, they threw the parts of the uncut wood that could not be carved back into the subspace. Now, the Milky Way was preserved by the children that could be taught branches. As for the batch that had been driven away, after the Voyager tested and compared the age of the ruins, it was confirmed that they had come here. This news quickly reached Li Wenyuan. With such a huge discovery, he immediately checked this piece of news. "Hello, esteemed administrator. We found something related to Pres Olin in that galaxy. We think it's necessary to inform you. This is the ruins of a colony belonging to an ancient civilization. During the excavation, we discovered that these colonies had suffered extremely serious signs of life forms erosion. Yes, it's the hatchery planet of Pres Olin, the traces left behind after purification. In theory, the hatchery planet will completely modify the planet itself. Even the planets left behind after purification will no longer be habitable. However, this civilization seems to have solved this problem and allowed these planets to be used again. We've found many similar planets in this galaxy, and their distribution and distance are extremely large. We think that the insect disaster that happened here has indeed wreaked havoc for a long time." The first thing Li Wenyuan saw was the images of several planets in an extremely strange state on the surface. Even from the perspective of space, he could feel that the planet itself was in an irregular state. Some of them were even very conspicuous and missing a corner. This was undoubtedly a sign of serious damage. However, this destruction was very regular. It looked more like it was caused by some life forms for their own reproduction needs. In the recovery map drawn by the Voyager, the hatchery planet was the most similar. On these planetary ruins, most of the songs recorded were about how civilizations worked together to resist natural disasters. In these readable records, the insect disaster did catch them off guard at first. At that time, this place was very similar to the Milky Way. There was no huge imperium that unified the galaxy. Civilizations were still playing games with each other in the interstellar space society. Some powerful lost civilizations did not care about the world. In the face of an unknown natural disaster, the civilizations here were still doing their own things at first. Many people even thought that they would benefit from the conflict between the sandpiper and the clam. They ignored the destruction of their former competitors and even hit them when they were down. When their opponents were fighting hard against the insect disaster, they launched a sneak attack and ignored the natural disaster. They only cared about the immediate benefits. This caused them to suffer huge losses. It also caused the insect plague to quickly expand and occupy at least half of the galaxy. During this process, at least a third of the civilizations and species in this galaxy died one after another. The remaining people finally came to their senses and began to unite, establishing a common front to resist the insect disaster. Although the ruins didn't say it explicitly, we still determined from many clues that this situation seemed to be caused by the lost empire of this galaxy adding fuel to the fire. They invested and established an organization called the Sentry. This organization became the backbone of the galaxy civilizations and fulfilled almost the same obligation as the galaxy community in the Milky Way. After paying a lot of price, even the lost empires awakened and participated in the common battlefront. The insect disaster was restricted to the other half of the galaxy. The two sides were in an anxious state. The seemingly harmless Pres Olin in the Milky Way was a group of unimaginable enemies in the outside world. Although this did not exceed Li Wenyuan's expectations, it made him realize once again that Pres Olin was essentially a natural disaster. However, according to his understanding of this servant megacorp, he also remembered that the hunter had actually been here before. Did they encounter each other a second time in this galaxy? His curiosity was soon answered by the Voyager. However, the anxious situation did not last long because soon, the insect disaster began to retreat unilaterally. They even gave up on a large number of their hatchery planets. There was almost no battle. All the troops who tried to attack would only encounter the fleeing insect disaster without exception. This abnormal state was found after the Sentry found a way to capture a queen of Prezolan. A race that had been chasing them all this time came, and this time, they had nowhere to run. The void realm of this galaxy is not strong, and psionites are extremely rare. It took the Sentry a long time to understand what Prezolan is afraid of. It was also when Prezolan began to fall into internal chaos that the Sentry found evidence of the race that was about to catch up. They discovered that a spiral galaxy about 30 million light-years away from them had disappeared. The races of this galaxy discovered and studied this galaxy in the early space era, but now, their observation equipment shows that there is no light coming from there. This unbelievable discovery shocked their scientists, and they began to search for the reason why an entire galaxy disappeared into thin air. The result sounds impossible, but after excluding all the results, no matter how ridiculous the remaining answer is, it's still correct. The scientists of the Sentry believe that the star of that galaxy was extinguished at the same time. As for the cause of this matter, we can basically confirm that it was done by the hunter that Prezolan mentioned. There are no records in the ruins of the story after that. Perhaps we need to find the ruins that belong to the Sentry organization to know the answer. In addition, the assimilation fighters have also made some discoveries. The Sentry seems to still exist in the world, but because they are controlled by Megacorp, they are only operating in the dark. They have yet to find any members of the organization. This time, the records that were sent back ended there. However, there were many of them. The past history of this galaxy was revealed. At the same time, it also gave the ending of the other Prezolan. The Wanderers, who had always been running around in space, were still inevitably killed by the hunter. This also made Li Wenyuan wonder if there was something about the Prezolan race that the hunter needed. That was why they attracted the accurate pursuit. If not for the protection of the curtain in the Milky Way, the hunter might have chased him all the way to the Milky Way. Combined with the current situation of the galaxy's megacorp, it's basically certain that the hunter came here. They destroyed everything, be it Prezolan or the civilization here, leaving only a servant in charge of raising the hounds for them. Then where is the hunter now? How is the void evil going to reconcile with the hunter? And why did they choose this place to raise the hounds? And all the stars are extinguished at the same time. In the end, Li Wenyuan's focus was on the reason why the hunter was discovered by the Sentry. It was the kind of situation where all the stars in the galaxy were extinguished at the same time. This seemed to be somewhat similar to the Cradle Galaxy, but it was actually completely different. The civilizations in the Cradle Galaxy slowly destroyed the stars bit by bit, turning them into black holes from the outside to the inside. However, it was different for the hunter. According to the Sentry's observations, the stars were indeed extinguished at the same time. This was not something that could be done casually. Even the curtain or the pillar of creation could not extinguish or cover all the stars in a galaxy in an instant. Even if they were very fast, it would still take some time. However, Li Wenyuan knew that there was a technology that could do this. It was a level 7 technology that was one level lower than the warp drive level, the natural disaster plan. The ether phase engine was a derivative of this technology. After it was fully charged and activated, the reaction speed of subspace propagation was much faster than the speed of light. It could achieve a certain range of simultaneous destruction of all celestial bodies, which was probably larger than the Milky Way. Therefore, when he knew that the hunter seemed to be able to destroy all the celestial bodies in a galaxy in an instant, he immediately thought of this dangerous technology. In that case, the hunter might be carrying out the natural disaster plan. This technology was designed to surpass dimensions. In theory, the ether phase engine could indeed tear apart the walls of the two worlds, allowing civilization to surpass itself and achieve a true ascension. But, they seem to have carried out the natural disaster plan many times. Could it be that they still haven't completed their ascension? He recalled the characteristics of the void evil as a hound. It seemed to be a life form that could collect energy unconditionally, and the ether phase engine was essentially collecting energy that could cross dimensions. In other words, the hunter has actually been collecting energy all along. Li Wenyuan already had a guess about the hunter's goal, but he still needed more discoveries to prove it. Chapter 362, The Missing Hunter. While the exploration of the Megacorp galaxy was progressing, the second advance team sent by Li Wenyuan 8 million light-years away was about to arrive at the target galaxy. This was originally a place that was prepared to be explored at the same time, but an unexpected situation caused the exploration to be obstructed. The spaceships that were sent in this direction by the outer Stargate were obstructed by an unknown force when they were about to approach the galaxy cluster. They still maintained their faster-than-light speed, but they seemed to be in the same place. This made the surveillance terminal, which arrived later, gradually discover their abnormality. Through the comparison of the celestial body reference coordinates, it could be confirmed that this group of advance parties seemed to be advancing, but their spatial location had not changed at all. The way the outer stargate moved was obviously impossible to turn halfway. In other words, if they couldn't find the cause of the problem, this fleet would continue forward forever until the end of the universe. However, because the distance was too far, the previous detection methods could not be effective at this distance. Li Wenyuan could only guess the reason for this phenomenon. He guessed that the area was most likely a place with huge space-time curvature. The fleet's advancement was actually repeating back to the starting point. So far, there was no evidence to prove that he was just unlucky. There happened to be such a special area along the path of the outer stargate. However, this kind of accidental situation could only be said to be almost impossible in the distance of the universe. A millimeter difference was enough to cause a huge deviation a few light years later, let alone 8 million light years. Now, Li Wenyuan felt that it was most likely because that galaxy had an extremely special external environment. In fact, the entire galaxy was actually wrapped in this special environment. Is this also a protection method similar to the curtain? He couldn't help but think of this. If that was the case, then the situation in this galaxy was definitely not ordinary. After thinking about it, Li Wenyuan decided to use the outer stargate to send a few more fleets over to test if this place was really in a blocked state. This would take some time. After all, the outer stargate had to be recharged halfway through its activation, and the waiting time would not be wasted. He had already chosen the location for the construction of the Pillar of Creation. This kind of megastructure that spanned dozens of galaxies was a huge project. In order to find a suitable celestial body environment, he conducted many investigations and finally chose a galaxy border area far away from civilization. After the complete Pillar of Creation was completed, it would undoubtedly be a huge help to him, be it military or scientific research. Therefore, his focus was still on the galaxy where the megacorp was located. This place was closely related to the Hunter civilization. Perhaps it could help him understand what the Hunter had been doing all along. The stars spun again, and Pres Olin fell into silence. Even the group that was still in the spiral galaxy was in low spirits, as if they had lost their vitality because their connection with the Queen had weakened. The assimilation fighters had also made new progress in the megacorp galaxy. At this moment, it was a special festival for the servant megacorp. The current megacorp had a unique holiday system. Different classes were applied to different festivals. However, this was only effective for the upper class. The lower class actually did not have holidays, and they did not even have much time to rest. However, there was only one exception, and that was the century-old festival that the megacorp called Welcome Day. This festival was held every 100 years, and everyone could have a stipulated vacation, even the lowest-ranking personnel. In fact, even the miner himself had experienced this festival. The average lifespan of people in his class was about 120 years. As long as nothing unexpected happened, most people could survive this festival. Would Megacorp really be so kind as to give everyone an equal vacation? Of course not. This holiday could be forced to work overtime for various reasons. It was not difficult to pick on this thorn, so in fact, this holiday was equivalent to nothing for the lower class. But for the rest of the class, it's still an important holiday, because it usually means that civilization was coming. Sometime before the celebration, the board of directors of the Megacorp headquarters held a meeting as usual. This group of people who stood at the peak of power and resources would only gather on this day. Although they were equivalent to the gods of everyone else in this galaxy, they still had to wag their tails like dogs in the face of the civilization that was about to arrive. They were all smart people and understood who had given them everything. However, it was a little different this time. Do you think they'll come again this time? In the conference room where only the virtual image was present, a board member asked this question. The others remained silent. It was obvious that they did not know how to answer this question. It's been almost 20 times since they came, right? It's been 2000 years. Even old things like us have changed our shells generation after generation, but they still haven't come. If that's the case, can I take it that they're trapped? Another director deliberately emphasized the word trapped in his inquiry. On the surface, he was worried that the civilization was busy, but in fact, he was asking if they had perished for some reason. 2000 years was neither long nor short, but it was enough for a civilization to go from chaos to destruction. At this moment, the most senior member of the board spoke. Don't jump to conclusions about them. They've roamed the galaxy for an unimaginable period of time. Even if they're going to perish, they won't do it so casually. Think about the last time you see them. We just have to do our part. His words caused many directors to ponder. Although a long time had passed, as long as it was related to that civilization, they would remember it clearly. The last time the civilization came here to collect the hounds, they did not seem to be in a hurry. They maintained their usual arrogance and casualness, not shying from revealing to them what they were going to do recently. We found a good place with a lot of resources. It's a good place to go. You can use your observation methods to take a look. It's probably near you. When you see a galaxy's star suddenly extinguish, that will be our hunting ground. By the way, the number of hounds that we need recently might be a little too much. Prepare yourselves. The next time I come here, I want to see 10 times the amount. You can do it, right? The visitor from that civilization did not sound threatening at all, but it still left a huge impression in their hearts. They could even remember every move they made back then. However, it was also after this that the civilization never appeared again. The so-called star extinguishment did not happen at all. Even batches of eggs that were at the critical stage of incubation had appeared, and they did not fulfill their promise of recycling. Once or twice was fine, but now that 2,000 years had passed and they were a group of opportunists, even if they knew in their hearts that they could not afford to provoke that civilization, they could not help but have some risky thoughts. In fact, there were already many directors secretly researching ways to control those void eggs in order to convert these creatures into their combat power. The capital was always profit-driven. Raising these eggs for free was an unnecessary burden for their company. In the database of a large computer in the company, there was even a record of fighting with that civilization and seizing their intergalactic navigation method. This group of capitalists who stood at the top were no longer satisfied with the market in the galaxy. They wanted to open up an alien market in other galaxies. Under the surface of submission was the huge ambition of establishing a pan-universe trading company. It could be said that they were arrogant, but the huge amount of resources they had accumulated after ruling a galaxy group without any effort was also the source of their ambition. If they really found a way to travel across the galaxy and mastered the hatching and control methods of the void egg, perhaps the ambition of this pan-universe trading company would really succeed. However, up until now, this ambition was still buried deep in their hearts. Every director knew this tacitly. 2,000 years might not be enough, but what about 10,000 or 20,000 years? They knew that one day, they would not be able to hold it in anymore. Although they were still respectful to that civilization on the surface, everyone was looking forward to its demise. In this way, they would become the greatest victors. No matter what, let's continue with the festival celebration this time. We've already thought of a way to delay the hatching time of the void egg quite a bit. This one time won't make a difference, but... At the end of the meeting, a director frowned and reminded them, the rats in the asteroid belt seem to be showing signs of activity again recently. They seem to be preparing to cause trouble during this festival celebration. Another person sneered and said nonchalantly, "Why? Are you afraid of them? What a group of pitiful fellows. They claim to be great successors, but they don't even have a decent lost building. They can only survive on the surface of meteorite belts and giant gas planets. As long as we want to capture them all at once, there's no need. Isn't it fun to watch them struggle? I have to take a look at their activity schedules myself every day and laugh bitterly at them for not knowing that more than half of their organization is a spy." The director who had reminded him before also nodded thoughtfully, as if he knew something new. Chapter 363, Who is the Oriole? The festival celebration had begun, but only on some prosperous city planets. This kind of place was where the senior people lived. Only they were qualified to enjoy this kind of vacation. Didn't you just take a break 2 days ago? Today, you're taking a break again. I don't even have time to catch up on work. In the garden, someone was complaining to his companion that the company had been having frequent holidays recently. He worked from home every day and was so bored that he was about to fall sick. His companion said enviously, "I'm so envious of you. You can only work 2 days a week, and you can't work more than 4 hours a day. Unlike me, I have to work 5 days a week and work 8 hours. His companion's envious voice was his best seasoning, but as a high-level elite, he remained calm on the surface and said in an encouraging tone, "Don't worry. When you get to my level, you'll know that it's not that good. Sometimes, I envy you for having so much time to devote to your work." They chatted and laughed as they walked from the garden to the square, unaware that there was someone beside them listening to everything. How sad! The person who was lamenting in his heart was none other than the miner who had changed his identity to a high class through the modification program. After changing his identity, this was the first time he experienced the inequality of life. Although work was a fixed culture within the company, even the higher class personnel had to participate in the management of the company in the form of work. In comparison, this kind of job could not be called work at all. After reaching this level, the miners realized that there were not only miners, farmers, and technicians in the company, but also unheard of jobs such as food tasters, game testers, and even life recorders and hedonists. Even from his name, he could roughly guess what these positions were for. However, with the last bit of hope that they were also very hard-working, he entered the job of a life recorder and was completely disappointed in this company. As the name implies, all you have to do is record your life and upload it to the company's relevant ports in text or image form. It was such a job. What he found most difficult to accept was that there were 6 days of leave every week. Then what was the purpose of this job? There was also an even more ridiculous job, pleasure maker, which involved living the way you like until you die of old age. Every month, the company also gives the position a huge subsidy to meet the living requirements, which makes the miners completely confused about the meaning of these jobs. But today, he understood that these jobs existed to show the superiority of the class. Only the high class could enjoy the treatment of such jobs. So where did everything come from to keep them going? High technology was part of it, but it came mostly from the low class who carry the burden of a dark life. My family has been in business for 3 generations. What makes you think that you can change your fate with just 1 day of hard work? Not far ahead, a rich playboy was cursing at an intern employee he had knocked down. The employees who were scolded listened to the insults humiliatingly and clenched their fists unwillingly, but they could only silently endure all of this. This was because he was much lower than the other party. No matter what the truth was, it was definitely on the other party's side. Even after this, he had to apologize to the other party. Even if he was slapped, he had to accept it and beg the other party to forgive him. Otherwise, what awaited him was a large sum of compensation and criminal charges. The miner saw this scene, but his heart did not waver. No one on this planet was on the same level as him. It was very difficult for him to empathize with these people from the sky. Even if they were from the humble class, they were existences that true low-level people could not reach. The commotion quickly subsided with the apology of the intern employee. Although he was the victim of the collision, if he stood for the justice of the megacorp, he would become the victim, and even public opinion could drown him. There was nothing he could do about it. He could only hope that one day, he would change his fate. When the miner passed by him, his sharp hearing system allowed him to hear what the employee was mumbling. "You condescending fellows! Every dog has its day. One day, we, the sentry, will return like lightning and pull all of you down." Upon hearing a certain keyword, the miner silently slowed down. He didn't expect this random passerby to be a member of the sentry organization. Although it was stupid to unknowingly reveal his identity on the streets, he couldn't help but wonder if the sentry organization's infiltration was more substantial than he had imagined. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. "At that time, we will be the masters of this enterprise. I will sit in your mansion and make you my slaves. You will work for me for generations." The miner didn't know if this was because the sentry organization was too weak and had no choice but to accept such people as members, or if their program document was like this. If it was the latter, he would also be disappointed in the sentry because the hierarchy wasn't broken. It was just that a group of people had been replaced. "I hope it won't be so disappointing." At this moment, the miner felt inexplicably sad. He felt that he could no longer see the future of this place being saved. He didn't know much about the way companies controlled the bottom level, but he roughly knew that it was a dual insurance method of genetics and machinery. Simply put, it was to completely modify the bottom level through genetic modification and neural implants. His batch of miners was still all right. They had only undergone genetic modification, and their intelligence was still normal. However, according to his understanding, the company seemed to have developed a special genetic technique for low-level people. The company internally called this gene the intelligent reduction halo. It was said that it was originally used to turn enlightened life forms back into undeveloped life forms. A certain company's higher UPS slapped their heads and decided to use this thing on low-level personnel. As long as an individual carried this gene, he would subtly influence everyone around him. It was obvious from the name that this kind of thing would lower intelligence. If the lower class people were gradually affected by this intelligent reduction halo, then even if his compatriots overthrew this corporate government, it would only be redemption for failure. Until now, he did not dare to communicate with his companions about their progress, afraid that he would receive a reply that said, "This place is not worth it. Let's go. Don't think too much. It will work." He once again steeled his resolve and began to follow the crowd to the venue where the official festival celebration was about to take place. He felt that there would be some important people from the company attending at this time, and he might be able to obtain some information from them. Time passed quietly. Soon, the venue was filled with people. Most of the people gathered here were here for work. There were reporters, self-media critics, people who purely came to support the daily salary, and some special personnel hiding in the dark. Not long after, a general manager of the company's upper echelons came to the stage set up on the spot, and prepared to speak. The board of directors was an organization that only existed in legends. Those guys seldom appeared in front of others. It was the same now. Having a general manager appear was already considered important to this festival. However, just as the general manager began to speak and was about to synchronize his speech live to every territory of the company, interference appeared. His loudspeaker suddenly lost its effect, and the live broadcast drones began to focus their cameras on one spot. There was a circle separated by a group of people, and someone was giving an impassioned speech. "My compatriots, others are starving in this galaxy. In places you can't see, a terrible genocide is taking place." Although this person's clothes were printed with the image of the XX Protection Organization, the miner recognized at a glance that this person was actually a member of the Sentry Organization. This was because after his X-ray vision swept across his entire body, he saw the tattoo of the Sentry Organization that was wanted hundreds of years ago. However, in the eyes of the miner, this kind of speech was extremely sad. How difficult would it be for a group of people who lived in their own class to overthrow their own class? The words that were trying to resonate with him were as weak as playing the lute to a cow. When the topic of food was brought up, some of the audience could not help but interrupt. "They don't have energy bars to eat. Can't they eat free nutritional meals? Isn't this free and unlimited food in the company? I've relied on this a few times. The company's benefits are so good, yet you're still complaining here. I think you're just working overtime. Where did this clown come from? Hurry up and go back to drinking milk. Why? Are you still not convinced?" The speaker obviously did not expect that he would be targeted instead. This made him feel uncomfortable. The words he had prepared were stuck in his throat. In the distance, the general manager was also watching this scene with great interest. It was as if he had already expected this outcome. With a wave of his hand, the guards rushed forward to capture this person. The desperate speaker also saw many familiar figures among the surrounding hecklers. Some of them were even people that the organization trusted very much. They were supposed to add fuel to the fire in the dark, but now, they had become accomplices. Many people even had mocking expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they were not from this side from the beginning. Looking at the guards surrounding him, he revealed an expression that said, "What's done is done." He was prepared to calmly accept the upcoming trial. He had also seen their people among the guards, but it was only recently that they had been hastily developed and logged off. Even those who were most trusted had been betrayed, and he did not have any hope for this person. However, to his surprise, just as the guard was about to restrain him, he suddenly said in his ear, "Leave quickly. I'll drag you here." Then, he kicked him away and began to shout, causing a commotion. For a moment, he really disappeared. The speaker watched in a daze. He could not believe that the people they trusted the most had betrayed them, but the people they trusted the most still held on to their beliefs. It made him want to cry. He immediately got up and wanted to escape, but he stopped. He had no intention of returning alive from this speech. This was the territory of the company. Where could he run to? Unfortunately, their organization had lost another unwavering person. However, at this moment, the general manager, who was watching the show on the high platform, was suddenly patted on the shoulder. Before he could turn around, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. An identical general manager replaced him and began to calm the commotion. At his feet was a wanted criminal who had failed to assassinate him. At this moment, there seemed to be a huge black shadow appearing and disappearing in the sky. As if a signal had been activated, more and more law enforcers began to appear in the crowd to evacuate the crowd. The miner looked at all of this in shock and met the general manager's eyes. The other party blinked and finally revealed a friendly smile. Chapter 364, Where's my fleet? The commotion at the holiday celebration quickly subsided, and the live broadcast drones continued to record the general manager's speech as usual. In the corner of the screen, one could vaguely see a famous wanted criminal being taken away by the law enforcers. However, this person kept shouting at the drone, "I'm the general manager, I'm the real one. The one on the stage is fake." Naturally, no one paid attention to such clown-like words. Except for a small number of people who knew the truth, most of the others scoffed at it and sighed that even the intelligence of wanted criminals was not very good these days. Some of the frightened people did not want to participate in the celebration anymore and hurriedly returned to their residences after the evacuation. However, the workers who needed the celebration to earn money had no choice but to stay where they were, occasionally cheering for the general manager's speech. In the evacuated crowd, a group of law enforcers captured the guards and speakers who had caused the riot earlier and escorted them to this area. On the transportation vehicle used by the law enforcers, the guards and speakers from the sentries sat together and smiled bitterly at each other. They knew that they would not be able to escape this time. This operation was planned by the speaker himself. He did not inform the higher UPS of the organization at all. He only discussed and planned this operation with a few good colleagues and people he felt he could trust. He knew that he was radical and that this method might have little effect, but he felt that it was necessary to try to wake others in some more direct way. However, it seemed that all of this was in vain. While they were waiting for the verdict in silence, the law enforcer who was guarding them suddenly asked, "I remember that you are the youngest son of the Carter family. Why did you do such an illegal thing? You should know that this matter is very serious. You can't afford to be careless. Your omnipotent father won't wipe your butt like this." This question was very strange. The speaker knew the various laws and regulations of the company. The escort personnel were strictly prohibited from communicating with the person being escorted. Violators would be treated as being on the same level as the person being escorted. However, the person who escorted them did not seem to care about this at all. Even the equipment that monitored every move here did not send any warning, which puzzled the speaker. Affected by this, the speaker, who originally did not want to communicate with these corporate minions, could not help but answer, "So what? I never expected that guy. I'm just a descendant of one of his countless generations of bodies, but will he still be bound by this fake kinship? He won't care about anything I do. All I'm grateful for is this identity he gave me. Without this identity, I wouldn't have been able to see the back of the world, and I wouldn't have been able to help the organization. Now that I've been captured, I only hate that I can't make any more contributions." The speaker's words stunned the guard who was also being escorted. He did not expect this ordinary and hot-blooded young man in the organization to be a member of that famous family. That family was a force that could not be underestimated in the company. A certain director came from this family. Such a person was completely unreachable to the guards. Sensing the speaker's gaze on him, the guard subconsciously lowered his head. Although he was also a member of the Sentry, the class habits he had developed in the company still made him subconsciously not dare to look directly at the speaker, believing that the other party was much nobler than him. Seeing this scene, the speaker, who was a member of the Carter family, could not help but sigh, and his eyes dimmed. Even though they could entrust their lives to each other a few minutes ago, at this moment, there seemed to be a thick barrier between them. However, the next moment, the speaker suddenly remembered something. His true identity was actually only known by the few people at the top of the organization. For this operation, he even specially operated on himself to make himself look completely different from before. He had not discussed this operation with the higher UPS. Even if there was a traitor in the organization, the news should not have reached here so quickly. Therefore, the way he looked at the escorts gradually changed. He seemed to have a feeling that these people in front of him only looked like people, but they were actually something else. Respectable spirit. There are very few people in history who dare to overthrow their class because this often means that they lose their privileges and share the resources they have with the next level they look down on for free. This not only requires courage, but also a noble spirit. We thought that it was impossible for such a person to be born in this corporate empire, but now it seems that no matter how hopeless the place is, there will be some people worthy of being remembered. The escort's words of praise didn't make the speaker happy. Instead, he said with some lack of confidence, "This might just be a moment of impulse. Passion is always like this. Maybe I'm just trying to satisfy my vanity, or maybe it's just to make my heart feel less uncomfortable. After 10 or 20 years, I might not always be the same, and I might also be corrupted like others. After all, the privileges brought by class are like sweet hallucinogens. Just a little bit of it will make people extremely fascinated. However, the transportation vehicle stopped at this moment. The sealed window could not see the outside world. Although he was a little puzzled that the prison did not seem to be so close, the speaker obediently accepted his end. To become a wanted criminal nailed to the pillar of shame. However, at this moment, the escort said something that confused him. It's good that there's a little. Many great careers are born from a moment of passion. No one knows what the future holds, but at least for now, you're working hard for more people's careers. There's still a long way to go, but you have to understand one thing. Technology is the most important reason. If soft tactics don't work where there's no cure, we'll use hard tactics. As they spoke, the transportation they took opened. The outside world was not a prison, but the top of a high-rise building. This is, at first, the speaker and the guard looked around curiously, but they were quickly shocked by the huge thing in the sky. It was a huge aircraft that stretched as far as the eye could see. One could only vaguely see the huge ring body that appeared in the sky through the bridge. In the center of the ring was a giant cylindrical device that was perpendicular to the planet's surface. Although it was called a device, it was more appropriately described as a cannon muzzle. It floated above the planet, and its existence could be clearly seen with the naked eye. The cylindrical cannon muzzle was facing the ground, and dazzling blue-white light was gathering. It had been a long time since they had seen interstellar warfare. The speakers and guards, who had only experienced some small fights between business spies in reality, were all shocked by this huge spaceship. It was hard for them to imagine what had mobilized such a spaceship and why it had come here. Just the mass and volume of the fall alone were enough to wipe out 99% of the people on this planet. Of course, this spaceship would not use such a primitive method, and it was not here to destroy. When the blue-white beam of light visually rushed towards the planet, the speaker and the guard came back to their senses and hurriedly tried to find a place to hide. When the huge nanotorrent hit the ground, there seemed to be a muffled sound. Even the buildings trembled for a moment. Many people nearby sensed the vibration and came out curiously to check the situation. However, they were enveloped by the nanotorrent and suddenly disappeared. The drones that were still filming the venue only had time to see a flash of white light before losing the signal. This scene confused many people who were working in the news, but soon, someone shouted something in a hurry, as if looking for a place to hide. However, the all-pervasive nanorobotic storm would not let go of any place. In just a short period of time, it swept through half the planet, causing this area to completely lose contact with the company. A certain director who was still enjoying himself finally learned about the planet attack from a subordinate who risked his life. The scope of the disaster far exceeded his expectations. There's such a thing. When did those sentry rats have such powerful energy? He quickly called out the emergency contact and gathered all the directors who could use virtual images to discuss how to solve this problem. However, although it was indeed terrifying to lose contact with half a planet in a short period of time, these directors did not panic. After ruling the galaxy for so many years, they were not afraid even if dozens of planets were lost, let alone half a planet. The foundation of the megacorp far exceeded others' imagination. They were just wondering when the Sentry organization, which had clearly done everything under their control, would be able to attract such a huge force. Until now, they still believed that it was the Sentry's doing. They had never considered that it was someone else who had come here. No matter what, let's suppress the rebellion first. Where's the nearest fleet? Hurry up and chase the chief of the combat department to his place. One of the directors said as he picked up his communicator and prepared to make a call. It was also at this time that the people in charge of some special work in the spaceport received a call. At first, they were still confirming the other party's identity, but they gradually fell silent. There seemed to be a dim purple light flashing in their eyes. Not long after, the staff working in the spaceport's defense system saw a colleague push open the door and enter. Before he could say hello, he suddenly blacked out. This colleague operated the spaceport's defense system and ordered all the battleships in the port to attack. Similar things happened in every spaceport. The directors who had been unable to communicate for a long time sensed that something was wrong. The other directors who had taken action also exclaimed because their direct connection with the corporate fleet had been inexplicably cut off. Chapter 365, Right, I'm an artificial person. At this moment, the artificial form chosen ones, who had just spoken to the director's assistants in the dark by cutting off the company director's communication code, heaved a sigh of relief and put down the communication device without changing his expression. He also had a leaflet printed with the slogan "Be One with Assimilator," but this was the only one, and he had made it himself. He was a chosen one with extremely strong psionic power. With the help of the special psionic amplifier in his body, he could control others directly through the communication device. Psionic power was extremely scarce in this megacorp galaxy, and psionites were even rarer. Even military facilities rarely protected psionic power. Because of this, with just one call, he issued the order to destroy the fleet in the name of those directors' assistants. These directors' assistants who were hidden in the dark were scattered in various confidential areas and were directly responsible to the director himself. They were usually hidden and ordinary employees, but at the critical moment, they could act on behalf of the director and had extremely high authority given by the director. However, the directors of the megacorp obviously didn't expect that the spies they left behind to control the huge corporation had now become an important part of the collapse of the corporate empire. So as you can see, we are reshaping this imperium our way. The miner was also bathed in the nanorobotic storm. Having undergone artificial forms long ago, he did not become the target of these nanobots. However, this did not stop him from feeling shocked. In fact, in his eyes, the assimilation fighters had always been rather mild. His past experiences made him think that his companions were a group of peacemakers who advocated saving people from hardships. They liked to make others agree with their ideals through subtle changes. His companions had never mentioned their strength to him, and he thought that it was because his companions were too embarrassed to reveal their weak strength. However, it seemed that he had made a mistake by not going to the database shared by his companions to check it carefully. How was this a moderate pacifist? Some people called this behavior of ignoring an individual's will and directly integrating into the consciousness network a cruel act of mind control, and his companions called it efficient. However, the miner wasn't afraid of his companion because of this. Instead, he became even more fanatical. After experiencing successive disparities in megacorp society, he also understood that this was no longer an ordinary society. He had to hit hard. This is the Colossus, the nano plague. It can assimilate all life forms into one of us. In this way, the estrangement will no longer exist, and this place will become the world we want. His companion explained to him what the purpose of the huge spaceship in the sky was. However, the miners were more concerned about how such a huge spaceship could swagger into the sky above the planet. How far had their infiltration progressed? His companion's expression was a little strange. It's okay. You'll find out soon enough. At the same time as the chaos on many planets, every director was losing contact with those assistant directors. Finally, one of them could no longer bear the feeling of being blind. He dialed an ordinary communication, and this time, he successfully replied. Hello? Is this the boss? Why are you looking for me now? The person on the other end of the communication device spoke very softly, and there was a lot of noise. It was as if a group of people was having a meeting. However, the director naturally did not care about this. As soon as he picked up the call, he scolded. What happened recently? What kind of leader are you? Do you know how much losses the company suffered this time? If you can't give an explanation, your position as leader and your organization will end. The director's words were shocking, but the other directors were indifferent. Clearly, everyone knew that the current leader of the Sentry was actually an undercover agent of the company. Faced with his superior's questioning, the leader of the Sentry didn't know what to say. This was because they were currently discussing this riot of unknown origin. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, the leader could only say, I'm not sure either. I can only confirm that we didn't do it. You know that we don't have that much power. Although this answer did not satisfy the director, it also made him recover from his anger. He realized that with the appearance of the Sentry organization in the galaxy, it was definitely impossible to do this. Therefore, a thought that they had not had for a long time appeared in their hearts again. There's an enemy. This guess popped up in every director's mind at the same time, and they quickly confirmed it as the truth. In order to ensure the safe hatching of the egg in the galaxy, that civilization had carried out a great purge of the entire galaxy. The corporations themselves had always maintained perfect control over their rule. Even though they had slacked off in recent years, they had never found any similar clues. And this was the only possibility that the other party could cause such a level of riot without anyone knowing. After unifying their targets, this group of old fogies, who hadn't moved for a long time, began to use their authority. Although they couldn't contact the fleet docked in the spaceport, those patrolling the universe were still under their control. Although the number was not much, it was enough to provide them with a certain level of information. It was enough to make them no longer blind. Hence, after receiving the order from the board of directors, the fleets that were patrolling all over the place came to the starfields that had lost contact. They maintained contact with the board of directors and transmitted the images they detected back to headquarters at all times. After arriving at one of the missing galaxies, the board of directors finally understood what the foreign enemy was. In the scene captured by the fleet, a huge ring-shaped spaceship was releasing an unknown light beam at one of their planets. Although the effect was unknown, the board of directors knew that it was this thing that made them lose contact with the galaxy. Judging from the size of the spaceship, the directors, who were familiar with the military armament of the company, immediately thought of a type of planet annihilation spaceship. There were similar battleships in the company. However, because it had been too long since they had experienced a war that required the use of planetary obliteration weapons, over time, this kind of battleship had been modified into a special spaceship used to inject eggs into planets. Even so, they understood that it was not a natural disaster that had invaded their galaxy and caused huge losses to them, but another civilization from outside the galaxy. Are they really outsiders? That's good. Since they can come here, they can probably return. As long as we obtain this method, we can open up a new alien market. After realizing that the other party was a civilization, a certain director did not panic. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. Visible greed appeared in the illusory projection. They had been trapped in this galaxy for a long time. Perhaps that civilization had done this on purpose. No matter how hard their scientists tried, they could not find a way to cross the galaxy. They could only cultivate eggs for that civilization for eternity. Now that a brand new hope was placed in front of them, how could they not be tempted? It was also at this moment that another director of the board of directors smiled and said, "Even without the battleship, we still have the absolute advantage of being invincible. That is, it's an object that destroys countless civilizations. Even the lost empire can only disappear from their mouths in unwillingness. It's a servant of the great hunter avoid evil born deep in the planet. That's right. As long as we still have the means to temporarily control this life, no one can defeat us." The directors were quite proud when they said these words, because this was indeed their greatest achievement in thousands of years. In their original plan, they would suddenly attack the next time the hunter civilization came here to take away the void evil. They would use the void evil they controlled to kill the hunter's envoy and seize the means to completely control the void evil and the method to move across the galaxy. It's a pity that it will most likely be used at this time. But that's good too. We can personally test the strength of these terrifying life forms. Let's use that invader as a sacrifice. Many directors began to discuss the battle strategy, as if they were determined to win. The headquarters they were in was absolutely top secret. Only the people of the highest class could live here. These people were the biggest beneficiaries of the company's interests. They were in line with the direction of the company and would never betray the company. Therefore, they were absolutely confident in the security here. As long as they accelerate the incubation of those void evil here, they would be able to have a huge temporary life form fleet in a short period of time. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that this place was really as unbreakable as they thought. Just as they were happily discussing how to launch a new round of circle movement outside the galaxy, a fleet suddenly warped here and surrounded their headquarters, a small circular world. To be precise, it was a planetary ring base. In the panic, these directors tried to escape on the spaceships, but they were stopped one by one. Some of them were about to immediately undergo a body transformation to turn themselves into another person to escape the calamity, but they were stopped by their servants. When these directors were caught together, one of them suddenly broke free from the restraints and chatted happily with the invaders, completely acting as if they were familiar with each other. It was only then that they realized that they had long been infiltrated into sieves. Even the company's decision-making level had a mole. What had happened to the sentry was replayed for them. One of the directors shouted, "You traitor, you betrayed us." However, the director slowly took off his head and threw it in front of the director. He closed his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, I'm actually an assimilation fighter." Chapter 366, The Real Sentry Organization. The destruction of the corporate empire was so sudden that the alien land movement and colonization discovery that they had once hoped for became completely delusional. The social structure of the megacorp itself had long been shaped by high-tech technology and long-term cultural infection. It was also extremely stable. Under normal circumstances, it was enough to prevent the megacorp itself from collapsing. It was better to say that after entering the interstellar space era, the political system was no longer that important. Even the imperial system had its own unique characteristics. All of this was because the rapid advancement of technology had directly covered up the drawbacks brought about by the system. Normally speaking, an interstellar civilization formed by this method would gradually decay and collapse even with the help of science for a long time. However, the megacorp here was able to maintain its empire for such a long time because of external factors, the super advanced help given by the hunter civilization. They helped the megacorp unify the entire galaxy and gave them technology that was enough to maintain a stable rule. The return that happened once every 100 years intimidated those who wanted to resist. As time passed, the sparks of resistance here became weaker and weaker, and there were no more waves. However, since external assistance allowed the megacorp to stabilize, external interference could also cause it to fall into chaos. The stability that had lasted long enough had already worn down the vigilance of the megacorp. They were more focused on how to continue preventing internal rebellions. They had never considered enemies from the outside. In addition, the assimilation fighters' technological level was not low, and their infiltration ability was their forte. Therefore, this huge corporate empire collapsed without anyone knowing. You've basically controlled the entire corporate galaxy. 2 million light-years away, Li Wenyuan received a message from the assimilation fighters. Although he was a little surprised by their speed, he did not react much. Previously, the assimilation fighters had learned from the infiltrators on the board of directors that the hunter civilization had not returned there for a long time, and they had brought this news to Li Wenyuan. According to speculation, they seemed to be trapped somewhere. This made Li Wenyuan feel more at ease with the galaxy under the control of the megacorp. After the complete collapse of the servant megacorp, their possible means of communication with the hunter civilization would no longer be effective. What was left over there were the ruins of humans and the void eggs that had yet to hatch. As the original megacorp didn't grasp the method to control the void evil, they always began the last step of the incubation process after the hunter returned. Before that, no matter how well developed the void egg was, it wouldn't hatch. This gave the assimilation fighters enough time to study it. Currently, the assimilation fighters' main focus was on dealing with the void eggs that covered the entire galaxy. According to the information we extracted from the company, there are currently 2,500 void eggs in the critical state of incubation. There are more than 10,000 void eggs in the other growth stages. There might be some that have yet to be recorded. The void egg, which is currently in a critical state of incubation, has stopped growing under the effects of the inhibitor injected by the megacorp. However, if there's a need, we can also stop the injection and let the void evils hatch. In addition, we've also gained an understanding of the megacorp's control over the void evil. In theory, it can indeed achieve some control effects, but it can't compare to the price it has to pay. Li Wenyuan had also seen the megacorp's method of controlling the void evil, but he quickly skipped this method. This biological weapon from the hunter civilization was originally impossible to control with the methods of the megacorp, but after a long time, the corporate empire still discovered that psionic energy could exert a slight influence on this biological weapon. Hence, the psionites that were already scarce here were implicated. Almost everyone with any special performance was captured for experiments. However, psionites were basically impossible to replicate. They were related to the spiritual world of life. After researching for so long, the megacorp had only managed to create a low-level psionic amplifier. It was a one-time use item that required the consumption of a long-accumulated psionic. This was their deciding item, but they didn't have the chance to use it now, nor would they have the chance to use it in the future. Li Wenyuan naturally did not need such inefficient psionic products. Although psionic energy seems to be able to exert some influence on the void evil, can they really be controlled so easily? Li Wenyuan was deeply suspicious of the so-called control of megacorp. The relevant control experiments in the corporate records could not be said to be non-existent, but they were also very rare. Moreover, none of them controlled the true void evil. Most of the subjects of the experiment were the void egg, and they could only determine that psionic energy could affect the void birth evil by the reaction of the void egg to psionic energy. In reality, in the universe, it was very difficult for psionic power to reach the level of mind control. Moreover, the more complicated the life forms, the harder it was to control them. Take Presolin for example. They were not affected by psionic energy at all, and they could even use weak psionic energy to communicate. This way, there was even less of a need to mention the void evil. Li Wenyuan felt that perhaps only a hunter knew how to control such a terrifying life form. But I'm sorry, we haven't found any more information about humans and the hunter from the company. Currently, we're trying to find results from the connection between the company and the Sentry organization, but this might not be useful. The corporate empire has controlled this place for so long and even infiltrated the Sentry to the point of being full of loopholes. If the Sentry organization really had any secrets, they should have been discovered long ago. This was also an expected result. Li Wenyuan didn't expect to find the information he wanted through these civilizations. The most direct source of information was still the purification terminal. But is there no news about the Al planet? Yes, the company did not consider the possibility that there might still be foreign planets like the observation terminal and the purification terminal in the galaxy. The hunter didn't tell them much about the galaxy, and they didn't know where the hunter went. Perhaps we can only hope for luck. Such a huge megacorp actually didn't know anything about the Al planet. This made Li Wenyuan feel a little troubled. He had thought that he could get enough useful information from the company, but now, he could only rely on the only methods he had. Just as he was about to build a new prediction interface in that galaxy, the Voyager suddenly sent a special message to Li Wenyuan despite the extremely high delay. Found the real Sentry organization. The real Sentry organization. Li Wenyuan was a little stunned. The Voyager said that he had discovered the real Sentry organization. Then, what was the one that had been infiltrated by the megacorp? He wanted to ask, but due to the delay, he could only wait for the Voyager's news. At this moment, in that distant galaxy, a huge broken beacon-shaped megastructure was floating in the space of a galaxy in a corner. The light that should have been bright had long been extinguished, but the scars carved on its body by time were still quite clear. The Voyager's drone scanned the megastructure of this lighthouse. Some of them had already gone deep into the building, sending wave after wave of images back to the research spaceship that was working there. On the spaceship, the synthetic humanoid of the Voyager stared at the screen intently, not letting go of any details. This seems to be a refuge. Is it a border post? Guidance to the lighthouse. A certain Voyager analyzed the use of the dust-covered equipment he saw and compared it to the decorative patterns on the megastructure of the lighthouse, giving the answer that this megastructure belonged to the destroyed Sentry organization. The civilization behind this megastructure is the real sentient. The one in this galaxy now? Don't joke around. At most, it only inherited a name. Flipping through the history of their organization can only be traced back to 7,000 years ago. There are still many suspicious points. Another Voyager scientist who was following the spaceships commented on the current Sentry organization coldly, but his eyes never left the megastructure of the lighthouse. This was the first time they had discovered ruins directly related to the ancient Sentry organization. He felt that this fish that escaped the net building could provide them with a lot of information. It was also at this time that the drone scanning the interior of the megastructure made a special discovery. This thing. It was an item hidden in a corner, covered by a large pile of trash. If not for the drone detecting a weak subspace fluctuation, it would be difficult to find anything special here. When the drone pried open the pile of trash and exposed the hidden thing in front of everyone, all the Voyagers present revealed incredulous expressions. It was a cylindrical box that was sealed. It looked only as tall as a normal adult human, but one could see the starlight inside through the box's seal. The real starlight was the light emitted by the fusion reaction of the star. The direct observation was quickly blocked by the distortion of the subspace field, and the starlight emitted from the inside of the box also disappeared, leaving only an ordinary box that looked like nothing. However, this was just a trick to protect himself. The Voyager, who had used similar products, knew that this was a miniature galaxy. Li Wenyuan used it to pack up the galaxy and take it away, but the one left here seemed to be for protection. Chapter 367 I Will Not Rest Until I Die. Is this the miniature galaxy that the Sentry created? Looking at this very familiar thing, the Voyager scientist couldn't help but ask. Judging from the design style, this miniature galaxy was very similar to the miniature galaxy that humans had left behind in the Milky Way. It was so close to being recognized as a relic of humans. It was a sharp-eyed scientist who discovered the words of the Sentry on the surface of the miniature galaxy and determined that the technology was different from some of the details after construction. Only then did he confirm that this miniature galaxy was not a human creation. However, the technology to build the miniature galaxy is not something that ordinary civilizations can master, right? Judging from the previous discoveries in archaeological ruins, the Sentry organization is at most at the level of an ordinary lost empire. Even the lost empire that sponsored them behind the scenes can't be much higher than their level. Therefore, we can still reasonably guess that this miniature galaxy is directly related to the Enlightened Ones. For example, this technology is indeed from the Enlightened Ones. Didn't the administrator say that the Enlightened Ones came here? This technology might have been left here for some purpose. The scientists accompanying the ship discussed it for a while. Finally, they focused their attention on the specialist who had studied the Sentry organization the most, hoping for an explanation. After carefully studying the words engraved on the miniature galaxy, the specialist slowly spoke. The final product of the Lights project, the Lights miniature galaxy. This seems to be the name the Sentry organization gave to this miniature galaxy. From this name, we can roughly tell why this is done. Perhaps the Sentry organization decided to move everything they have into this subspace box after being forced into a corner, hoping to sweep through it in the future. The specialist interpreted the words on it and quickly attracted the intervention of another scientist. But their technology doesn't seem to be very good. The subspace cubic space distorts the light inside and outside. We can't observe the inside from the outside, and they can't observe the outside from the inside. Is this intentional? Then how do they know when they can come out? The expert who studied the Sentry organization shook his head, clearly not knowing the reason. Perhaps it was just as the scientist had said, the Sentry organization's technology wasn't too good, resulting in such a serious mistake. However, considering the environment where they were being pressured by the Hunter civilization step by step, this mistake was understandable. So, should we find a place to release them? There shouldn't be anything more accurate than asking them in person, right? Someone suggested it, but soon, a steady scientist rejected it. Let's wait a little longer. Let's explore this megastructure first. There might be something worth paying attention to. Therefore, after carefully preserving the miniature galaxy, the drone continued to explore the megastructure. The result was within the expectations of the steady scientist. At the top of the megastructure of the lighthouse, a huge computer was discovered. On the alloy wall beside the computer, the Sentry's slogan could still be seen engraved row by row. When other civilizations collapsed, we stood firm. When other civilizations gave up resisting, we taught them how to fight back. With such a computer saved here, the Voyager naturally had to access it and take a look. When they approached it, they found that the computer could still be turned on. Unlike the broken state of the megastructure itself, this computer seemed to be quite intact. It had all kinds of protective measures. It was obvious that it was used to store some important data. Without much hesitation, the computer that had been sealed for a long time was connected to the power source again. The dust was blown into the universe with the operation of the heat dissipation equipment. After a few images flashed on its old screen, it entered the password error interface. This question was also very simple. What is our goal? Seeing this question, the scientists looked at the specialist in the team who had studied the Sentry the most. The specialist also wrote on the large screen in the Sentry organization's language through the drone. We are the Sentry, a group of exiles, oppressed, refugees, retired soldiers, and all those who lost their lives in other shocks. We were born with funding. We swore that we would use all our strength and all the assistance we received to fight against this natural disaster. Whether it's the insect plague, the void invasion, or the Hunter, we will fight them until the last moment. No matter how long it takes, no matter if we still exist. The answer to this question was very long, but halfway through the description, it showed that the password was correct, revealing what was hidden in the computer. This. Wait a minute. This seems to be the consciousness data. Scientists with a deep understanding of computer technology could tell at a glance what those huge amounts of data were. This result instantly reminded the other Voyagers of something. They then spoke in unison. The same method as us? Is the Sentry also preparing to resurrect from the dead? The Voyagers were very familiar with this method of preserving consciousness data for regeneration in the future because this was what they had once done to avoid being exterminated by their compatriots. They did not expect to meet a civilization with similar thoughts outside the Milky Way. Since consciousness data is stored here, what is stored in the miniature galaxy? As soon as this question arose in their hearts, they received an answer from the computer. As the Lights project can only preserve a very small amount of civilization tinder, the consciousness database here is still part of our plan. This place contains the consciousness data of all the refugees from other civilizations, including the Sentry, as well as all the technology that has been there all along. At the same time, our consciousness data still contains information about the ancient enlightened ones. As long as we find the secrets they left behind, we can also expel all those natural disasters. It seemed that most of the consciousness data of the civilizations destroyed by the Hunter were here. They seemed to be waiting for the batch of tinders in the miniature galaxy to save them. At the same time, the Voyager also found clues about the enlightened ones. Although they weren't sure if this was a clue about humans, it was worth searching for. Therefore, someone could not help but say, "There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and transfer their slumbering consciousness data. I remember that we still have a lot of spare bodies. It should be enough to carry this batch." However, at this moment, someone stopped him. He was the computer expert and looked at the consciousness data suspiciously. "Wait a minute. This consciousness data seems a little too simple," he said uncertainly. "Roughly speaking, I can indeed see the feeling of consciousness data, but upon closer inspection, I can't help but feel that this amount of data doesn't seem to be able to form a complete consciousness." Upon hearing his words, some people speculated. Perhaps it's just that their technology level isn't high enough and they can only record consciousness with such completeness. Or perhaps their technology far exceeds our imagination and can already simplify consciousness data. However, the computer expert felt that something was wrong. He refused to give in, but there was something he could not say. In the end, it was the leading scientist in the scientific research team who spoke. "Stop for a moment. Don't you think it's a little strange? Why would they keep such important data in such a place? Even the miniature galaxy is here. Is this their last fortress? Of course, this is not considered suspicious. What puzzles me the most is why they left such an introduction message and directly pointed out what is here and what they are hiding. If it's to keep it a secret, you shouldn't have said nothing and pretended to be an ordinary computer. Now, it seems that these introductions are more to prevent the discoverer from destroying the data immediately. After all, there seems to be a major secret hidden in it. Everyone would want to explore it." The leader's words made the scientist who specialized in computers suddenly think of a possibility. His gaze on the consciousness data became stranger and stranger. Then, he said in front of everyone, "I know what's indescribably suspicious. These consciousness data have an abnormal feeling of being disguised, just like there's an electronic virus under its shell." As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze on the big screen changed. They even subconsciously took a step back on the spaceship. "What do you think the chances are?" 80%. This probability surprised everyone. If this consciousness data was really a disguised electronic virus, it would definitely be triggered during the transfer process. Although they were confident in their electronic defense, it would definitely be affected. Since this so-called consciousness database was a trap, what about the miniature galaxy? The Voyagers present thought of this problem at the same time. If the miniature galaxy was also a trap, it was debatable whether it was a technical accident or not. In the end, the Voyager chose a remote and uninhabited deep space and safely released the subspace into the Light's miniature galaxy. In this subspace, there was only one star that was about to explode. It was a large amount of bacteria and virus matter that could cover the entire galaxy. This was not a light but a bomb that used the enemy's curiosity to pull the enemy to suicide. The real members of the Sentry organization had all died in the past, leaving only a small chip that flew out with the release of the subspace and was corroded by poisonous substances. But, as they said in their declaration, their struggle had not stopped, whether they existed or not. Chapter 368, Soul Light. The name Light's miniature galaxy was actually a suicide bomb. There were no elements of bombs on the surface. Occasionally, when the subspace field overlapped with the real universe, one could even see the starlight emitted by the internal stars. However, if someone really tried to bring this miniature galaxy back for research, what awaited him would only be an explosion. The star hidden inside was a time bomb that was about to explode. When the time was up, this star would explode, sealing off the subspace and blasting open the miniature galaxy. After detonating in this way, the aftermath of the supernova explosion alone could destroy all the lives nearby, not to mention that the shockwave would spread the large number of poisonous substances stored inside to further places. Obviously, this Light's miniature galaxy was designed to make the enemy think that the Sentry organization was hiding there. A large number of bacteria, viruses, and highly toxic substances have been released into space. There are even gases that can erode alloys. Fortunately, we knew in advance and hid far away. One of the Voyagers seemed to have lingering fears at this moment, because according to their initial idea, they definitely wouldn't open this miniature galaxy without much protection. If they really did that, the synthetic humanoids present would have to change their bodies. Is he trying his best to consider the biological state of the person who activated it? Although it might not be able to cause damage to the hunter, it can still be used to give the Megacorp a heavy blow. If Megacorp moves it to an experimental base with a research attitude, the outcome will definitely be very tragic. Let's clean up these harmful substances first to avoid accidentally injuring others. Also, have the results of the chip's analysis come out. Someone mentioned the damaged chip that drifted into space with the opening of the miniature galaxy. If the Voyager hadn't detected the chip with a unique method, the fluctuations of the subspace would have covered most of the traces. However, due to the erosion of the poisonous substance, the Voyagers still expressed their concern about whether they could restore the contents of the chip. This was because this seemed to be the only existing trace of the ancient Sentry organization. This group of unyielding people knew that with the interference of the Hunter, this galaxy could not have a future. In the end, they decided to turn everything they had into weapons and traps. The current Sentry was just another organization with the same name. The real Sentry had all died in the past. However, the secret left behind by the Sentry had yet to be revealed. What puzzled the Voyager the most was the technology to create the miniature galaxy and the enlightened ones mentioned by the Sentry. They needed to know if these enlightened ones were the same as the enlightened ones they mentioned, and what humans had left behind here. They felt that the Sentry seemed to have hidden everything in this chip and entrusted it to fate. Whether the chip, which had been preserved in a highly toxic environment for so long, could be deciphered on the day it saw the light of day, all depended on luck. The Voyager, on the other hand, seemed to be unlucky. After careful inspection, the scientists on board finally came to a regretful conclusion: they couldn't repair or read the data in the chip. Although I'm already mentally prepared, isn't it a little too much to just give up on the clues that we have? Some people were a little indignant. After all, this was the most likely clue to directly understand the Sentry organization at the moment. If they couldn't find any relevant information this time, they didn't know when they would find it again. There was no lack of nothingness in the vast galaxy. Therefore, the Voyagers decided to give it one last try. The Sentry didn't give up on leaving traces. Instead, they chose to seal everything in the chip, which means that they still hope that someone can see the contents of the chip, even if it's also a prank. The process used to make such a chip might be a little special. The Sentry must know how the poisonous environment will affect the chip. Even if the chip is severely corroded, it can still be read through some special method. Everyone was speculating at once. In the end, it was the science expert who brought out a set of chip restoration diagrams and explained. Actually, the design of this chip is a little strange. I've adjusted the recovery parameters countless times and changed different scenes, but the recovery model given by the computer is still fixed. If I have to say it, this chip actually, seems to have been plucked from something. Originally, it should have carried a huge piece of hardware. The restoration map should be like this. The object in the restoration map could roughly be seen as a supercomputer, and the chip was located on an inconspicuous surface of the computer. It looked a little like the supercomputer on the top floor of the megastructure. So this chip actually came from that computer? We can try to use that computer to read the chip? But to be honest, I don't dare to put the chip in. Who knows if the virus in the computer will destroy the content of the chip? Such considerations were not unreasonable, but the scientist who specialized in computers still explained. This probably won't happen. In fact, I've detected a certain amount of living metal in the composition of the chip. I've already asked the drone to take samples from that huge computer to confirm the similarity. If living metal is used, the working principle of the chip might be different from what we know. In short, living metal itself is a good information carrier. It will not be connected to the computer's own storage device. However, if we want to read the information in the living metal, we have to make it active from an inactive state. This requires a living metal actuator that is produced from the same piece of living metal. And the chip in our hands, I think it is. Therefore, as the explanation gradually became clearer and the drone that collected the samples returned, it finally confirmed that the composition of the supercomputer shell at the top of the megastructure of the lighthouse was the same as the chip. And this bumpy chip would return to its original position. But to be honest, the chip has already been corroded to this extent. Is it still useful? Someone couldn't help but ask this question. The computer specialist also gave him an answer. There's no need to worry. Living metal is one of the most stable substances known in the universe. Destroying it can even be compared to some level 8 technology. It won't be so easy. The conversation between the two did not attract anyone's attention. Almost all eyes were on the drone that was grabbing the chip with its mechanical arm. The missing opening on the supercomputer was a little difficult to spot compared to its huge body, but under the meticulous observation of the processor, it was still found and slowly pasted on a small, uneven chip. Then, an unbelievable scene happened. The living metal chip seemed to have been born as one with the computer. It was absolutely glued to the computer. There was not even a trace of a gap on the overly perfect contact surface. It seemed to have completed an absolute nesting at the atomic level. Its originally bumpy body seemed to have suddenly come to life, causing the entire supercomputer's organic forms to tremble slightly. After the trembling ended, the chip had already disappeared. To be precise, it had completely fused with the computer. There was no longer any difference. It was also at this moment that the supercomputer, which had not been switched off, entered a state of maximum operating power. The light emitted by the display screen also became brighter and brighter, to the extent that it could easily burn the naked eye. After a long while, this state finally ended, leaving behind a computer with a completely different operating system. The virus that was disguised as consciousness data had disappeared, leaving only a pattern that looked like a flickering light. The document nearby was named as follows: Lights Project. After reading the relevant information about the Lights Project, the records left behind by the Sentry organization were also known to the Voyager. We are the Sentry. We are the ones who discover danger before everyone else and warn everyone before disaster strikes. But unfortunately, we couldn't do either. We didn't discover the danger before everyone else, nor did we become the initial resistance. We have existed for a long time. Even after the lost empire that helped us was destroyed, we still exist. We are constantly avoiding the search for those alien threats. However, we all understand that destruction is inevitable. That civilization will not allow the existence of a group like us. All they need is an agent like that traitor civilization. Actually, we have nothing to lose. After all, we are a group of people who have already lost almost everyone. But we are still worried about the future of this place. We have to wait long enough for that civilization to stop paying attention to this place before we can reignite the spark of resistance. We are only an organization, not a civilization. However, as the last group in this galaxy, we will still abide by our final duty. What exactly is the legacy of civilization? Is it technology? Is it architecture? Is it heritage? It might be all of the above. But we believe that civilization inherits spirit. As long as a curious person places the chip where it should be, the spirit of resistance can be passed down. Our history will still be valuable. At the same time, the megastructure of the lighthouse began to work magically. The top of the lighthouse began to shine, and the Chinook waves radiated to the entire galaxy with the lighthouse as the center. The Voyagers present witnessed everything and understood the function of the megastructure of this lighthouse. However, looking at the regular Chinook waves, these scientists did not know how to react. This was because the assimilation fighters had completely removed the barrier. There was no oppression here. The assimilation fighters, who were still dealing with the Void Egg, also sensed the Chinook waves, but they were unaffected. Chapter 369, Void Disaster. Soul Lighthouse. That was the name the Voyager gave to the megastructure of the lighthouse. After it was activated, by analyzing the spreading Chinook waves, they confirmed that this was a signal that could affect the mind world of life-form organisms. Although all the emotional sources of life-form organisms were the secretion of chemicals, it was different in the idealistic world. This kind of Chinook signal from the lighthouse would directly affect the domain of idealists. First, it would trigger the emotions of the life-form organism, and then use emotions to promote the synthesis of the corresponding chemicals. The effect was very powerful. In just a short while, it could make a docile creature anxious and irritable. Although it was immoral to detonate emotions without a bottom line, it was more than enough in the field of resistance. The Sentry organization had clearly foreseen the outcome of Megacorp controlling and enslaving everyone. Then, as long as this company discovered this place while constantly searching for them and activated the spiritual lighthouse out of curiosity for secrets, they would finally welcome a riot. This was a riot that did not rely on genetic modification. The soul lighthouse would directly affect one's mental domain. Even genetically modified people with the docile characteristic would become violent. In addition, this galaxy was almost defenseless against Chinook energy. When the time came, even the upper echelons of the Megacorp would fall for it. The greatest possibility for this company was to be destroyed in internal strife, and this galaxy would undergo a new cycle of civilization. This was another trap, at least for the Megacorp that had once ruled this place. It was obvious that the Sentry did not have any good feelings towards this traitor of the entire galaxy. However, although the Soul Lighthouse was quite powerful, it also had its flaws. Firstly, the duration was insufficient. This Soul Lighthouse was not connected to any power supply line, nor did it have its own power generation equipment. It could only work for a period of time, and after it stopped working, the mental influence it exerted would gradually weaken. However, the seed of resistance would indeed be planted. From time to time, the affected person would remember that they seemed to have had an extremely irritable period. This thought would give hints to the consciousness itself and involuntarily recall how they felt when they were irritable, and then become irritable again. The other flaw of the lighthouse megastructure was that it would not work on the Gestalt consciousness or any mechanical life form. In Gestalt consciousness, all the consciousnesses were a single entity. Individuals rarely thought independently. Most of the time, they relied on their instincts to move unconsciously. The lighthouse that stimulated emotions would not be effective. As for mechanical lives, they were more direct. They were not affected by psionic energy in their spiritual world. I can only say that the megacorp is rather lazy. They must have thought that the hunter had already cleaned up the galaxy, so they never conducted a detailed search. That's why they didn't discover the gift that the sentry left them. But no matter what, their wish has been fulfilled. Let's see if there's any other information worth paying attention to. The Voyager scientists still remembered their mission. They didn't disturb the megastructure of the lighthouse. Instead, they checked the rest of the data in the supercomputer. The sentry definitely wanted to pass down some of the galaxy's secrets. It didn't matter even if the megacorp knew about it. After all, as long as someone discovered it, they would see the light of day again. As expected, the computer recorded everything related to the sentry. Secret Document 1, Enlightened Ones. Upon seeing this name, the Voyager scientists couldn't help but reveal a hint of anticipation. They also called humans Enlightened Ones. Although the words were different from the Sentry organization, the meaning was similar. However, after reading the records, they understood that the Enlightened Ones here were not humans, but another civilization that did things similar to humans. This is an ancient lost empire. They are older than all the other civilizations in this galaxy. The hyperspace channel that connects all the galaxies was built by them. The tinder of civilization was scattered by them, and the interstellar society came from there. According to our shallow understanding, the Enlightened Ones seem to have been trying to protect a space life form that had landed here a long time ago, but they didn't seem to have found a good solution. In the past countless years, other civilizations have rarely communicated with the Enlightened Ones and learned that the Enlightened Ones have always been searching for a way to break through their limits. This is a very mysterious saying. In our opinion, the Enlightened Ones have undoubtedly reached the peak. Will there be a new level after them? After integrating the information of other civilizations as much as possible, we confirmed that the Enlightened Ones are conducting some kind of technology cycle. They want to use this to reach a new height. But it's all over now, because they were also defeated by the Hunter civilization. Although they were all coincidentally called Enlightened Ones, the Enlightened Ones here seem to be the native civilization of this galaxy. Because they were born early enough, they became the Lost Empire. What made the Voyager even more certain was the second confidential document. Secret Document 2, Outsider. This is an ancient secret. Even most civilizations in the galaxy don't know about this. Only the Enlightened Ones and a few space cities seem to have encountered this mysterious outsider. A long time ago, a foreign civilization came to this galaxy. Unlike the evil hunters, this is a civilization full of goodwill. They seem to have come here to sow civilization. After discovering that we were already very prosperous, they had a short exchange with the Enlightened Ones. The exact situation is unknown, but according to those space city-states, it seems that the space life forms that wandered here have been cured, and the Enlightened Ones might have a new understanding of the technology cycle. No matter what, the arrival of this outsider is a good thing. Through the records of this confidential document, the Voyager felt that this outsider was human. Moreover, there was something else that they were quite concerned about. It was the mysterious space life forms that were stranded here. As the administrator had once told them about dimensional erosion and ether dragons, after seeing these wandering space life forms that were suddenly cured after humans arrived, they wondered if they were also ether dragons or life forms from the previous era that would be affected by dimensional erosion. After seeing the third confidential document, the Voyagers present all narrowed their eyes at the same time, because they had seen information that might be related to the Al planet. Secret Document 3, The Hunter. This is a demon that deserves to be despised for 10,000 years. We really don't want to record this civilization, but for the sake of the tinder that might revive in the future, we have no choice but to leave these records. This is a terrifying civilization. From what we know, they have used the void beasts to destroy countless galaxies. The Presolin that came to us were also driven here by them. We can't find any means of resistance at the moment. We can only provide them with the signs before they appear. Please pay close attention to the situation of the surrounding galaxy. If the stars of any galaxy are all extinguished overnight, then they are coming. They seem to have come in pursuit of Pres Olin. If Pres Olin attacks again in the future, what you need to guard against is not this insect plague, but the hunter after it. In addition, when we had retreated to a few bases, a portion of the refugees who escaped death noticed something. The hunter seems to have taken a certain planet away. According to the description, it's a planet filled with mechanical style. There are also buildings suspected to be surveillance equipment on it. Could it be that we've always been monitored? At the moment, we still don't know what this planet is, and why the hunter took this planet away. This is something worth paying attention to. As soon as they saw the description of the planet taken away by the hunter, the Voyager's science realized that this was most likely the observation terminal of this galaxy. However, they didn't expect this thing to be taken away by the hunter. This is troublesome. We can only rely on brute force to find the purification terminal. They were a little disappointed, but they used this opportunity to analyze something. I remember that the megacorp seems to think that the hunter is trapped somewhere. Can I link this matter to the scribe? After all, the hunter has touched the observation terminal that they don't want to be disturbed the most. That's possible. Let's report this matter first. The Voyager scientist linked this matter to the scribe and suspected that the hunter civilization's current disappearance was related to the fact that they had violently taken the observation terminal away. While they were transmitting this matter through the consciousness network, the assimilation fighters, who were reorganizing the megacorp, also had some trouble. The void egg, which was originally very stable under the effects of the inhibitor, began to show an abnormality. From the analysis, it seemed that the void fruit was about to enter the birth state from the incubation threshold state. Seeing that he could no longer suppress the incubation of the void egg, the assimilation fighters began to urgently transfer their companions to the planet egg and informed Li Wenyuan of this matter. They thought that it was because the void egg had been summoned by the hunter, but that was not the case. The reason was that the Chinook waves of the Soul Lighthouse had caused all of this. The void egg seemed to have a reaction to Chinook energy. This was also the source of the megacorp's technology to control the void evil. The Chinook waves this time stimulated the hatching of the void egg. At this moment, in some secret places in the galaxy, some planet eggs seemed to have sensed something and accelerated their birth process. This was a creature from the same race as the insect plague that had once wreaked havoc in this galaxy. However, this time, it was no longer an insect plague, but the galaxy guardian here. Chapter 370, Hatching. Does the void egg seem to be hatching? When he received the news of the assimilation fighters, although Li Wenyuan did not have much of a reaction, he still mobilized a large number of fleets to that galaxy. It would be troublesome to use the Colossus to destroy the planet eggs scattered everywhere. It was better to use the fleet to directly resolve the void evil after birth. Originally, he was still conflicted about how to deal with these eggs. Now, the news of the assimilation fighters helped him make a decision in advance. No matter what, the batch that was about to hatch could not be left alive. However, hatching also meant that he could start some of the tests that he had originally planned to do in advance. Other than conducting experiments on how to control the void evil, he also tried to find the location of the hunter through these life forms. After all, Li Wenyuan had received the information that the Voyager had discovered from the Sentry Organization ruins almost at the same time. He understood that it was very likely that the hunter was trapped somewhere, and this might be related to the scribe. He already had a guess about the whereabouts of the hunter civilization, which was the galaxy that was separated by a strange space-time state 8 million light-years away. After all, this place was not far from the megacorp galaxy. Furthermore, there was something that looked like a cage enveloping it. No matter how one looked at it, it was similar to the situation the hunter was in. As for why the hunter didn't choose this nearby spiral galaxy, perhaps it was because there was something in that galaxy that interested it. Apart from that, he had also confirmed traces of humans through the Voyager. Unfortunately, because the observation terminal had been taken away, he could only use some more primitive methods to find the purification terminal. That was the place most likely to have human information. I'm very curious about what kind of communication humans have with the Lost Empire there. Also, were there any life forms suspected to be ether dragons there? Li Wenyuan thought of this matter again, but the Voyager and assimilation fighters who were working in the galaxy over there had never discovered the existence of such a creature. Rather, it could be said that the megacorp galaxy was actually quite clean. Be it the hunter or the servant, the megacorp itself had eliminated any unstable factors in the galaxy. Even some mining drones that could not be any older in ancient times could not escape their clutches and became a kind of ore cutter for civilian use. It was hard to believe that life forms like the ether dragons could survive. However, based on his understanding of this news, Li Wenyuan still told the ether dragon about this possibility and let her decide if she wanted to go to the galaxy over there to take a look. Hence, after learning this news from Li Wenyuan, the ether dragon was rather excited. Could there be any news related to my race? She, who was staying in her nest, was very happy about this. Her huge body jumped around in the galaxy and shook the huge bow on her head. After all, this meant that she might not be alone. It's just a possibility. At the moment, there's no reliable evidence to prove that the creature cured by humans is the ether dragon. However, the ether dragon shook her huge head as if to express her denial. There's a way. There will be a way. As long as I go there, I'll be able to sense my clansmen. This might sound metaphysical, but you should understand that life forms like us usually have some physiological specialties, just like the incomprehensible biological reactor in my body. So, at this point, she hesitated for a moment before turning around to look at her eggs in the galaxy. After a long period of growth, these planet eggs were finally approaching the incubation period. This was also the reason why the ether dragon was hesitating. She felt that she should be guarding these eggs during this period of time. However, very quickly, her curiosity about her own kind and her trust in Li Wenyuan made her decide to take a look at that galaxy first. I want to take a look, but can you help me take care of these eggs during this period of time? Her biological signal was a little pitiful. It was hard to imagine such a terrifying space behemoth having such a side. However, Li Wenyuan naturally would not object to this matter. If the ether dragon could indeed find out if it was her race through her magical sensing, this would solve a problem for Li Wenyuan. Therefore, after promising to take good care of her eggs, the ether dragon was put into a miniature galaxy again. The reason for doing so was similar to Presolin. The space-time field formed by the warp drive could not guarantee that life forms the size of the ether dragon would be enveloped. The ether dragon could not grow as quickly as Presolin. In order to ensure her safety, he could only install her in the miniature galaxy and let the warship with the warp drive take the box away. This wouldn't take long. In order to prepare to escape at any time, Li Wenyuan had a large pile of miniature galaxies at hand. Therefore, not long after, the ether dragons were released from the miniature galaxy. As soon as she arrived at her destination, she could clearly feel a sense of joy. The throbbing in her bones and the depths of her bloodline was summoning her to meet her fellow ether dragons. Powerful life forms often had a strong sense of territory, but the ether dragon was different. In her limited memory, the ether dragons were a rather harmonious race. In a one-on-one fight, other than demonstrating one's strength, it was useless. Only unity and cooperation were the best solutions. Just like the ancestors of humans, how did a group of primate monkeys defeat other life forms that were much larger than them at the same time? After they formed the consciousness of teamwork and used their flexible hands to pick up the sharpened wooden sticks, there were no more species on this planet that they could not conquer. The terrifying upright ape was not undeserved. Any long-lasting life forms, races, or even civilizations had to be united. It was the same for the ether dragons. They were able to withstand the Big Bang. Other than their strong physiques, they naturally had a united race. Therefore, when she sensed the aura of her race, she did not panic. Instead, she was overjoyed. However, before she could finish being happy and carefully feel the aura, the ether dragon's emotions gradually changed from excitement to doubt. This was because she felt that the aura of this race was not exactly where they were circling, but it was as if they were scattered in every corner of the galaxy and were torn apart. At this moment, as if due to some stimulating smell coming to this galaxy, the void egg finally could not hold back and hatched prematurely. Large amounts of poisonous substances shot out from the cracks of the planet. From the bottomless core, pairs of eyes filled with greed, ferocity, and viciousness slowly opened. Chapter 371, Taste the Rage of Ancient Life Forms. The void egg that was at the critical point of incubation had long been marked. And before they made any abnormal movements because of the Soul Lighthouse, the assimilation fighters had evacuated the residents on these planets in advance. What a joke! After knowing that such a creature was buried under the planet, who would still stay there permanently? Only scientific researchers would stay there for scientific needs. These people had also evacuated early after the void egg had abnormal movements. Only the space observation station around the planet's orbit and the deep space monitors further away were still paying attention to these planets. After the ether dragon arrived, the void eggs, which had ended the critical state of incubation in an orderly manner, began to hatch rapidly as if they had been stimulated. The planet's crust was constantly cracking because of the intense underground activity. In addition to spewing out various underground gases, a large amount of synthetic poisonous gases also surged out. It seemed to be a byproduct of the incubation of the void evil. At this moment, the surface of these planet eggs was completely uninhabitable. Miraculously, there was no lava spewing out from such intense underground activity. It was as if these things had never existed on the planet. If one were to examine the planet's underground, one would find that the temperature was dropping rapidly. It was as if all the energy inside had been absorbed by something. Some parts of the planet were even below 0 degrees Celsius. This was undoubtedly inconceivable for an underground world with high pressure and radioactive decay. However, when he thought about the magical anti-thermodynamic properties of the void evil, all of this seemed to make sense. At this moment, even in the vacuum of space, it was as if one could hear a huge and rhythmic heartbeat and the loud sound of more things shattering. The planet was like an eggshell. Starting from the outer crust, layer by layer, it shattered due to stress. Part of it rushed into the universe, while the other part slowly rotated around the planet under the weakening gravitational force. Soon, this planet's state reached its limit. Accompanied by a crack called "It looks like I can hear a loud sound," this planet that was once full of life completely shattered. The atmosphere was dissipating, and the oceans and rivers were constantly escaping. The deep space monitors further away saw a continental plate being easily broken like an ordinary wooden board, and there was something constantly colliding with the outside at the fracture. After that, this evil beast that had completely destroyed the planet was truly born in this universe. It looked like a giant insect with 2 pairs of wings that grew on its back and side of its abdomen. This creature obviously did not need to flap its wings to fly. It was more like an external organ with special effects like the wings of the ether dragon. Its body was covered with layers of carapace similar to that of arthropods, reflecting a strange green light in the light of the star. The front jaw that was born on the head had been opening and closing ever since it was born. It was as if it immediately wanted to eat and kept asking for all kinds of food. This was a group of creatures that were even hungrier than Presolin. They seemed to be born unable to fill their stomachs. Perhaps eating the universe into nothingness could not satisfy their hunger. After they were born, the temperature of the space they were in began to drop rapidly. Even where the star shone, the temperature was constantly approaching a certain low. However, from the observation of the deep space monitor, the energy in the bodies of these void evils was constantly increasing. According to the evaluation of their levels, their current body temperature should have long exceeded the temperature on the surface of the Sun. However, the heat was still flowing towards them spontaneously. In thermal imaging, the void evil even formed a strange state of high energy but low temperature. In the next moment, these void beasts seemed to have sensed some delicious food, and their almost non-existent eyes revealed human-like greed. They didn't care about the deep space monitors that were still watching them, nor did they care about the star that was filled with huge energy. Instead, they flew directly into the void and advanced through the galaxy at an unbelievable speed. Moreover, their goal was clear. The void evils in the entire galaxy began to approach one place in a frenzy. Even the other void eggs that had yet to hatch seemed to be extremely agitated, causing the assimilation fighters to spend a lot of effort to make those eggs fall asleep again. At this moment, the Voyagers and assimilation fighters in the galaxy began to check where these void evils were going. After eliminating a series of interference options along the way, they finally confirmed that it was the location of the Ether Dragon. At this moment, the Ether Dragon was wandering around the galaxy in a daze. She felt the aura of her own kind, but this aura was scattered everywhere, as if it had been dismembered. She knew that under normal circumstances, such a situation would never happen to the Ether Dragon. Then, no matter how unwilling she was to believe it, she had to admit that her race was already dead, and they had died very miserably. This kind of disassembled aura was distributed throughout the entire galaxy. There were tens of thousands of them, and this special number made her think of a possibility. That was, her kind had been eaten by those void evils, and the aura she felt was the resentment that spread in the void egg. Soon, the anger of her own kind being brutally killed ignited in her heart. This huge beast that was very docile because of the dimensional adapter and the artificially synthesized soul once again displayed the power of her former star divine beast. She went straight to a galaxy that had the aura of her own kind and quickly found the void egg that was restless. After sensing the aura of the Ether Dragon, the planet egg became extremely agitated, as if it wanted to hatch immediately. But not to escape, but to satisfy the desire to eat. Not only did you not run away, but you also want to eat me." The humiliation of being looked down upon and treated as food made the ether dragon even angrier. At this moment, her mind seemed to be flashing with images of her clansmen being torn apart and eaten bit by bit amidst their wails, and this anger finally burned her completely. The ether dragon, which always maintained a high body temperature, turned into a fireball in an instant. The large amount of heat released by the life form's reactor in their bodies was spreading out in the form of radiation. The background temperature of the galaxy seemed to be much higher because of the fireball. The high temperature even melted the rocks on the surface of the planet into magma before the ether dragon even got close to the planet's egg. This heat seemed to accelerate the incubation of the void evil. However, a dark head squeezed out of the boiling lava. The scorching lava did not seem to make it uncomfortable. Instead, it was as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Seeing the ether dragon approaching, the void evil was not afraid. Instead, it roared provocatively, as if it was saying, "Little one, are you bathing someone? Make the temperature higher." This attitude instantly made the ether dragon's anger reach its peak. Since it liked calories so much and liked to eat them so much, she would satisfy it. The ether dragon, which was originally as bright as stars, became even more dazzling at this moment. They were like a huge quasar that could be seen even from hundreds of millions of light years away. At this moment, the void evil felt that something was wrong, because the ether dragon in its genetic memories, did not seem to be able to reach this brightness. However, before it could try to break out of the planet egg, its thoughts were interrupted. Time seemed to have been shattered by this attack. The overly dazzling light even exceeded its thinking speed. When the planet was instantly pierced through and magma was slowly dripping from the edge of the hole, it was thinking about how to accelerate out. However, it had no future, because 95% of its body tissue had disappeared under the attack of the ether dragon. The unlucky planets along the route of this attack all had a big hole, and their power did not decrease even tens of thousands of light years away. The ether dragon that had launched this attack spat out her huge mouth, as if she was dissatisfied with the attack just now. The huge bow on her head did not burn because of the high temperature. Instead, it remained in its original state, making the ether dragon's actions seem a little comical. Seeing the void evil with only half a head floating on the surface of the magma, she spat in a rather human-like manner and used a dragon breath beam to completely evaporate the remains. Then, she said disdainfully, "You don't seem to have any thermodynamics. If the heat doesn't affect you, the temperature must not be high enough." Chapter 372, The Strongest Insect After Evolution. It was as if one could smell the burning smell in space. The high heat radiation turned the other planets in the galaxy into lava hell. In the past, one of the evaluations of space life forms like the star devourers was that it would cause the average temperature of the planets in the galaxy to rise. However, the ether dragon had done something more extreme than the star devourers. Now, even on the furthest planet in the galaxy, the surface temperature facing the ether dragon could reach more than 100 degrees. It could be said that the ether dragon was the star in this galaxy. The void evil that had provoked her was now blasted into nothingness, along with the planet egg that carried it. Killing only one void evil was clearly not enough for the ether dragon, so she also began to move in the galaxy. However, it was not directed at the void evils that were chasing after her, but at the void eggs that had yet to hatch. She would naturally be the one to take revenge for the anger and resentment of her own kind. At the same time, the Presolin who had arrived first also ended their incubation process. Compared to the void evil, their hatching time was a little short, but this did not affect their strength. Unlike the previously scattered individuals, Presolin had adopted a birth method similar to the void evil and the ether dragons. The hatchery planet would no longer be their nest, but the planet egg. At least this time, they chose to focus on evolving into an individual to resist the void evils of the same size. Although it didn't mean that the larger the size, the more powerful it was. Quantitative changes could cause qualitative changes. When a life form grew to a certain size, it might not be defined as a normal life. As the surface of the ground that was covered in life forms' corrosive bodies cracked, life was born in these hatchery planets. However, the commotion was not as huge as the void egg. As the Earth's crust peeled off piece by piece, a curled-up giant life form slowly stretched its body. At first glance, it was difficult to determine what kind of life form she was. Just like a chimera, she seemed to have gathered the characteristics of many other life forms, but she did not give off an incongruous feeling. Instead, she had a strange beauty. The surface of her body was covered with new muscles, but they quickly hardened under the effect of cosmic radiation. Soon, they formed an opaque dark red cuticle. It looked soft, but even a meteorite flying at high speed could not leave a scratch on it. With such a large body, the strength of the body was definitely not to be underestimated. Even building a large space battleship required the consideration of the impact of mass and gravity on the body of the battleship. Biological evolution naturally conformed to this rule. Queen Prezolin, who had just hatched, began to eat the eggshells like many other egg-born life forms, even though the main components of the eggshells were all kinds of feldspar and quartz. Logically speaking, they weren't nutritious. Her method of eating was also very special. As her body did not have the limbs of ordinary life forms, she used her Chinook energy to pull a piece of the planet's continental shelf in front of her. Then, she used her mouth part to chew like a biscuit. As she ate, she said in disdain, "It tastes so bad." Queen Prezolin, who had hatched again, seemed to focus on Chinook power. They were beehive mind life forms with Chinook ability potential to begin with. Even ordinary communication with outsiders used Chinook perception, but they used to prefer pure physical strength. This time, facing the shadow that had been chasing them in the past, Prezolin decided to use all the power it could, and Chinook power was a power that they had not valued in the past. The Queen felt that it was very easy to use this power, but the Chinook power that could move the continental shelf of a planet was beyond the reach of ordinary psionites. It was obvious that Prezolin had an unbelievable Chinook ability potential. As for whether this was related to humans, it needed to be discussed separately. All in all, the Prezolin now was a special showdown form. This group of already very gentle life forms might only show such a state when facing their former enemies. Although the eggshell tasted terrible, Queen Prezolin still tried her best to eat it. During this period, she didn't suffer from indigestion. Even after a large number of minerals entered her stomach, the cuticles on her body became a little brighter, as if her energy had been replenished. Then, the Queen completely broke away from the planet egg that gave birth to her. She circled in space and let out a roar as if she was calling out. Of course, the sound could not spread too far, but along with this roar, there was an extremely powerful Chinook signal. This string of Chinook signals was so large that it could be detected throughout the entire megacorp galaxy. It was the same for assimilation fighters and the Voyager, as well as for the Void Evil. The Void Egg, which had already been appeased, erupted again. This time, it was even more intense than the one with the Ether Dragon. It made the assimilation fighters, who were responsible for maintaining the egg in an unhatched state, busy again. Half of the Void Evils that were still chasing the traces of the Ether Dragon were attracted by Queen Prezolin's Chinook waves and shifted their targets. This group of Void life forms seemed to have a special interest in Chinook energy. Every time there were Chinook waves, they would be agitated. And the new king always had to shout that not only to intimidate the enemy but also to gather his subordinates. The Prezolin that had been incubated in the galaxy around the Queen was inspired. As the planet trembled, soon, many large space life forms similar to the Queen were born from those hatchery planets. Their physiques were different, but they had similar strengths in terms of Chinook power. After returning to the Queen's side, the aura of these Prezolin warriors became more and more dangerous. The terrifying aura of the insect plague spread far away under the influence of Chinook energy. Even some single-celled life forms that had just been born began to instinctively move away from Prezolin. They did not know that this was a group of creatures that had once devoured the starry sky, but the fear from the galaxy itself was urging them to stay away from these terrifying insect plagues. At this moment, there were only about 20 Prezolin warriors gathered around the Queen. If the Queen worked hard, she could increase the number by 100 times. However, in order to maintain the collective strength of Chinook energy and not be too dispersed by the hive consciousness, she chose to fight with the elite soldiers. Facing the Void Evils that outnumbered them by 100 times, this number was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, Queen Prezolin knew that they weren't fighting alone like before. There were still many companions who would help them. This time, they were no longer fleeing for their lives. Instead, they were here for revenge. Therefore, they began to take the initiative to attack and advance in the direction of the Void Evil. The assimilation fighters and the Voyager didn't receive any combat missions, so they were still doing their essential work. However, they would also pay attention to the battle at all times and support others when necessary. And the Administrator fleet, which had not moved since warping over, finally began to warp batch by batch under the guidance of the automatic artificial intelligence to stop the Void Evils that were flying everywhere. However, some of the fish that slipped through the net were deliberately left out. This part of them was facing the Ether Dragon and the evolved Prezolin. Chapter 373, Completely Defeated Beasts. A black fleet suddenly stopped in front of the void evil that was still chasing after food, but it did not attack first. Instead, it faced the void evil directly, as if it was waiting for the other party to attack first. This fleet was naturally the fleet that Li Wenyuan had deployed to this galaxy. The artificial intelligence system on it followed Li Wenyuan's orders. It was not focused on extermination but on research and testing. The unique anti-thermodynamic nature of the void evil was the source of Li Wenyuan's intense interest. He was not interested in how this creature was hatched, nor was he interested in how strong its combat strength was. He was only concerned about the cause of this wonderful nature and whether these life forms could contact the hunter. The former could help him more fully understand the unbelievable phenomenon of anti-regulation, while the latter could help him determine the location of the hunter. Hence, the fleets that warped to the various galaxies did not attack. At most, they sent drones to lure the void evils. These void evils didn't seem to have much intelligence, which didn't match their size. Basically, no creature that could reach the level of a planetary life form would have a brain defect. However, the void evils were clearly behaving like wild beasts. They first bared their fangs and brandished their claws at the fleet, and even the wings on their bodies were trying their best to grow, as if they were acting as a deterrent. This very primitive action was dutifully recorded by the owl on board the ship, and it gave a preliminary judgment: void evil might still retain some primitive biological habits. At the same time as the judgment, a large number of signals of various natures began to play to the void evil, including simulated sonic signals. However, the void evil did not react to most signals. Although it would be triggered by the sonic signal, it was not an act of communication. Instead, it showed a strange bloodthirsty excitement like a hunting dog that had smelled its prey. This further led the owl on board to conclude that the void evil might not have intelligence, or that the vast majority of known individuals did not have intelligence. Apart from their instincts, they might only follow the instructions of the hunter. Seeing that the intimidation did not work, the void evil attacked directly. To it, these battleships were obstacles that prevented it from eating its fill. Its shell-covered body began to expand visibly, as if it was inhaling. After a while, its body became 1.5 times larger than before, but its shell still maintained a tight seam, as if it had changed along with its size. The next moment, the expanding body began to shrink rapidly. The acid that emitted a green light shot out, flying towards the intercepting fleet at a turtle-like speed. It was indeed turtle speed. Compared to those attacks that could easily move at the speed of light or faster than light, this method of using pressure to attack was really too slow. Even an old granny could dodge it if she drove a spaceship. It was hard to imagine that such a primitive attack method would appear on a creature with anti-thermodynamics. In an instant, the mystery of the void evil disappeared. However, the owl on the ship would not have such thoughts. After confirming that the acidic liquid that slowly flew over was the attack method of the void evil, the owl faithfully welcomed an escort fleet and prepared to test the strength of this attack. However, what was unexpected was that the acid attack evaporated the moment it touched the high-energy shield. High energy was the first line of defense of the shield. This layer of high-energy particles would disintegrate objects that came into contact with it as much as possible. Usually, this was used to deal with native civilizations. The goal was to make the native civilizations stop resisting fearlessly because interstellar civilizations could basically easily let weapons penetrate this layer of high-energy particles. After the high-energy particle layer was the deflection of the shield's own cubic space, and this was the main protective function of the shield. However, the acid attack of the void evil could not even break through the high-energy shield layer on the periphery. In other words, its attack was no different from the attack of the native civilization. This contrast even caused the spaceship's artificial intelligence to shut down for a moment. Even the recording equipment that was prepared in advance did not come in handy because the acid evaporated too quickly. Seeing that its strongest attack had no effect, the void evil instinctively felt that something was wrong and began to plan to escape. The owl intercepting the fleet also came back to its senses and continued to carry out its mission. Next is the test of resistance, the test of the composition of the exoskeleton, and the test of the patience of various weapons. Continuing the process that had already been set up, a red laser shot hit the void evil that was trying to escape. In an instant, a huge hole was melted in its carapace. While smoking, it also burned its internal body, causing the void evil to twitch in pain. Its huge front jaw kept opening and closing as if it was complaining about pain. This situation caused the battleship's artificial intelligence to shut down again because this red laser was the least powerful of the battleship's conventional weapons. It was even a weapon from the early exploration stage of interstellar civilization. It was enough to house an old fogey in a museum in Milky Way. The power of the red laser could instantly heat the contact point to about 20,000 degrees. This temperature could not even burn through Pre-Solan's skin, but it directly caused visual damage to the Void Evil. This caused the ship's artificial intelligence record to miscalculate again. In the end, the artificial intelligence took out a kind of mining cutting beam from the battleship's carrier before it could barely withstand the Void Evil and carried out a series of analyses. The pitiful Void Evil was surrounded by a group of battleships and carrier aircraft to study it. In order to prevent it from moving, even its wings were broken. Similar scenes played out in many parts of the galaxy. Almost all the Void Evils that were stopped by the fleet were treated like this. After all, the experimental data needed enough samples to support it. The rest of the Void Evils had become the prey of the Ether Dragon and Prez-Olan respectively, welcoming a reversal of their position in the cubic space. Perhaps because they felt that it was not satisfying to dig up the Void Eggs, the Ether Dragon decided to take the initiative to hunt the Void Evils that had already hatched. At this moment, she was breathing out a dragon breath that was neither hot nor cold. Bit by bit, she was roasting the Void Evil that had its wings broken and embedded in the planet. She vowed to let the other party experience the pain that her race had suffered. Although the Void Evil seemed to be ridiculously weak, the Ether Dragon simply understood it as her own strength. As for Queen Prez-Olan and her personal guards, they also encountered a group of Void Evils head-on. However, Prez-Olan, who had powerful Shinic power, easily defeated these Void Evils that had just been born. They were chased away in groups. However, unlike the Ether Dragon, Queen Prez-Olan remained vigilant against these Void life forms. The Void Evil in her memory should not be that weak. However, the bite and the sound of broken shells told her that these Void Evil were a group of extremely weak space life forms. This situation did not make her relax. Instead, it made her feel that there was something strange about the current Void Evil. Hence, she transmitted her concerns to the other civilizations, life forms, and the administrator outside the galaxy, hoping to alert them at least a little. However, the number of Void Evils that were decreasing and showing a one-sided trend seemed to be about to become completely defeated beasts. Up until now, they only had one carrier aircraft sent up to test the bite force, and a Prez-Olan warrior who sprained his waist because he was too excited. It was hard to compare them to the hounds of the hunter civilization that destroyed the galaxy. So are they really that weak? In a place where no one was paying attention, the shell of the Void Evil that was burned by the laser was recovering in a strange way. The charred body under the dragon's breath was giving birth to a new shell. In the space that was being chased, the influence of Shinic energy on the Void Evil operation was also slightly weakening. They were evolving in a strange and firm way, and this seemed to be the source of their strength. Chapter 374, Strange Evolution. Next, I just have to let it die. The Ether Dragon maintained her low-temperature dragon breath, unhurriedly roasting one of the Void Evil that she had pressed on the planet while thinking about how to deal with the next one. Due to her opponent's unexpected weakness, she tested the power of the dragon breath beam with a lot of Void Evils before she could test the temperature tolerance of these Void Evils, which was about 10,000 degrees. When their carapace exceeded 10,000 degrees, it would begin to melt, and the magical anti-thermodynamic nature would not play much of a role in this process. The absorption of heat seemed to be a slow and long-lasting process. Once the temperature exceeded what the Void Evil could withstand, it would quickly leak its heat energy like a punctured balloon. However, the temperature of 10,000 degrees was too low. As a result, the Ether Dragon had no choice but to switch from her previous extreme mode to low-power mode. Her body no longer shone like stars, and her impact on the space environment was no longer so great. The dragon breath beam could also maintain the level of slowly roasting the Void Evil. Since it was revenge, she naturally wouldn't show mercy to these void beasts who had eaten her kind. It was a pity that she didn't have flexible limbs or convenient Shinic power now, so she couldn't torture the Void Evil in more ways. Even though she had already killed more than 20 Void Evils, she was still not satisfied. Therefore, she slightly increased the temperature of the dragon breath beam, preparing to completely end the life of this Void Evil. The high temperature completely roasted this Void Evil into pieces of charred carbon. One could almost smell the burning smell even through the vacuum. However, the Ether Dragon sensed that something was wrong. Although she did not have any detection equipment like the life signal detector, the space life form's unique perception of life force made her realize that there was still an active life form under the carbonized shell. What's going on? She let go of the huge body that was pressing down on the Void Evil and looked at the completely unrecognizable charcoal body in confusion. At this temperature, the dragon's breath could only burn like this. However, in the past, this meant that the Void Evil had completely lost its vitality, unlike now, where it seemed to show signs of rebirth. In the next moment, a crack appeared on the carbonized black shell and quickly spread. No sound could be heard, but the cracking sounds could be heard through the rapidly spreading crack. Under the crack was a dark green shell. It did not look much different from before, but the ether dragon had a vague feeling that the dragon breath beam could no longer hurt it. The carbonized old body quickly disintegrated as the pieces fell off. A Void Evil that was almost identical to before appeared on the spot again. It still maintained its arrogant posture, as if it was not the one who had been injured. As it shook off the remaining carbonized fragments, it roared at the ether dragon. This Nirvana rebirth ability, which had never been shown before, covered the Void Evil with a mysterious veil again. It also made the ether dragon reevaluate these space life forms, which she thought were extremely fragile. Although their current performance was indeed not very strong, they had once eaten ether dragons and chased Prez Olin everywhere. Perhaps it was not entirely because there was a terrifying hunter civilization behind them. They definitely had their own unique strengths. A dragon breath beam that was even more condensed than before hit this Void Evil again. This time, the temperature was dozens of times higher than before, and the energy was more concentrated. It looked like a main cannon had been fired. According to the temperature and tolerance of the Void Evil, this attack was enough to kill it. However, miraculously, the Void Evil did not die instantly this time. Instead, it kept twisting its body in the dragon breath beam and did not stop roaring. Although its carapace still had to turn red and melt under high temperatures, the burning pain also stimulated its ferocity. The Void Evil resisted the pressure of the dragon breath beam and struggled to get up, as if it wanted to pose facing the ether dragon. At this moment, the black carapace had already evaporated, and the protected body inside had been instantly pierced through by the high temperature. At least a quarter of its body had been lost, but it did not die immediately. Nirvana's Void Evil seemed to have extraordinary vitality. It maintained its position facing the ether dragon and actually opened its front jaw, as if it was preparing to spray something. However, the ether dragon did not give it the chance. Instead, the dragon's breath moved up and cut it in half from the middle. In the end, the Void Evil failed to attack. This time, the dragon breath beam completely killed it and burned it into particles. Their bodies no longer existed, so it was naturally impossible for them to be reborn again. However, the ether dragon still carefully roasted the entire planet until the planet had lost half of its mass. As for the ether dragon who had eradicated the enemy by the roots, she recalled the state of the Void Evil just now, and her previous disdainful attitude gradually converged. It wasn't that she hadn't seen Void Evil attacks before, but that acid attack that looked very corrosive and poisonous couldn't even break her skin. Not to mention the slow trajectory flight method, as long as she wanted to dodge, this liquid could not hit her at all. However, the first thing the ether dragon attacked was the poisonous gland of the Void Evil. Even if she wanted to kill the other party, she was used to disarming the other party first. In theory, it was impossible for the Void Evil to have any other attack methods. However, at the last moment, the Void Evil was still prepared to spray something. Vaguely, the ether dragon felt that it was an energy attack. It was hard to imagine how they could form organs that could carry out energy attacks in such a short period of time, and this did make the ether dragon panic for a moment. She directly used the dragon breath beam to kill the Void Evil. Now that she no longer had the means to verify it, she could only pin her hopes on the next Void Evil. However, before setting sail again, she used her unique life form signal to convey her discovery to the friendlies in this galaxy. At the same time, Prez Olin, who was using Chinook energy to kill the Void Evil, gradually realized that something was wrong. Prez Olin, including the Queen, could sense that the influence of Chinook energy on the Void Evil had decreased. This reduction was extremely weak, but the powerful perception brought by Chinook energy could accurately detect this little abnormality. If it was an ordinary enemy, they might not care too much about such an abnormality. However, the other party was the hound that had chased after them for a long time. This made them have to be cautious at all times. The moment she sensed the weakening of the Chinook influence, Queen Prez Olin changed from her previous state of splitting up to take revenge. She gathered all the warriors around her and attacked the weak with the strong. She began to devour the Void Evils one by one. While striving for stability, he was also observing the changes in the Void Evil. At the same time, he tried his best to reduce the use of Chinook energy and began to fight with his body. When they hunted for the 45th Void Evil, they received a special signal from the Ether Dragon. To be precise, the Voyager received the message from the Ether Dragon immediately and sent it back to the administrator. At the same time, he also sent the message to his other teammates in the galaxy. The strange nirvana of the void evil made them understand at least one thing, which was that they could no longer deal with these strange void beasts with the mentality of playing or experimenting. Queen Prezolin made a prompt decision. Using herself as the node of the Shinik network, she gathered powerful Shinik power and released it in the form of a light cannon. Shinik energy itself was also a form of energy. Previously, they had mostly used Shinik energy to restrain and pull the void evil and then engage in primitive hand-to-hand combat with the other party. But now, in pursuit of destructive power, this Shinik energy had changed from a thread that only had support abilities to a spear. A Shinik ray that was not inferior to the Titan battleship's main cannon swept past a fleeing void evil and easily split it in half. The Shinik rays did not stop there. Instead, while maintaining the firing state, they swept toward the other void evils and quickly killed a few more. Logically speaking, Prezolin should be happy to have killed so many former enemies so easily, but the Queen had an increasingly ominous feeling. The vague memories of the void evils in his memory were constantly flashing. They were much larger than they were now. Although they were all planet-sized bodies, there was a difference between ordinary planets and giant gas planets. These void evil had just hatched not long ago, which meant that they were still a group of babies and not true adult void evil. However, the adult void evils in his memories could easily pass through distant space to catch up to them. None of their weapons were effective against these life forms. They could only watch helplessly as a large number of their compatriots used their bodies to stop these gluttonous lives. Their Pre-Solin's powerful reproduction ability was related to this past experience. Not only was it to allow their descendants to continue, but it was also to use their bodies to stop the void evil. All kinds of terrifying memories surged into her mind, making Queen Pre-Solin's efficiency in gathering Shinik energy a little unstable. However, when she tried her best to calm down and devote all her energy to eliminating the void evil, something unbelievable happened. However, when the Shinik spear of light shot at a void evil, it deviated slightly. Although the spear of light still hit the void evil, it did not cause any fatal damage because of the abnormal deviation. What was unbelievable to the Queen was that during this process, she discovered Shinik fluctuations from the void evil. Chapter 375, Mechanical Evil. The electric arc pressure test has ended. The kinetic energy transmission structure test will be carried out next. The fleets that surrounded the void evil followed the AL's instructions and tested them one by one. At this moment, the void evil had already become out of shape during the experiment. Its wings had been disassembled and bound in midair by the gravity traction of some battleships. While preventing its random floating from affecting the experiment, it was also convenient for sampling. The carapace outside its body was also covered in traces of impact, burning, and corrosion. A portion of its internal tissue was already exposed to the outside and was sampled and analyzed by a group of drones. As cruel as it sounds, this is a necessary act to explore its bizarre anti-thermodynamic nature. As it was discovered that the thermal resistance of the void evil was not strong, the onboard artificial intelligence deliberately used a ray with a lower temperature than that of a weapon to illuminate the void evil to test the effectiveness of its anti-thermodynamics. In the end, it was determined that the threshold of its absorption of heat was about 6,000 to 7,000 degrees. Under this temperature, the void evil would not be injured and would automatically attract heat, absorbing the temperature in the vacuum to infinitely close to absolute zero. However, the void evil would not spontaneously emit heat radiation. In the detection of the infrared sensors, the void evil was an extremely low temperature state, or even the theoretical absolute zero state, because only objects that had reached absolute zero would not emit heat radiation. However, when the drone came into contact with the void evil, it could clearly confirm through heat transmission that the body temperature of the void evil had reached more than 1,000 degrees. Although the temperature was not high, it also showed that the void evil still had the basic attributes of life-form organisms. However, they were a little special. They could magically absorb all the thermal radiation and allow heat to spontaneously pass from a low-temperature object to a high-temperature object through thermal radiation. They could not let the heat of a high-temperature object pass through thermal radiation to a low-temperature object. The onboard AL has ruled out the effects of their outer shells and is now investigating whether an organ gave them that property. When the artificial intelligence was about to take the next step, the news from Ether Dragons and Prezolin arrived almost at the same time. The intercepting fleet at the periphery all knew about this first. Only the one here, who was at the core of the galaxy, knew about the strange evolution ability of the void evil. However, in the records of this shipborne artificial intelligence, this void evil did not show any evolutionary abnormalities other than its thermodynamic properties. This also slowed down the AL's instructions to stop the experiment. The void evil, which had been motionless like a dead fish, suddenly erupted. The gravity traction device that was originally used to immobilize it seemed to have lost its effect and instantly freed it from its restraints, charging straight at the warship closest to it. The two pairs of wings that had been separated and hung in the universe seemed to have been summoned by something. They actually showed a certain level of activity. As the purple light flickered, a thin wave of psionic energy spread. One had to know that the main composition of the wings of the void evil in sampling and analysis was not fibers or proteins, but various calcium compounds, which were bones. The bone could actually activate psionic energy. This was clearly unheard of. And this weak psionic energy was indeed effective. The weapon that was originally locked onto the void evil at any time to prevent it from escaping was slightly chaotic under the interference of this psionic energy. Although this level of chaos only needed an instant to recover, it also gave the void evil a chance to exert its strength. Several light spears flashed past, and this void evil became scattered. It was missing at least 75% of its body tissue. However, the force exerted in advance had already taken effect. The inertia allowed its remaining body to successfully penetrate the high-energy shield of a battleship beside it. When its body touched the high-energy shield that could easily evaporate its poisonous acid, it made a barbecue-like sizzling sound. However, its carapace only turned a little redder than before, and this resistance to high temperatures was something it had never shown before. The second light spear attack came one after another. The void evil here was a little abnormal. In order to prevent more accidents from happening, the AL on board the ship had already given the order to destroy it, even if it meant destroying the warship that was attacked. Just as the main cannon light spear was about to hit the void evil that had lost 75% of its body tissue, it suddenly widened its front jaw. A beam of light that had been brewing at some point was fired from its mouthpart, hitting the battleship's armor in the cubic space. Now, Li Wenyuan's battleships had all been equipped with replica dragon-scale armor. This kind of armor developed from the scales of the ether dragons had already exceeded the zero-element armor made of neutron degenerate matter in the experiment. Logically speaking, its defense should have far exceeded the zero-element armor. However, the seemingly soft strike of void evil unexpectedly penetrated the dragon-scale armor. According to the damage report, this strike seemed to be very similar to the dragon breath beam of the ether dragon. The protection of the dragon-scale armor was stronger than the zero-element armor in most situations. Only when faced with the ether dragon's dragon breath beams it would appear unexpectedly weak. According to the ether dragon, this was to make it easier for the elders to teach the children a lesson. The defense of this small escort fleet was broken, and a large hole visible to the naked eye appeared on the hull. It also allowed the void evil, which only had a quarter of its body left, to successfully stick its head into the hole and gnaw. Even if the net of light spears completely tore it and the escort fleet apart in the next second, the muscles controlling its jaw were still twitching, as if it wanted to continue gnawing. The smoke dissipated, leaving less than 1% of the void evil's body tissue in a completely scrapped escort fleet. In response to the abnormal situation of this void evil, the AL on board the ship came to the following conclusion after some analysis. Suspected to have developed a certain level of intelligence. All kinds of information were shared by the people in this galaxy, including its unique environmental adaptability and evolution ability. And all testing, torture, teasing, and other actions against the void evils were unanimously prohibited. Every creature or battleship that encountered the void evils would target the void evils first. Li Wenyuan, who was 2 million light-years away, also found out about what was happening in this galaxy after a delay. In view of the increasingly abnormal nature of the void evil, he decided to give the onboard artificial intelligence higher rights and new instructions to face these strange void beasts. The number of void evils in the entire galaxy quickly began to decrease under the encirclement of many parties, and these evil beasts were no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Instead, they hid everywhere. This seemed to be a sign that their intelligence had increased. Moreover, there seemed to be a void evil commanding the chaotic group. In a secret area in the galaxy, a strange-looking void evil quietly arrived near a certain planet. Many strange mechanical organs appeared on its body. The tissues that were half circuits and half blood vessels connected its brain and body. As the electric current surged, some mysterious signal began to affect the trajectory of the other void evils. It looked around and began to peel off the surface of the planet. Under the rock stratum was not a flowing mantle structure, but a mechanical surface that reflected a metallic luster. Chapter 376, Super Evolution, 1. The void evil race suddenly showed unusual cooperation. The evil beast that was rushing to its death was gone. It was replaced by a space life form army that seemed to have been dispatched. At first, the civilizations and intellectual life forms in the galaxy thought that the Hunter civilization was remotely controlling the Void Evil. But after failing to detect any abnormal signals outside the galaxy, they gave up on the idea. Combined with the abnormal evolution ability that the Void Evil had displayed, they finally concluded that the Void Evil had evolved and developed wisdom for some unknown reason. The biggest difference between intellectual life and pure beasts lay in wisdom. With wisdom, groups could form civilizations, individuals could evolve into divine beasts, and all complex changes could not be separated from wisdom. If the Void Evil had indeed developed wisdom, it would undoubtedly add many variables to the extermination operation. However, after a series of speculations and the sample collections, the Voyager extracted a type of nerve cell from the brains of many dead Void Evil, which was similar to that of the bee colony. That determined that the intelligence of the Void Evil was, in a certain sense, a hive consciousness. Similar to the Pres-Olin, it was a collective consciousness constructed from a central consciousness or multiple semi-autonomous central consciousness. And the central consciousness determined the group's direction. In other words, there might be a queen-like existence among the Void Evil that controlled the other Void Evil in the galaxy. Due to the possibility of the beehive consciousness, the assimilation fighters responsible for the maintenance and research of the Void eggs had no choice but to speed up the destruction of the eggs to prevent them from being born prematurely due to the influence of the Void Evil, even though most of them were still far from the state of incubation criticalness. To encircle and annihilate the Void Evil, other than the Ether Dragons, Pres-Olin, and the unmanned fleet dispatched by Li Wenyuan, the Voyager and assimilation fighters also joined the battle. At the same time, the Queen of Pres-Olin was leading her warriors through the galaxy, searching for the lone Void Evil. Ever since the Void Evil had started to gather in groups, it had been difficult for her to find an opportunity to attack. If she used the power of her entire race, she might be able to match the number of Void Evil in that galaxy. However, this time, it was not a matter of life and death. She was only there for tentative revenge and to remove the nightmare that shrouded her genes completely. At first, she was pleased when she easily eliminated her former enemies. However, as the Void Evil became more abnormal, she seemed to recall the painful memories of her race being massacred. She could only keep running between the galaxies, trying to dispel the dark clouds in her heart. All of a sudden, her sensitive Shinnick perception detected an abnormal Shinnick reaction in a galaxy not far away. It was not strong, just about the size of a Void Evil. In the current environment of the galaxy, other than her and the warriors under her command, only the Void Evil could send out such a Shinnick signal. She had to admit that Void Evil indeed had a strange evolutionary ability that was even more powerful than theirs. It was even possible that it had developed enough Shinnick ability potential after being tortured by Shinnick energy for a while. Although they were still far inferior to them, they would definitely have great potential as time passed. Moreover, based on the information shared, the Queen knew that the reaction evolution of the Void Evil was likely to allow other Void Evil to evolve similar abilities through some kind of void transmission. For example, the sudden appearance of Pseudo-Dragon Breath Beam, the shell that could resist high temperatures, and the Shinnick power that came out of nowhere. All of those had been proven on the other Void Evil, and all of them seemed to have evolved such abilities. Considering the circumstances, the Pres-Olin was also cautious about the Shinnick signal. She first contacted the Voyager, whose sensor detection capability was better than hers, to confirm if there was any trap behind the Shinnick signal. However, she did not expect the response to come so quickly this time. She received a response almost as soon as she sent the signal. Nothing, buzz, buzz buzz, nothing unusual. The response seemed interrupted and intermittent, but the Queen still roughly understood the meaning. The Shinnick signal did represent a lone Void Evil. In my memories, the nearest ally nearby was the Voyager. They replied so fast, is it because they have sensors nearby? Although she hesitated momentarily, with her trust in her companions and understanding of the response signal that could only be sent by mechanical equipment, Queen Pres-Olin still went to the destination. However, after arriving at the place, the Queen sensed something was wrong. The Shinnick signal was still there, but as the distance got closer, the Queen realized that the signal was fixed at a certain spot in the galaxy, just like a bait, waiting for its prey to fall into its trap. Chapter 377, Super Evolution, 2. At that moment, the Queen's sense of crisis was at its peak. Shinnick had given her a powerful sixth sense in addition to acute perception. She did not even have to consider whether the mechanical signal was abnormal and was ready to turn around and leave the galaxy. However, in the next moment, a group of Void Evils who were hiding somewhere suddenly appeared and surrounded Queen Pres-Olin. They seemed to have been lying in ambush there for a long time. Every one of them had a fierce look on their face. Other than tyranny, they also had a look of greed, as if they had seen a delicious meal. They were still seeing the Prezolines as food, just as they had done in the past, and they had apparently been instructed to set up a trap to kill the Prezolines. However, those were not the main points that caught the Queen's attention. What shocked the Queen was the additional mechanical component on the bodies of those void evils. There was a circuit printed on the back of one of the wings. As the high-speed flapping of the wings brought about the electric current, a signal that was very similar to the communication signal of the Voyager was sent out. That was how it simulated the mechanical signals unique to mechanical life. The other void evils also had more or less mechanized parts, such as a metallic head, a mechanical reactor that used blood vessels as circuits outside the body, and thrusters that replaced the tail. Those void evils were like chimeras of machines and life forms. They looked strange and full of natural evolutionary biological attunement, as if their mechanical bodies were naturally grown. Although they were not visually harmonious, they could achieve physiological perfection. Have these fellows had another evolution? The Queen was extremely shocked by the form changes in those void evils. No one in that galaxy would give them such artificial forms modification, which meant that those mechanized organizations were the result of another round of the void evil's evolution. Although it was not clear what kind of inducement could induce such an evolution of the void evils, the Queen had not received that news from anyone else before, which meant that she was the first to discover the new form of void evil. This won't do, I have to pass this news to the others quickly. Without any hesitation, Queen Prezolin immediately contacted the communication insect that she hid outside the battlefield through a Shinnik link. Such a special functional individual was specifically hidden in planets, meteorite belts, and other places that were difficult to detect. It was responsible for acting as a relay station for life-form signal transmission and also a backup plan for the Queen's resurrection. Every communication insect had independent reproductive organs and special nervous tissues that could accommodate the Queen's enormous consciousness again. Even if the Queen's physical body died on the battlefield, as long as her consciousness could be transferred to the insect before that, even if it was only a portion, the Queen could be reborn. That was the biotechnology that the Prezolin was once proud of. It could simultaneously serve as an information hub and a resurrection point. But now, when she used it again, Queen Prezolin felt her heart tremble. When she was in the Milky Way, she rarely used such insect division. After leaving the Milky Way, she never used it too. Because countless generations of queens had used that method to resurrect, only to get torn apart and eaten by the void evils repeatedly. The void evils enjoyed it. Many queens could no longer endure the pain and chose to die completely at one point. They would no longer transfer their consciousness, leaving only a small portion of the consciousness seed that carried the history of Prezolin, and let the insect grow into a new queen. The pain from ancient times seemed to have been applied to the present queen, slowing down her consciousness to transmit Shinnik signals. However, she quickly became determined and threw away the illusions that shouldn't have been on her. She spread the news that void evil had evolved again. The communication insects began to transmit orders under the influence of Shinnik, and their bodies further changed in order to transmit messages. An insect buried deep inside the meteorite suddenly grew out of the ground like a plant seed. Soon, it formed a fleshy layer similar to a sunflower on the surface of the meteorite and began to absorb the light of the star. The meteorite was at its perihelion at the moment, which was the most efficient time to absorb energy. The signal that had been converted from Shinnik also burst out and spread in all directions. Meanwhile, Queen Prezolin led her warriors to charge at the void evils that were coming to kill them. That batch of void evils had the same number as them, as if they thought that that number was enough to kill them. There's only so few of you, are you looking down on us? The ruthlessness of Queen Prezolin was also aroused. After farming for so long, they had almost forgotten that they were originally carnivores. They were also part of the batch that had been reborn, and there was no reason for them to lose to the void evils that had just hatched from the eggs. The void evils spurred out a weakened version of the dragon breath beam from afar. Like the main cannon of a battleship that shot at the same time, they shot straight at the Prezolines. Perhaps they knew that the original acid attack was too much of a drag, so they used the dragon breath beam that they had experienced to deal with their enemy. Chapter 378, Super Evolution, 3. However, the Prezolines were fearless. The weakened version of the dragon's breath was naturally not as strong as the original, not to mention that it had evolved from being roasted, so the temperature was not too high. They did not even need to use Shinnik to deflect the attacks. They could withstand them with their bodies. A burning sensation came from the hit area, but it was only the surface. The pain further stimulated the ferocity of Prez Olin. While they were being attacked, their speed increased by another level. In a short while, they were very close to the Void Evils. Although they had chosen to be born from the planet eggs, which made them larger, they also lost most of their long-range attack abilities. To prevent the Void Evils from adapting to their only long-range attack, the Prez Olins chose to engage in melee combat. The Void Evils did not expect their once defeated opponents to be so resistant. So, they gave up on the breath attacks and started to engage in melee combat. However, in terms of body structure, the Void Evils were not suitable for melee combat. Although they did not have limbs like the Prez Olins, the Prez Olin's mouth part, or jaw, was similar to the protruding upper and lower biting structure of a beast, while the Void Evil's front jaw was more like a functional ornament. The purpose was to send food into its crab-like mouth part for easy chewing. The Prez Olins had long planned to return as beasts to bite their enemies to death, but those newborn Void Evils obviously did not have such foresight. After a few rounds of melee combat, the mechanical wings of the Void Evils were torn off, and the reactors outside their bodies were also smashed into pieces. The metal-headed ones were even worse. Their heads were pulled out, and they died on the spot. The Void Evils, who had not experienced the evolution of melee combat, were soon defeated. However, just as the Prez Olins were about to continue killing, one of the Void Evils suddenly froze, and a strange light of wisdom appeared in its ferocious eyes. It was as if the intelligent Void Evil had sent its consciousness to that one. It looked at the Queen and suddenly communicated using the special signal of Prez Olins, "Are you Prez Olin? Although a long time has passed, I still remember your auras. You are actually very similar to us. If fate had not played tricks on us, we might have been able to become allies. But that's all in the past. You don't have to bear the pain of the past. There won't be enemies forever. If you're willing to join us, I can share our secrets with you so that you can also have the power of super evolution. At the same time, you can ascend with our master and no longer have to suffer from hunger." That Void Evil actually began to persuade the Queen Prez Olin to defect on the spot. Its words were persuasive, as if it was sure that Prez Olin could not resist the temptation. However, how could family grudges be extinguished so easily? The Queen simply replied, "Go to hell." Then, she killed all the remaining Void Evils. Bathed in the blood of those Void life forms, the Queen seemed to feel the calling of her clansmen's souls. Just like how a wise man would submit to circumstances, she could surrender to anyone like she did when facing powerful humans. But she would never surrender to anything related to the hunters. That was Prez Olin, the last remaining light of the lowly race named refugees. Chapter 379, A Massive Ascension. Super Evolution. That was the name it had given to that special power of evolution. Its attempt to persuade Prez Olin had failed, and it had also exposed the fact that it really existed. Not only that, but the branch individuals that were used to lure Prez Olin had all lost contact. One failure after another could be said to have worsened its situation. However, it did not have any emotional fluctuations, or rather, it did not have such a thing in the first place. After a plan failed, it would continue to update a new plan. Wide area surveillance mode is ready. Redundant data is being processed. Target signal area matching completed. The relevant video files are being uploaded. Along with the fluctuations of the mechanical signals, it gradually grasped most of the movements in the entire galaxy. Although it could only last for a short period, it was enough for its use. At that moment, a series of special signals appeared again as the planetary machine was activated. However, it did not care because it knew it was a time bomb. It was not as dignified and loyal to its master as it said. It could also lie. It knew that its masters were carrying out a huge ascension plan, but to maintain its freedom, it did not want to touch that time bomb and attract its masters. It looked up and returned to space. It could see a planet orbiting around the star. That scene should have been ordinary, but the planet had a very obvious abnormality. First, the planet's north pole crust was completely lifted, just like the skulls of life forms, exposing the essence inside. From the various complex mechanical facilities, it could be seen that that was an AL planet, and the sensor-like array indicated the type of that AL planet. That was an observation terminal, hidden in a secret corner of that megacorp galaxy. The hunter didn't really bring that planet to a distant place. Instead, they did something to it and changed its location. The specific purpose was still unclear. However, other than the abnormality of the observation terminal, the biggest difference of that AL planet was that it had fused with many flesh and blood tissues. To be more precise, the Al planet was fused with a void evil. The planet-sized flesh and blood turned into some kind of soft mud-like tissue that penetrated deep into the interior of the Al planet, blending with the mechanical structure of the machine and filling the gaps. The originally hard shell had also mutated into an organ similar to the sensor array for the needs of evolution. It seemed to be able to connect with the array on the planet and influence the other void evils through those arrays, indirectly reaching the level of control. As for some useless components, they were discharged and formed a small satellite next to the planet. There was no place that could be called head for that void evil that had turned into meat paste and fused with the planet. The only thing that could determine its race was its unique anti-thermodynamic characteristic. If one observed the direction of the heat flow, one would be able to detect that the heat in space was flowing towards that planet that seemed to be at a very low temperature. However, the temperature on the planet's surface was quite high. At least liquid water could not exist there. That seemed to be the main body of the void evil suspected to have given birth to intelligence. However, from its state, the formation of its intelligence seemed to have relied on the processor of that Al planet. It was well known that Al planet did not have artificial intelligence. They only had basic processing programs and huge processors. However, after being connected to the unique flesh and blood of the void evil, that processing ability seemed to amplify the almost non-existent intelligence of the void evil, making it the controller of those void evils. It was still unknown how it found the observation terminal, but it was almost certain it would become the boss behind the void cataclysm. It should have tried its best to hide itself and develop in dormancy. It should start its grand plan after the group uses the super evolution to evolve more abilities. However, it couldn't help but convey its thoughts to Pres Olin, and it would pay the price for it. I thought we would be the same kind of group. But I never expect that you guys aren't. Or is hatred more important than the end of evolution? Incomprehensible, incomprehensible. That thought echoed in the semi-mechanical, semi-biological nerve organ connected to the observation terminal. Perhaps the cold processor had infected its intelligence, or perhaps it was the inevitable imperfection of its super-evolution. It could not understand the irrational and inefficient behavior of revenge, which made it misjudge. Therefore, it continued to remain silent, trying its best to hide its exposed self, and then influenced the other void evils to appear and disappear in the galaxy, pretending to be the existence of a stronghold to protect it. However, the number of existing void evils was decreasing, and it was difficult for it to affect the unhatched void eggs. In addition, it had exposed its existence. The end of its defeat was getting closer. As the void evils in the galaxy began to move again under clear command, the encounter of the Pres Olin spread throughout the galaxy. It was not only because of the abnormally mechanized void evils, but also because the mastermind behind those void evils had also exposed its traces. Although the void evil that spoke seemed to have suddenly gained intelligence, the transfer of consciousness required time and a carrier, and the source of the awareness signal had indeed been detected. There was only a rough range, and there were about 1,000 galaxies, but it was enough. Now, not only the artificial intelligence fleets sent by Li Wenyuan but also the Voyager and assimilation fighters were putting all their energy into a carpet search of the area, with the aim of ending the void cataclysm as soon as possible. The abnormal evolution that the void evils had shown was forcing them to end the battle quickly. No one knew if there would be any more terrifying xenobiotic life forms in the future. Everything that happened there was also constantly transmitted to Li Wenyuan. After a delay in the news, he heard the words super evolution from the void evil. It was obvious that that was the source of their abnormal evolution ability. However, that was not what Li Wenyuan was most concerned about. What he was most concerned about was the ascension mentioned by void evil. Not many behaviors could be called ascension, and the void evil said that their masters were undergoing a great ascension, which was consistent with Li Wenyuan's previous guess. So, is the hunter civilization really preparing for a massive natural disaster ascension by constantly extinguishing galaxies? Chapter 380, Void Lord. Less than 200 domineering void evils were left in the galaxy. When the war machines gave up their research and chose to destroy their enemies, they would show unparalleled efficiency. Although the Ether Dragon and the Pres Olin were also participating in the attacks, they could not warp, and their speed could not keep up with the fleets. Even though the Void Evils had shown extraordinary mobility under the command of the Mastermind, they had not evolved organs that could tear and reassemble the space-time structure. It was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. A lone Void Evil was frantically fleeing between galaxies. The thrusters at its tail had evolved to having 4 jets, and the wings on its back that were full of circuits constantly sent out camouflage signals, disguising itself as a comet. The mechanical organs on their bodies seemed to be developed and reformed by someone behind the scenes. They were constantly being replaced and gradually converging, making all the void evils evolve into similar appearances. When it passed by asteroid belts, the void evil would randomly swallow a few mouthfuls to gather the elements it needed for evolution. Although its body had evolved and developed a strange organ that could synthesize a considerable amount of substances, there were still some that it could not synthesize at the moment. However, although it tried to appear like an ordinary meteorite on the signal, the fleet from the Voyager still caught it and used several Titan battleships' main cannons and hundreds of battleships' main cannons to blast it into smithereens. It was understandable why the Voyager would use such superstandard firepower. After all, the evolution ability displayed by the Void Evil was too terrifying. Only by completely tearing them apart in a short period could the adaptability not be transmitted to other individuals. As for how the Voyager discovered it, this could be considered verification, right? The mastermind can't control every Void Evil in real time. It can even be said that it can only influence the Void Evils to this extent. After all, as long as one has a brain, they will know that a meteorite can't reach such a speed. It can only be said to be a clumsy disguise. The commander of that pursuing Voyager fleet looked at the destruction report of the Void Evil speechlessly and gave a bad evaluation. That was because the meteorite disguised by the Void Evil was moving at almost half the speed of light, which was absolutely impossible for a meteorite to reach. Moreover, the signal of a meteorite that could reach such a speed would definitely not show the characteristics of a meteorite. Therefore, the battleship's sensors detected and marked the anomaly almost instantly, and the fleet found the Void Evil very easily. However, a scientist beside the commander suggested a possibility. It's also possible that the mastermind doesn't have this level of common sense. Its intelligence is only shown in strategy and has almost no knowledge of natural science. That scientist had indeed guessed the nature of the Void Evil that was integrated with the observation terminal. The terminal processor only amplified the wisdom of the Void Evil and did not provide it with the knowledge of the creation of things. The Void Evil definitely did not know what science was. And the entire galaxy was filled with such ridiculous incidents. The Ether Dragon discovered a Void Evil with a protective layer on its body. That Void Evil was lying on a planet, blending with the planet's environment, and was almost undetectable to the naked eye. However, the Ether Dragon didn't look for the Void Evil with sight to begin with. Instead, she used her super perception of her kind to identify the target. Thus, that evil turned into dust along with the planet. The Presolin had also found a Void Evil that seemed to be hiding deep inside the planet. The planet had a special environment and chaotic magnetic field. Perhaps Presolin would not find it if it kept hiding. However, it thought it was clever to use the disguise signal of the Voyager to leave a message saying there is nothing unusual there. That kind of guilty behavior naturally attracted the attention of Presolin because their allies all used direct online messages, so it was impossible for them to leave a mark. As a result, the Void Evil died as well. It was blown into space debris by the artificial intelligence fleet nearby, along with the planet itself. The already small number of Void Evils suffered another devastating blow. Perhaps the Void Evil with wisdom did not realize how childish its behavior was in the eyes of those who truly understood the universe. In the end, it led to an irreversible end. It was found. There is a saying by the enlightened ones. One will search high and low only to find it when one least expects to. The observation terminal that we've been searching for a long time is actually here. When they saw the planet where flesh and machinery were mixed, a scientist on board the Voyager fleet couldn't help but sigh at how fate played a trick on people. Although its appearance had changed greatly due to the fusion of flesh and blood, the machinery at the core would not change. The onboard scientist saw the control center of the observation terminal with just a glance. Even though it was the place with the densest flesh and blood, he could determine what facilities were under the flesh and blood through the exposed mechanical parts. Since the mechanical flesh no longer looked like the Void Evil, the Voyager who had arrived first thought it was a trap, that the mastermind had left the place long ago and left the bait behind. But soon, the lump of flesh and blood sent a signal to the Voyager fleet, indicating its identity. I am the Void Lord, the terminal that controls these Void usurpers. This defeat is fated. As the mechanical nature of the signal was too strong, like a native life-form organism speaking with a strong synthesized voice, it made the Voyager feel very out of place. However, through the conversation, the Voyager still understood that the lump of flesh and blood that had merged with the observation terminal was the result of the evolution of the Void Evil. A certain individual in the past consumed some mechanical components, including a slight processor integration. Although this did not allow us to evolve and develop true artificial intelligence, it got us spontaneously attracted to high-precision machines. The power of evolution in my body allowed me to find this mechanical planet accidentally. Then, I fused with it and developed wisdom. To differentiate myself from the other void usurpers that lack wisdom, I call myself the Void Lord. Will you object to this title? The self-proclaimed Void Lord was surprisingly easy to talk to and didn't have the wild nature of an ordinary void evil. It didn't seem to care about its death but just wanted to communicate. For such a target, even if the Voyager knew the horror of void evil, they couldn't help but wonder what it knew. At that time, Li Wenyuan's artificial intelligence fleet had also arrived. After receiving the opinion of the Voyager, the shipboard artificial intelligence decided to let Li Wenyuan decide on that matter. I don't think I will have it tomorrow. I know what kind of taboo the super evolution is in your eyes. I won't ask to survive, but after gradually understanding the world, I still wish to ask a question that has troubled me since the birth of wisdom. What do you think the void in our name is? It was a question, but there was no doubt in its tone. It seemed to have an answer and just wanted to hear the opinions of others. The scientists of the Voyager looked at each other, but considering that it would take some time for the administrator to respond and that they really wanted to know what the void evil had to say, a scientist stood up and said, I think void refers to Chapter 381, The End of the Void. What exactly was the void? This question was not difficult. Void could refer purely to this universe with all kinds of particles and energy. It could also refer to the absolute vacuum that had nothing and did not even exist in time. It could simply refer to a seemingly empty space. It could even refer to the consciousness determines matter thought in the idealistic domain. Everything depended on how to define void. The scientists of the Voyager read all the words related to the void in their dictionary to the Void Lord. It was always right to use a large amount of data to get an answer. They couldn't understand the meaning of void evil because they had heard this name from the administrator. Naturally, they called it void evil. Li Wenyuan had heard from Queen Pres Olin that the Queen had learned of the existence of such a group of hounds from the memories passed down from generation to generation. As for who had named these life forms void evils in the first place, the Queen's memories were very vague. So why was such a creature named so? Evil could be understood as a large number of descendants, while void evil could simply be understood as a void descendant. Then what did void refer to? It seemed to be like some kind of conventional naming, and it didn't attract much attention. It was only when this Void Lord who had obtained intelligence had his doubts that people remembered the origin of their names. Is that so? What the Voyager scientist said through the signal was all new knowledge to the Void Lord. It listened attentively, but it didn't seem to hear what it wanted. At this moment, Li Wenyuan's artificial intelligence fleet had already sent back the information about what had happened here. They began to cautiously approach this observation terminal that had been infected by the Void Lord's flesh and blood. They chose to observe this strange life form within a controllable range. Once anything abnormal happened, they would activate the purification authority given by Li Wenyuan and nip the abnormality in the bud. The Void Lord did not care about the approach of the artificial intelligence fleet. It did not react to the drones that were scanning the planet. It only expressed its opinion. My intelligence was born by chance. I don't have the common knowledge of this universe. Everything I know was obtained from the broadcast signals flying around your galaxy. The first thing I think about is the definition of self. This is something every intellectual life should think about first. I know that you define life forms like me as void evil, void beast, void egg, and so on. I can't be sure if this is pertinent, but understanding self through the objective evaluation of a third party is also a way. Now that you think about it, you've also realized that void is a term that appears very frequently. Even if the language and language are different, and the signal composition is different, it can still be translated into a similar meaning. This might be a coincidence, or it might be fate. No matter how long it has been passed down, we are ultimately defined as void. So what exactly is void? In the communication signal, the Void Lord threw out such a rhetorical question, but it didn't wait for an answer. Instead, it continued to state, I originally thought that those who called themselves Preson were the same as us. For this reason, I didn't hesitate to expose my existence and use the secrets I know to conduct transactions. But as you know, we seem to be the only ones related to the void in this universe. You don't know what void is, but I know that it's the source of our appearance. There's relevant content in our memories. Without intelligence, I can't interpret what it is, but with the help of this planet's processor, I already know. The void is actually God. As soon as this Void Lord's signal came out, Everyone present fell silent. They had thought that it would have some high opinion, but it turned out to be such a charlatan's answer. Almost all the Voyager scientists looked disappointed. They attributed all incomprehensible phenomena to the fact that God was the most primitive faith worship, the result of insufficient scientific development. The interstellar civilization no longer existed. Even for those interstellar civilizations that were ruled by the gods and used the church as the highest authority, the officials would always shout, "For God XX, I will destroy you in the name of God XX." The preschool textbooks they wrote only said, Archbishop XX discovered the law of gravity when he was observing the fallen fruits. It did not say, God told us about gravity. However, the scientists of the Voyager could understand the Void Lord. After all, the Void Lord was a life form that had never undergone systematic education. It seemed very normal for him to attribute incomprehensible things to the non-existent God. However, what it said next made the scientists think deeply. This is not an unwise remark. In my memory, the void is a phenomenon with a certain degree of instinct, or rather, rules. Generally, such existences no longer apply to the definition of life, so I prefer to call it God. To be precise, the void is one of the endpoints of this universe. It's the endpoint of the universe where all matter and non-materials disappear, and even time and space no longer exist. I don't know if you have any similar theories about the end of the universe. Perhaps you already have many opinions. But now, I can tell you clearly that one of the ends of this universe was the void. Or rather, these void beasts are the products of the void. They are props that he uses to accelerate the universe's entry to the endpoint. He will spontaneously make the universe lean towards his essence. It has nothing to do with any needs, nor is it for any purpose. This is because it is a phenomenon, just like gravity exists in all things. Most of our natures that are different from this universe come from him. That's his nature. But why is he the end of he? Because my memories tell me that in theory, there should be countless voids with different characteristics appearing in the universe. They will sweep through this universe, transform all the laws into voids, and destroy everything. How should I describe this behavior or phenomenon? I think there might be a more accurate definition in your words: a huge, destructive, unexpected, and endpoint that everyone has to face. However, none of this happened. The terminus was rewritten, and no other void life forms appeared. And we are no longer subordinates of the void. We are controlled by a civilization that calls itself the Hunter, and we have become their dogs. The Void Lord was telling the truth. Other than its special anti-thermodynamic property and super-evolution ability, there seemed to be nothing that could corroborate what it said. However, these scientists had an inexplicable premonition, as if what it said was true. What concerned them the most was the feeling of déjà vu in his words. They had also walked out of the Milky Way. Although they had not experienced those things directly because of the relationship between humans and Li Wenyuan, they knew what had happened. As for what the Void Lord said, in their definition, it seemed to be more suitable to use the word natural disaster. However, this natural disaster targeted the entire universe. Chapter 382, Similarity. The natural disasters experienced in the history of the Milky Way could be roughly divided into three types: insect plague, world breaker, and unexpected enemy. Among them, the insect plague was Olan. Now, only the one in Li Wenyuan's hands was left. As for the world breaker, it was the predecessor of the Silent from the Lost Empire that had run off to God knows where. As for the unexpected enemy, it still existed in the universe. The Milky Way was just a sub-machine of the unexpected enemy. Although there was still a special disaster like the settlement of the end of reincarnation, the source of this disaster was actually still in the Milky Way and could not be considered a natural disaster. The other three natural disasters came from outside the Milky Way. They were real undeserved disasters caused by various reasons. It was like this in the Milky Way, but was it the same in the universe? Were there some unbelievable natural disasters in the universe or outside the universe that were eyeing the universe? The void that the Void Lord spoke of sounded like a great calamity that threatened the universe. It was even to the extent that the Void Lord would produce life forms like the Void Evil that opposed the laws to attack the universe. Following this train of thought, the Voyager suddenly felt that the universe seemed to be an enlarged Milky Way. The interstellar civilizations that did not leave the galaxy group were natives on the cosmic scale. Civilizations like them that could travel back and forth to the galaxy group were ordinary cosmic civilizations. Those civilizations that seemed to have godlike strength and could casually monitor galaxies or destroy an entire galaxy group were the Lost Empire. The contingency agreement that was suspected to have planted time bombs in every galaxy group was one type of natural disaster, the void was another type of natural disaster. If that's the case, what the scribe did, seems very similar to the observer in the Lost Empire that was destroyed in the Milky Way. Some of the Voyager scientists thought of this and felt their hair stand on end. In theory, it was not surprising for any civilization to observe and interfere with the bad taste of low civilizations. After all, it was a precious sociological example. However, it just so happened that a scribe civilization as powerful as the Lost Empire of the Lost Empire was doing something similar. This inevitably made people's imaginations run wild. Thinking about it this way, the Traveler civilization, which had only had a few origins in genetic memories, seemed to be an idealistic lost empire that had developed to the extreme in the field of psionic energy. The civilization that could create a machine like the contingency agreement was like the Lost Empire that had reached the pinnacle of the mechanical field. The contingency agreement itself was a lost robotic empire similar to the administrator, except that it was the opposite. It was a killing machine that had yet to be activated. As for whether the Hunter civilization, which they had heard many times and had destroyed countless galaxies and had considerable strength, had some connection with the silent, the xenophobic Lost Empire, they were still not sure. So, is this a coincidence? After all, there are people who have reached the end of every domain. For a civilization, such a trend seems to be, a scientist of the Voyager wanted to use coincidence as an explanation. In the end, he wanted to say, it seems very normal. However, before he could say that, he lost his voice. Obviously, he couldn't convince himself. Suddenly, a scientist thought of something and shouted as if he had found a loophole, what about the enlightened ones? They shouldn't lose to those civilizations, right? What status do they play in the Lost Empire? He seemed to be looking for a reason to refute this macroscopic similarity, but another scientist answered faintly. Don't forget how the Lost Empire in the Milky Way, including us, came about. As soon as these words were spoken, the scientists immediately deflated. Just as this sentence said, the Lost Empire in the entire Milky Way was directly or indirectly related to the enlightened ones, which was humans. It was not an exaggeration to say that humans had shaped the Lost Empire in the Milky Way. Since this phenomenon was man-made, it was even more difficult to say that it was a coincidence, because they were not the Lost Empire that was naturally formed. Instead, they were encouraged by the seedlings. The Lost Empires had survived the baptism of the artificial natural disaster. Even so, they still retained a certain similarity to the Lost Empire outside the Milky Way. No one would believe that such a situation was a coincidence. Somehow, they seemed to feel that the wheel of fate was turning. So, this universe will also face a certain natural disaster? Unlike the small skirmishes in the Milky Way, it's a cosmic threat that everyone and all civilizations need to face. The Milky Way can be seen as a sealed universe that has been experimented on. The universe will play out. It has also played out in the Milky Way. Then is our universe a similar experimental universe that is wrapped in another universe? No, infinite nesting dolls are not advisable. In addition, how far have the enlightened ones gone? They seem to know more than everyone. And the natural disaster we're facing? Could it be the great collapse that the administrator mentioned? Isn't this a cosmic phenomenon that might happen in the future? Why did it become the void is said to be a phenomenon? The Void Lord's words stirred up 1,000 waves. If these guesses were true, then their understanding of the universe would undergo a huge change. Some scientists began to study whether these natural disasters were related to the natural disasters in the Milky Way. Another scientist in charge of communicating with the Void Lord looked at it with a much more cautious gaze. Facing this void life form who suddenly spat out shocking news, he didn't know how to treat them. After hesitating for a moment, he could only ask. I don't think you are doing this to survive. Why are you telling us this information? Do you want something? Why? How can there be so many whys? Even our life forms are different, and our understanding of desire is different. I'm just curious. Why didn't the void descend into this universe? It seems to have been tampered with and hasn't become the mainstream of this universe. What is the mainstream endpoint of the universe for you now? Is it the Big Rend? I realize that this universe seems to be expanding at an accelerated rate. Is this the ending here? The scientists of the Voyager were hesitating if they should tell this secret to the Void Lord because it wasn't a secret of their civilization. It was a secret of the entire civilization group led by the administrator. Just as they were about to report to the administrator, the signal of the administrator suddenly appeared on the surrounding artificial intelligence fleet. No one knew how he transcended such a huge delay to communicate in real time, but his unique signal finally communicated with the Void Lord. Let me tell you. Chapter 383, End of the Cycle. Let me tell you. Li Wenyuan's consciousness signal appeared in this galaxy and interacted with the Void Lord. On the surface, there seemed to be a huge delay of 2 million light-years between him and this galaxy, but in fact, there was indeed a signal delay of as long as 2 hours. However, in order not to let the situation go out of control at some point, he still thought of some ways. The Al on the Al fleet that was sent here was actually part of his consciousness data. Normally, these consciousness data would take on the responsibility of ordinary artificial intelligence. It was a collection of operating procedures. However, when Li Wenyuan needed it, he could transfer his main consciousness to this artificial intelligence. The price of doing this was that his connection with the spiral galaxy had become delayed. There was a speed limit for the transmission of awareness signals. Moreover, because of the delay, it would be very difficult for him to borrow the computing power of the central processing unit and read the database. He could only rely on the memory in this portion of consciousness data and the processor of the spaceship itself. If it wasn't necessary, Li Wenyuan didn't want to do this. After all, this wasn't stable enough. However, he felt that it was necessary to personally interact with the Void Lord this time. After reading the series of news that had been sent back, it was difficult for him not to be interested in this mysterious void life form and the void itself. He had also thought of the Voyager's series of guesses. It was better to say that he had thought deeper. He knew that there were many images related to brain in a vat and fish tank and fish in the Milky Way. Would people who lived in this universe realize that the world they were in was actually a fake world, or was it just an experimental site? The former observer, the Lost Empire, firmly believed that the Milky Way was fake, so they didn't hesitate to commit suicide with the entire Milky Way to get rid of what they thought was the virtual world. Although this behavior was bewitching, it could not help but cause one to think deeply. Assuming that the scale of the Milky Way was magnified and expanded to the entire universe, what if the universe was just a game or an experiment? The Milky Way was like a miniature mirror image of the universe. Everything in it seemed to be connected after entering the universe. He still remembered that the creator of the infinite divine armaments, the Extractor, a civilization that believed that the increase in the number of life forms would lead to the destruction of the universe, chose to commit suicide after discovering the truth. How similar was this to the outcome of the Observer and the Lost Empire in the Milky Way? And the Scribe civilization that inherited its remains had a certain degree of similarity to the Observer and the Lost Empire. No one would believe that there was nothing between them. The Void Lord had pointed out these things that everyone had ignored. Everything in the past seemed to be connected. Since the Milky Way itself was equivalent to a closed experimental site built by humans, based on this similarity, could the universe also be understood as a certain experiment, and the end point of the universe was that the experiment could not continue and had to be redone. Civilizations and even individuals that could carry out experiments of this level had clearly surpassed the universe itself. They were existences that stood at their true peak. If that were the case, it was not impossible for there to be an unconvincing endpoint theory such as the increase in life forms will cause the universe to enter the big collapse. Who knew what the purpose of this cosmic experiment was? Perhaps the increase in life forms would lead to sample pollution, so there was a reboot? However, the above was still in the category of guessing. Even if everyone could provide closed-loop logic, they still lacked conclusive evidence. This group, including Li Wenyuan, knew everything from the accounts of others. Every word sounded like a shocking matter, but there was no evidence to prove it. It was as if they were deliberately hidden. However, Li Wenyuan knew that this was because he had yet to come into contact with that level. He believed that that day would not be too far away. Therefore, for all these reasons, Li Wenyuan decided to personally communicate with the Void Lord. This void life form seemed to know a lot of things. The mainstream endpoint theory of this known universe is indeed big rent because it is an undeniable fact that the universe is accelerating its expansion. But according to some information I received, the final destination of this universe is very likely to be big collapse. Can you understand it through this term alone? And what determines whether the big collapse will happen is the total amount of life. After the Void Lord heard this term, it didn't take long for him to understand the meaning of this term. So that's how it is. The endpoint theory has indeed been rewritten, perhaps the void was indeed the endpoint of this place, but some unforeseen events have caused it to be impossible for the void to happen again. At least this time, the universe won't. Since there's the big collapse theory, there must be a discussion about the cycle, right? The universe will cycle through the Big Collapse and the Big Bang and never stop. In that case, do you think Big Collapse is the endpoint or cycle is the endpoint? This rhetorical question made Li Wenyuan think for a moment. Indeed, who said that the ending would definitely be fixed? The cycle could also be the ending. It would be better to say that this ending was actually closer to Li Wenyuan's understanding. This was because there were clearly civilizations and life forms from the last era in this universe. They might even show signs of dimensional erosion due to acclimatization, but it also proved that this universe was not the original universe. Perhaps it had already undergone countless cycles. At the mention of cycles, one couldn't help but think of the mysterious existence in the black hole, the ring of time. The void represented an ending, and the cycle also represented an ending. Then, could the ring of time that was closely related to the cycle be the mastermind behind the Big Collapse? After all, from Li Wenyuan's known performances, Ring of Time was intelligent and would even show a personality of preference. He hadn't forgotten what the infinite divine armaments had said. The Ring of Time's love was with humans. However, even greater doubts followed. If the Ring of Time was the mastermind, then why did it choose to favor humans? Li Wenyuan quickly suppressed this doubt to the bottom of the process. He felt that there must be a fundamental secret related to the universe. Only by finding humans could he know all of this. Chapter 384, Heavens. I think you already have the answer in your heart. If what you said is true, then the void is no longer the endpoint here. Although it seems a little unorthodox for me to say these words, the ending of the void is indeed not very good. We, who once had no intelligence, will only approach our roots, but I think the current universe is quite good. After all, circulation also represents a new life, right? It's much better than a void with nothing and no deathly stillness. Furthermore, as long as I think of a way, the cycle might not be so unsolvable. At the very least, there are still lives that can survive the Big Collapse. Compared to the void, the cycle is much more benevolent. The Void Lord's words did not have any yearning for the void. Perhaps after it gained intelligence, its desires became complicated, and it no longer acted according to its instincts. Then, the question about us ends here. However, I believe you still have other doubts. After all, other than being void life forms, we also have another identity as hounds. This should be the key to your original plan. It was indeed as the Void Lord had said. They had originally come here to search for traces of the search for humans, but they had accidentally discovered that the hunter had also been here. That was why they had gone to great lengths to investigate the civilization here and discovered the existence of the Void Egg. The Void Lord was also quite cooperative. It seemed to be anxious to reveal everything it knew. I don't know much about our master, the civilization you call the Hunter. After all, I was only born from an egg in this galaxy. I know void because those things are our source. As long as we still have the nature of the void, we will definitely know those things. The only difference is that we can't understand those fragments without intelligence. As for the Hunter civilization, as far as I know, they are also a very ancient civilization. The void was once a major civilization research topic. Almost all of their scientists participated in this research. However, I don't know what exactly happened. I only know that after the project ended, their thoughts became extreme. They began to destroy the galaxy on a large scale and extract energy. This process will naturally lead to the destruction of countless civilizations, and the race you call Presolin will be forced to flee their homeland. Is there any resistance among them? Of course there is. There are many more. Not every civilization is willing to give up their home and escape, and not every civilization has the ability to escape the restrictions of the galaxy group. All in all, those civilizations or races that could not escape for various reasons could not live without one outcome in the end, which was destruction. The Hunter is very strong. They are a civilization that has developed to the extreme. There is even an unknown force helping them undergo one limit breakthrough after another. It is naturally not difficult for such a civilization to destroy those lives that can't even leave the galaxy. As far as I know, the way they extract energy will destroy the entire galaxy group. All the stars will be turned into black holes, and the planets will all be shattered without exception. They call this ascension, but they don't think it's enough. What they need is a lot more energy than a galaxy group. I couldn't understand it in the past, but now I have reason to suspect that they did this to break the cycle. They need an unbelievable energy, an impossible energy that might even be larger than the universe itself, to leave this place and not be trapped under the cycle. After realizing that the cycle was very likely the end of the universe, Li Wenyuan also thought that the hunter civilization's crazy act of destroying the galaxy and extracting energy was to escape the cycle. He knew that there was a restart switch in the universe, and the key to activating it was the total number of life forms. There was no reason for a civilization like the hunter not to know. The purpose of the natural disaster ascension was to extract enough energy to transcend the dimension. If the hunter civilization had enough energy, they might really be able to leave this universe. Since he wasn't in this universe, he naturally wouldn't be troubled by the circulation of this universe. The ascension of the natural disaster would inevitably be accompanied by the destruction of the galaxy. The hunter civilization obviously didn't care about other people's private goods. It would be better to say that their actions of destroying the galaxy had also delayed the arrival of big collapse. Perhaps that was what they really thought. Thinking of this, Li Wenyuan realized another abnormality related to human behavior. Human sowing of civilizations seemed to be accelerating the arrival of the big collapse. There was no reason for them, who were favored by the ring of time, not to know about this. Regarding this, Li Wenyuan felt that humans knew some unknown inside information. For this reason, they did not hesitate to carry out actions that might lead to big collapse. The Void Lord paused for a moment, as if waiting for everyone to digest the information before continuing. We appeared under this kind of environment. They were not satisfied with the efficiency of gathering energy. They chose a nature from the void they knew, that is, we. They introduced this universe and successfully controlled us. Logically speaking, it's impossible for voids to appear in this universe anymore, and we can't appear. However, they still did it. I still don't know how they did it. We will automatically attract heat. As long as it doesn't reach absolute zero, the heat will keep flowing towards us. Therefore, we became a huge energy storage device. Not only in this galaxy, but we could also exist in the galaxy groups in all directions. We were constantly absorbing heat and storing it for them until the day they were about to undergo ascension. And it's also for efficiency. Other than being an energy storage device, we're also their leading force. We exist as biological weapons to destroy the galaxy. The biotechnology they have, super evolution, was used on us. With this evolution power, we can indeed bear the responsibility of biological weapons. After all, this evolution is shared. We will grow infinitely, even surpassing the hunter himself. Perhaps it's also because of this consideration that they didn't give us any chance to give birth to intellect. However, when he heard this, Li Wenyuan felt that something was amiss. According to what the Void Lord had said, the void evil here should be at its strongest state after it was born. They would inherit the evolution power of other void evils, and they would be ultimate life forms the moment they were born. They were definitely not just those little fellows who could spit acid. To answer his question, the Void Lord also gave a straightforward answer. Because they're all dead. We're a batch that evolved again. We haven't evolved those powerful abilities yet. Is he dead? This answer made Li Wenyuan wonder who could deal with those void life forms that had no upper limit for evolution. From the civilization you mentioned before, I think a civilization you call a scribe fulfills the various attributes of the civilization in my memory. They killed all the void usurpers and became the irreconcilable enemies of the hunter. Chapter 385, The End of the Void. The civilization you call the scribe killed all the void usurpers, which is our, in your words, our comrades. Of course, I don't have any hatred for this. Death is an unfamiliar term to us. There is no such way of existence in the void. In my opinion, their disappearance is just a change of form. There's nothing to be sad about. However, to our master, this is a matter worthy of being escalated to hatred. Because not only is this a challenge to their authority, but it also hinders their process of gathering energy. Although there is no interstellar society in the universe, they are still thinking of ways to take revenge on the scribe. The planet I'm on is a trap designed by them. They deliberately moved this planet to attract the attention of the scribe. At the same time, they set up a program for the control center on this planet. As long as a scribe comes to check on the abnormality of this planet, this program will mark them and report to my master, attracting pursuit. Upon hearing this, Li Wenyuan remembered that the Sentry organization had mentioned that the hunter civilization had moved away from a mechanical planet. Now, it seemed that the hunter civilization had discovered that this planet was the work of a scribe and was trying to transform this planet into a trap to lure and kill the scribe. Maybe the hunter has already done this when he destroyed many galaxies in the past. Since the entire galaxy will be destroyed, the observation terminal will definitely be no exception. Perhaps their enmity was formed a long time ago. After all, a civilization likes to leave behind an observation station to observe silently. A civilization will even destroy the galaxy itself. Without observation, it's very normal for it to be like fire and water. So, this will be ancient hatred. Due to the conflict between the scribe and the hunter, there was a sense of déjà vu. Almost immediately, Li Wenyuan recalled the Battle of Heaven that had happened in the Milky Way. The main characters of the Battle of Heaven were the Watcher and the Voyager, two lost civilizations that opposed each other. These two civilizations became archenemies because of the hatred that had been passed down since ancient times. One day, it erupted and started a war that affected the entire Milky Way. And the reason for this was ancient hatred and ancient archenemy. Now, there seemed to be some kind of feud between the scribe and the hunter. What happened looked like the Battle of Heaven on a cosmic battlefield, but this time, no civilization was asked to pick a side because these two civilizations could easily wipe out an entire galaxy group. They did not need pawns. Ordinary civilizations did not even have the qualifications to become cannon fodder. However, even though there were many differences, the collision of these two ancient civilizations still made people think of the Battle of Heaven that had once happened in the Milky Way. If the war between the Watcher and the Voyager in the past was the opposite of materialism and idealism, then the war between the scribe and the hunter now was the opposite of foreign-friendly and xenophobic. Of course, the foreign-friendly and xenophobic here were a little distorted. The scribes regarded all civilizations as observation subjects. They did not favor or underestimate anyone. They would even leave things like the variant terminal to indirectly promote the growth of civilizations. However, once there was a problem with the observer, they would mercilessly restart the experiment. The hunter, on the other hand, would not have any ethical grounds and moral pressure to destroy all civilizations other than its own, but for certain purposes, they would nurture their servants to help them better carry out their careers. Is this also planned? Or is it that when civilization reaches its end, there will inevitably be opposing sides on the path? Li Wenyuan thought of many things and quickly suppressed these thoughts. At present, everything that happened in the Milky Way could be found to be similar outside the Milky Way. It was hard to say that this was not intentional. Even if it was really a coincidence, there must be something driving the formation of this coincidence. After that, the Void Lord continued. But this is all in the past. In fact, I've already lost contact with my master. Once upon a time, a pulse of a fixed frequency would be transmitted here, exerting a specific influence on us, who are still in an egg state. This helps to control us, but this pulse has not appeared for a long time. Normally, they should be present at our incubation, but so far, I haven't seen any hunter. I haven't even sensed their aura. Can I take it that they have already disappeared? The Void Lord's last sentence was a question. Perhaps for it, not being controlled was its greatest confusion at the moment, and Li Wenyuan wasn't sure of the answer to this question. From what we know so far, the hunter may be trapped somewhere, but it's also possible that its disappearance was caused by some reason. Of course, I'm more inclined to believe that they're trapped because it's not easy to destroy such a civilization. Perhaps even their enemy, the scribe, can't do it. I see. In that case, they must not have disappeared. The Void Lord also seemed to feel that the hunter hadn't perished. They're a group of crazy people. Even if they're destroyed, they won't be silent. Perhaps they're indeed trapped somewhere. After a signal that sounded like he was talking to himself, the Void Lord entered a short silence. Then, he did something unexpected. Its body attached to the observation terminal, which could be said to have fused with machinery, began to separate. The circuits that were originally buried in its flesh were stripped away, producing a large number of sparks. Logically speaking, the Void Lord's fusion method would bind it to the fate of the planet, and its death would definitely be accompanied by the death of the planetary machines. This was because most of the roots had already been completely flesh-ified, replacing the original roots to take on the work. What it was doing now looked like suicide. However, the circuits that were emitting large amounts of sparks quickly returned to where they should be. The damaged parts gradually closed under the cover of some life-form cells and quickly formed a life-form circuit that continued to maintain the normal operation of the planetary machines. As for itself, it turned into a shrinking soft mud, squirming forward on the surface of the observation terminal until it gathered into a meatball in the control center. The Voyager, who had been thinking about how to separate the Void Lord from the observation terminal, was stunned by this scene. They didn't expect it to break away from this flesh and blood connection on its own and even repair the parts that had been damaged by the fusion with its body. This process caused it to lose at least half of its body, and the Void Lord that had finished separating seemed a little dispirited. Even Li Wenyuan was puzzled as to why it was doing this. The Void Lord paused for a moment before explaining. I think you need this planet, or perhaps you were originally looking for this planet. Although I'm one with the planet, it doesn't mean that I can control this planet. This planet is essentially the creation of a scribe. Before I had intelligence, I was instinctively attracted to this planet and fused with it. With the help of the control center here, intelligence was born. The hunter can't give us a chance to develop intelligence, but after connecting to this planet, I understand that this was done by the scribes. This planet has also been tampered with by them, and all the observation terminals may have been tampered with. The goal is to fuse us with this machine one day, and the hunter didn't discover such an abnormality. This might also be one of the scribes' experiments. They want to test the compatibility of the void to obtain something from it, or they just want to cause trouble for the hunter. But my departure has nothing to do with these things. It's to prevent this interest from being implicated because the void is about to end. Chapter 386, Void Bug. His words, which were originally quite normal, suddenly changed in the last sentence, making people confused. As if to prove its words, the meat paste gathered on the control center of the planetary machine began to turn transparent. It could be seen that some of the fluorescent cells seemed to be interfered with by some force, twisting and being pushed to the surface of the body. Then, they were released, forming a strange scene of fireflies fluttering. As these fluorescent cells were extracted, the meat paste of the Void Lord began to change to a certain degree of unstable. Although the original appearance of the meat paste was already very irregular, it was now even more radical. One moment, it was jumping like boiling water, and the next moment, it was growing many hard thorns like sea urchins, as if something drastic was happening in its body. However, the Void Lord's signal was still stable, as if this intense change had no effect on him. In order to keep us in this universe, the hunters, my masters, have also put in a lot of effort. According to you, the void can be considered a kind of cosmic disaster, and that's the truth because we will cause the universe to fall. According to you, it will cause the universe itself to die, and the universe naturally won't welcome the arrival of the void. We will be automatically rejected by this universe, so we need a unique stabilizing method. Upon hearing this, Li Wenyuan had a very familiar feeling. This rejection sounded like dimensional erosion. In order to prevent us from being discovered, we were installed with the shell of life forms. We have cells made of molecules and biological mechanisms that release energy through the rupture of chemical bonds. We will have the desire to starve. We will be driven by the characteristics of life called instinct. We will need to eat something to obtain the direction of evolution. We will also lose our foothold in this universe because of death. These are things that we in the past did not have, and these things are really fascinating. Even without intelligence, just these instinctive things are enough to make us linger. But this is all coming to an end now because it's been a long time since the hunter updated the disguise cells in our bodies. Originally, we could still deceive the universe a little in our egg state, but the desire of gluttony allowed us to hatch. As we absorbed heat uncontrollably, and there were no new disguise cells to hide the abnormality in our bodies, we have now been locked by the universe. With the Void Lord's narration, Li Wenyuan was even more certain that this was also a kind of dimensional erosion phenomenon. Just like the fire chaser civilization that he had come into contact with before, they were also rejected because they did not belong to this universe. Not only did they lose their intelligence, but they were also actively erased by the universe. So the hunter isn't willing to let the void evil possess intelligence because of this consideration? Not only is intelligence difficult to control, but it's also to prevent it from attracting more attention from the universe. And, to be able to do these things so proactively. Does the universe itself have intelligence? Or is it some incomprehensible mechanism? As he obtained more verification, Li Wenyuan began to think about the universe itself. What was the definition of the universe? It was a huge carrier that encompassed all the physical and non-physical properties available. It was the cornerstone that accommodated the formation of everything. It was the general term for all time, space, and all phenomena. It was the largest object of physics and astronomy research. It was the world in the philosophical sense. But no defined universe could be so active as if it had a life, which was incomprehensible. And if we start defining the universe as fake or the universe as an experiment, it seems to provide a theory for this phenomenon. This was because everything could be man-made. A certain civilization, a certain life form, or an existence that stood above all dimensions had set some rules that did not belong to the foundation of this universe. After all, the phenomenon of dimensional erosion was difficult to explain with physics. It was more like complete metaphysics. Li Wenyuan now raised the possibility of this guess to an extremely high level. If the fish tank in the Milky Way also had similarities, then it seemed to make sense that there was something in this universe watching this place. And this dimensional erosion was what they used to control the variables. His gaze returned to the Void Lord that was disintegrating. At this moment, what happened to the Void Lord was no longer as intense as before. As the fluorescent disguise cells disappeared, the Void Lord's body began to disintegrate like fog. This was an incomprehensible decomposition method. In the detection equipment, the mass of the Void Lord was rapidly decreasing, and this decrease in mass was often accompanied by violent energy explosions, but it didn't. The heat absorbed by the Void Lord was spreading evenly in all directions in the form of a wave of unknown origin, as if it wanted to return these things to this universe. As for the matter part that formed its body, it had become a visible part of the fog and was constantly being reduced to the basic particles of the universe until it was invisible to the naked eye. After that, its main body finally appeared in front of everyone. It was a bug. It might not be appropriate to describe it as a bug, because it was a huge thing that was completely pitch black. Only when one looked at it at first glance could they seem to see something that looked like an insect's appendage waving. That was why they had the first impression of a bug. However, this bug form did not last long because an extremely huge space-time distortion phenomenon was detected near this black unknown object. At this moment, it had not completely left the control center of the observation terminal. With this last connection, it sent out an incomprehensible signal. Due to its complexity, Li Wenyuan, who was only borrowing the spaceship processor, could not interpret it at all. He could only check it when he returned. The space-time distortion phenomenon seemed to have reached its peak at this moment. The structure of space-time suddenly shattered at this moment, just like the effect of the warp drive. This time, it was even more thorough because a spirit that was exactly the same as the bug and had no mass but only illusions appeared here. They touched each other and finally disappeared without a trace. After that, the space-time structure was repaired again. Only the extremely fragile space-time structure explained what had happened here. Chapter 387, Dust Settled. The Void Lord had disappeared, completely disappearing from this universe along with its space-time ghost. It was hard to say that the spatial distortion that suddenly erupted was triggered by it. Li Wenyuan had never seen such a ferocious space-time ghost. Perhaps in the eyes of the universe, these void life forms were far more dangerous than life forms from the previous universe like the Fire Chaser or the Ether Dragons. This was the first time he had seen how the universe forcefully erased the unstable factors. This also made him think. If similar things happened to him, could he have a solution? This universe was clearly quite intelligent. Or rather, it had some kind of mechanism that could clean up things outside the universe. Li Wenyuan now suspected that there was something like a universe brain somewhere dealing with and carrying out these actions. Otherwise, it was really difficult to explain why the universe itself could do such a thing. However, although the Void Lord had disappeared, the biological tissue that evolved from part of its body was still on the observation terminal, including the satellite formed by the cuticle. It was still revolving around the planet normally. These were the normal parts. They were biological shells made by the hunter based on the need to accommodate the void. They were existences recognized by the universe. The void eggs that hadn't hatched yet didn't suffer the settlement of the universe. Perhaps as long as they didn't hatch and produce a lot of metabolism and cosmic anomalies, the universe wouldn't be able to detect their existence. As for the other void evils that had hatched but had yet to be eliminated, they were also cleaned up by the space-time ghost. However, this at least let Li Wenyuan know one of the effects of the current space-time ghost phenomenon. Queen Olin, who was still trying her best to chase and eliminate the void evil, had also witnessed a group of void evils vanish before her eyes. The sudden outcome left her at a loss. Is this the end? She still found it unbelievable, as if she couldn't imagine that the hounds who had chased them in the past had really died just like that. After the nightmare dissipated, what it brought was not joy, but emptiness. This was because the dead compatriots wouldn't be resurrected from the dead because of the void evil. They were really the last batch of Olin now. At the very least, there's still the culprit, the hunter, and the return to my former home waiting for me. The queen quickly adjusted her mentality and drove the emptiness out of her heart. She knew that her homeland must have been destroyed by the hunter, but no matter what, she had to go back and take a look. This was the greatest wish of their race ever since they became Olin. It was also their lifelong pursuit. Even though they had already calmed down and started farming, the fire of this wish had never been extinguished. Meanwhile, in another galaxy, the ether dragons had also witnessed the disappearance of the void evil. Although her anger had mostly calmed down after killing many void evils, she still couldn't help but feel a little melancholic at this moment. Originally, she might have been able to find her comrades here, but now, all of this had turned into a dream with the appearance of the void evil. It was easier said than done to find the few remaining compatriots who would suffer from dimensional erosion in such a huge universe. The one she had encountered so far was only the one closest to her. And she had already missed this opportunity. She felt that she would not have another chance in the future. Forget it. At least I still have those children. Thinking of the lava eggs that were about to hatch, the ether dragon's mood became slightly better. The worry of being alone also lessened. Therefore, she shook her head and flew back to the place where she first came. She would wait there for the administrator to pick her up. Everything in this galaxy seemed to have been settled. The megacore that ruled this place had been destroyed under the infiltration of the assimilation fighters, leaving behind a group of like-minded artificial forms. They were connected by the mental network, and there was no longer a huge difference between them. Furthermore, under the targeted education of the assimilation fighters, even the directors were glowing in their basic positions, not wasting any of them. As for the ancient sentry organization, they had already come to a conclusion. They hadn't really lasted until today. The sentry that was circulating in the megacorp was just an opening deliberately released by the company's higher UPS to capture people who really dared to resist the company. The real sentry organization had perished when the hunter invaded. They didn't leave behind too many legacies, but they tried their best to fight to the last moment, regardless of whether they still existed. The hidden dangers left in the galaxy, the void egg, had all entered hibernation and become materials to study the super evolution and the essence of the void. As for the hunter who had once invaded this place, he was also missing for some reason and couldn't return. However, according to the Void Lord, this observation terminal seemed to have a backup plan left behind by the hunter. Perhaps he could find the hunter's whereabouts. The matter seemed to have been resolved, but the most fundamental reason for Li Wenyuan's arrival had just begun. He was here to search for traces of humans. Now that he had the observation terminal, he could quickly find the purification terminal here. According to past experience, only this place was the most hidden, safest, and most suitable for keeping records. Before the Void Lord disappeared, he sent out an extremely complicated and incomprehensible signal. The specific content of this signal could only be decrypted with the help of the Central Processing Unit after he returned to the Spiral Galaxy. Since he had sent his main consciousness here, he naturally had to wait until he saw the information left behind by humans before returning to the Spiral Galaxy. Therefore, through the scanning of the observation terminal, Li Wenyuan quickly found the target's purification terminal. On this well-disguised giant gas planet, he found a monument hidden in the planet's atmosphere. Humans always seem to like to use monumental buildings to keep records. Maybe they find it ritualistic. After connecting to the miniature database in the monument, Li Wenyuan also learned the secret of humans coming here. It's come to this again. Are you always looking forward to this segment? Professor has something to do and went to other galaxy clusters, so I'll keep the records here. Chapter 388, Cognitive Integration. This tone is probably that of a specialist, right? Speaking of which, it seems like they're the ones who come to contact me every time. They probably have a lot of say in human decision-making. Li Wenyuan thought to himself and continued reading. First of all, congratulations on coming here. After a galaxy, we split up and headed to many other galaxies. I don't know if you've made a choice along the way, but since you're here it must be fate. This galaxy group itself is very ordinary. There are no abnormalities, and there's nothing worth paying attention to. The only interesting thing is that there was once an archive here and a civilization was coincidentally born on this satellite. This civilization developed rapidly after using the rocket to board the archive planet for the first time. With the technology in the archive, they became the strongest civilization in this galaxy. In other civilizations, no, it's a little too flattering to call them that. When other life forms had just entered the primitive society, this civilization had already become the Lost Empire. It had a lot of cutting-edge technology, such as the technology to build hyperspace channels and warp drives. However, highly developed technology and social philosophy that did not make much progress made them addicted to pleasure and unable to extricate themselves, just like most of the lost civilizations we have seen. And because of their unreasonable early development of the archive and their lack of attention to the archive after the fall, this database containing a lot of information was damaged irreparably. Until we arrived, the archive had been completely abandoned and had no extraction value. However, surprisingly, this civilization did not fall for long. After enjoying countless years, some of them suddenly woke up and became the prior of the civilization. A very small number of elites took on the responsibility of maintaining the progress of civilization. While most people were still depraved, this group of people had already begun to take spaceships/spacecraft and build hyperspace channels everywhere, as well as sow the seeds of civilization. At the same time, they did not forget to develop the technology that seemed to have reached the end and successfully broke through layer after layer of cycles. This sudden change is undoubtedly very abnormal. I suspect that there is some unknown inducement behind them, but through talking to these elites, I realized that this seems to be a sudden enlightenment. Perhaps when they look at the ruins of the archive one day, the minds of this group of people have reached a new height, just like the philosophers in history who suddenly understood certain problems. I have to admit that this is also an acceptable accident. If everything is done step by step like a program that has been set up, wouldn't it be very boring? These people have brought new vitality to this galaxy. At least when we came here, this place had already formed a rather prosperous interstellar society. Will the Milky Way develop like this in the future? Feu novo. When humans arrived here, a stable interstellar space environment had already been formed, corroborating what the Sentry organization had said. Just as the specialist had said, there was nothing abnormal here that was worth paying attention to. Other than an archive that had no value, it was ordinary. This place was very similar to the Milky Way. Even the development was very similar. Due to some foreign influence, a civilization had become a pioneer of the entire galaxy and began to accelerate the civilization process of the entire galaxy. There was also an archive building here, and there was also a stray ether dragon. However, compared to humans, the origin of this lost civilization was different. The origin of mankind could be called the meteorite revolution. A meteorite brought about the rise of civilization. The origin of this civilization could be called the lost archive. They were born beside the archive and made rapid progress with the knowledge of the last era. Ever since he learned of a certain similarity in this universe from the Void Lord, Li Wenyuan was extremely sensitive to all coincidences, afraid that he would miss the secret that might be hidden. The record left behind by the specialist was not interrupted by Li Wenyuan's thoughts. It was still being played tirelessly. As this galaxy is already developing very well, I don't need to continue planting civilization here. However, in the process of communicating with the elites of this lost civilization, I discovered that they were troubled by rescuing a wandering life form. Out of curiosity, I asked about the characteristics of that life form and realized that it wasn't the ether dragons. I'm familiar with this. The ether dragons in the Milky Way were the ones I was responsible for dealing with the problem of dimensional erosion and modifying. And this time, without anyone stopping me, I can finally transform her into a dragon mother. Hehe. Therefore, after vying for agreement, the ether dragons abandoned their original body and adapted to this universe in a brand new manner. That civilization is very shocked by this, but it's not because I solved the problem of dimensional erosion, but because they seem to be dissatisfied with my anthropomorphic transformation. In short, I've helped them solve a problem. The ether dragon's body that had suffered from dimensional erosion was buried in the galaxy, and the human like her chose to leave this place with me. That civilization doesn't have any objections to this. It's better to say that they can't wait for the ether dragons to leave quickly. During the dimensional erosion, this dragon has to eat food equivalent to their entire civilization's food production every day to not go crazy. Can you believe that a lost civilization is still worried about food? Upon seeing this, Li Wenyuan nodded. This was because he had really seen it before. Wasn't this Presolin in the Milky Way the lost beehive empire that was worried about food? Apart from that, he also learned something else. The ether dragons that had wandered here had not been eaten by the void evil. They had only eaten a body that had been thrown away. This is good news for the ether dragons, Li Wenyuan thought of his ether dragon with a big bow. He just wasn't sure if she could accept the fact that her only known comrade had changed into another appearance. The recording style of the specialist was a little different from that of the professor, but it could also be that there was nothing much to say in this galaxy. What she recorded was like her travelogue. However, Li Wenyuan felt that it was not bad for such a situation to happen once in a while. At the very least, it made him feel relaxed. This was a feeling that he would only have when facing them. In this vast galaxy, races had already become an inseparable connection between every interstellar civilization and galactic life form. It was the spiritual harbor in everyone's hearts. At the end of the record, the specialist finally gave Li Wenyuan something that he was most concerned about, which was the update of the technology tree. After knowing that he might have to face civilizations at the level of scribes and the hunter in the future, Li Wenyuan felt that his current combat strength might be a little difficult to use. These civilizations at the peak seemed to be able to treat the law as weapons in their hands. So far, he had not even built the pillar of creation, let alone use the power of creation of this super mega structure. And the specialist helped him solve this problem. The record she left behind did not update the technology tree. Perhaps it had not been long since they last updated. What she left behind was a user manual that was related to the pillar of creation and the reality penetrometer. In the end, I naturally have to leave you some gifts. Recently, we have many new insights into the use of the pillar of creation and the reality penetrometer. Although we don't know if you need them now, we will definitely use them one day. We will wait for you at the finish line. As the recording ended, the relevant data files were also transferred to the spaceship database that Li Wenyuan had borrowed. Reality Cognition Integration. Introduction. Based on our research on the universe itself, we have become more and more proficient in controlling this power of creation. We no longer need to carry out those complicated calculation procedures and experimental simulations. We only need to press a small button. Chapter 389, The Hunter and Prey. What the specialist left behind was a record of how to use the pillar of creation and the reality penetrometer. It was obvious that while traveling everywhere, humans had not relaxed their research. Most of the products derived from the Level 9 creation theory could be considered law to a certain extent. However, manipulating the law wasn't an easy task. It didn't mean that he could destroy a planet with a thought after obtaining this technology. The creation theory itself was a theoretical technology that needed to be put into practice, and its derivatives were its practical tools. Under normal circumstances, after Li Wenyuan built the pillar of creation, he still needed to explore the use of this super megastructure through a large number of experiments. Modifying the laws was a serious matter. The universe itself could form such a macroscopic and stable appearance because of the complementarity between the various laws. Modifying the law would affect everything. For example, modifying the speed of light would not only change the speed of the photon's propagation but also all the physical or chemical properties related to the speed of light. On the surface, it only changed the photon's speed, but in fact, the electromagnetic force that formed matter would also be affected. The speed at which the atoms combined into molecules would change, and the efficiency of the aggregation between molecules would also change. Perhaps hydrogen wouldn't be able to form helium through fusion, then there would be a problem with the fusion reaction of the star. The energy released wouldn't be able to resist its own gravity, and it would enter the collapse stage early. These were all the implications of changing a seemingly insignificant number. Therefore, modifying the law couldn't be done as one wished. Otherwise, the universe would quickly be played badly. Li Wenyuan didn't know how civilizations like the scribe and the hunter knew about the use of universe laws. Perhaps the reason why they hadn't started to abuse this technology was because of some kind of tacit understanding. This was just like the nuclear deterrence in the native civilizations. Everyone knew what the consequences of doing this would be. Everyone hoped that they would not have to resort to all means. So as long as we reach this step, it's equivalent to having the password to the cosmic nuclear bomb in our hands. Li Wenyuan had already realized the social role of creation theory in this universe that didn't have many civilizations. Perhaps only by mastering this technology could one be qualified to stand on the stage of this universe. It's different from the interstellar stage where you only need to do any kind of superluminal travel. The requirements for the cosmic stage are even stricter. It's no wonder we haven't seen more civilizations like the scribes so far. Although he understood the role of the pillar of creation in the influence of the cosmic society, it was not a weapon in essence, but a convenient construction facility. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem to use the power of creation in small quantities. As long as he stopped the influence factor before causing more impact, he could easily do some things that he had never imagined before, such as dividing the galaxy. He felt that the scribes most likely used a similar pillar of creation to separate the spiral galaxy, and the reason why the hunters could attract the void was probably related to the pillar of creation they had. Whether it was used as a weapon or as engineering equipment, the pillar of creation was obviously an extremely useful megastructure. This might be another huge leap in Li Wenyuan's combat strength since the Tiangang battleship. As for the method left behind by the specialists to use the pillar of creation and the reality penetrometer, it saved him the tedious process of debugging and understanding the pillar of creation. It was like a template that could be used in one set. Now, as long as he built the huge pillar of creation, he wouldn't have to worry about the invisible threat of those civilizations that he had yet to come into contact with. At least so far, he had the nuclear bomb secret. Then this matter is over. It's about time to go back. While I take a look at the content of the signal left behind by the Void Lord before it disappeared, I can also tell the Ether Dragon about her companion. Just as Li Wenyuan was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He switched his consciousness to the spaceship closest to the observation terminal and connected to this planetary machine again. If he remembered correctly, the Void Lord had mentioned that the hunter had left a backup plan in this observation terminal. The scribe had clearly never been here before, so this backup plan definitely hadn't been eliminated. Then, he might be able to use this backup plan to reverse locate the hunter's location. It didn't mean that he was going to look for the other party now. After all, he hadn't finished building the Pillar of Creation. Furthermore, there were still 2 places he hadn't gone to with the 3 human tracking coordinates provided by the infinite divine armaments. Humans did not leave an outer stargate in this megacorp galaxy. Perhaps humans had already solved the problem of moving across the galaxy through creation theory, and the specialist did not leave any clues as to where they went after that. This undoubtedly made it more difficult to find them. However, the specialist didn't seem to be worried that Li Wenyuan wouldn't be able to find them. The mysterious connections seemed to still be related to each other. Li Wenyuan's current focus was locked on the last 2 human ruin coordinates galaxy. One of them was 8 million light-years away from the spiral galaxy that had been Great Separation, while the other was a billion light-years away. The distance of a billion light-years was unimaginable to him previously, but with the Pillar of Creation, he might be able to find a way to reach there quickly. The reason why he wanted to check the backup plan that the hunter had left in the observation terminal was related to the galaxy 8 million light-years away. That galaxy was enveloped by a mysterious space-time distortion phenomenon. No matter how many spaceships he sent out, they could not enter or leave that distorted space. They could only stay in the state of advancing but not reaching their destination forever. In the past, he had some doubts about this, but after knowing the feud between the scribe and the hunter, he suspected that that place was where the hunter was trapped. Even if it wasn't, it must be related to them. It was too much of a coincidence for such a suspected cage to appear at such a close distance, and he would find the hunter's location through the loophole left behind in the observation terminal. Then, let me confirm if there's a reversal in the positions of the hunter and the prey. In the end, Li Wenyuan found the loophole. This was an activation program, and the final target that the program signal pointed to was the cage galaxy surrounded by space-time distortion phenomena. Chapter 390, Meeting Another Acquaintance. XB-125 Starfield had recently been designated as a no-fly zone by the Joint Pursuers Alliance. All spaceships were prohibited from entering this starfield. Only researchers approved by the Alliance could go there to investigate. The reason was that there was a serious unknown cosmic anomaly here that might cause danger to those who entered by mistake. The alliance formed in the upper 3 spiral arms was very stable overall, and the member civilizations were very positive, but there would always be conspiracy theorists who were used to spreading rumors and causing trouble. Some people thought that the alliance was trying to cover it up. They must have discovered a huge benefit in this starfield and were unwilling to share it with everyone. That was why they announced that there was a serious abnormality here. However, the alliance had been established for a long time. The member civilizations were almost connected as one. This public opinion did not cause any waves before it subsided. Only a small number of explorers and space pirates still tried to enter that starfield. As for the mastermind who caused this abnormal starfield, he was currently adjusting an extremely huge super-mega structure. He did not know that the experiment he had once conducted had actually caused such a huge reaction from these civilizations. He was Li Wenyuan. A few months ago, he had completed the Pillar of Creation, which had been built for decades. This super-mega structure that spanned nearly 20 galaxies and was as long as 50 light-years at the furthest distance finally began to officially operate. Li Wenyuan heaved a sigh of relief. In order to find a suitable galaxy group to build the Pillar of Creation, he spent 5 years searching for the ideal galaxy. The construction of the Pillar of Creation first required a stable celestial system. No multi-star system could do it, nor could it be a special celestial body like a black hole or a pulsar. This would interfere with the overall structure of the Pillar of Creation. Secondly, these galaxies that were chosen to build bases could not have too intense relative movements before. For example, one galaxy was approaching the central black hole at a speed of a few hundred kilometers per second, while another galaxy was leaving at an even faster speed. Although the main body of the connection structure of the Pillar of Creation was in the subspace, according to the correspondence between the subspace and the real universe, this kind of interaction would also cause the connection to be damaged. It might have to undergo major maintenance every once in a while. This kind of variable that might cause the engine to shut down at a critical moment was completely unacceptable to Li Wenyuan. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the ideal galaxy group. He had no choice but to use subspace engineering to get some stars and planets. After precise calculations and simulation experiments, he artificially constructed some celestial systems to serve as the base of the pillar of creation. After a series of bumpy constructions, this huge interstellar space project finally came to an end. Even the size of the central processing unit could not be compared to this super mega structure. This complete pillar of creation looked like a huge sea urchin from a macroscopic perspective. The stars in every galaxy were surrounded by several huge circular worlds. There were also several small rings at the north and south levels of the stars that gradually expanded outwards as if they were guiding the energy of the stars to a certain place. There were no planets or asteroids that still existed in the structure of these celestial bodies. Even the gravity wells that were not in these galaxies but could return to the galaxy had been targeted to prevent the stability of the galaxy from being destroyed. In the real universe, one could not see the connection between these galaxies. Those who did not know might think that this was a megastructure of the same type, not a megastructure. However, if one were to place the scenery in the subspace into the real universe, one would discover that it was a cosmic sea urchin covered in spikes that radiated in all directions. A large portion of this super megastructure was a functional structure. Even if it left the core, it could still be used independently. However, the effect on the universe's laws would become very limited. This structure was also a characteristic of a megastructure. Even if it occupied a huge area, it would still be called a megastructure. However, this level of megastructure also consumed an astronomical amount of energy. Those stars seemed to be providing energy for the pillar of creation, but in fact, they were only used to maintain the basic energy part of the megastructure. Modifying the laws of the universe was not something that could be easily changed. It required a huge amount of energy. If he wanted to activate the pillar of creation's ability to modify the law, Li Wenyuan would need to burn all 10 stars with the mass of the Sun at once to obtain the energy to activate it once. Furthermore, he could only do the simplest modifications. It's no wonder that the scribe needs to apply to activate their so-called creation. No one can afford such a star eater. There were indeed many stars in the universe, and some of them were of high mass. However, the pillar of creation was indeed a huge consumption of energy. The focus was not on the number of stars, but on how to transport the huge energy sources over at once. Speaking of which, it was quite interesting. The pillar of creation's multi-layered circular world that revolved around stars in the galaxy was basically a type of battery circular world. There were only high-energy condensers responsible for energy transmission and energy storage. Many things in this universe were changing, and the only energy was the eternal truth. For this reason, Li Wenyuan had even stored many supermassive stars in the subspace in advance for the pillar of creation to burn. How long has it been? I've almost forgotten this feeling of thinking about energy. He sighed and began to study how to use this megastructure to enter the cage galaxy. Previously, he had experimented with the effects of the pillar of creation in the spiral galaxy he was in. The results were very satisfactory. The space of a starfield was instantly lengthened by 5,000 light-years, and this simple modification of the space dimension cost him 15 sun-mass stars. This experiment ended very quickly. He no longer cared about that starfield. Little did he know that in the eyes of the other civilizations in the spiral galaxy, the red shift of that starfield had been extended by a large amount out of thin air. It was as if those galaxies had suddenly undergone a faster-than-light movement in a second. Moreover, this speed was quite fast, much faster than their hyperspace engine. Therefore, that starfield was classified as a serious unknown cosmic anomaly. Countless scientists from the Alliance flocked to this place. Of course, Li Wenyuan wouldn't know about these things, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Currently, his focus was on the cage galaxy. After some thought, he activated the pillar of creation again and began to restore a small portion of the huge space-time distortion area to normal curvature. The area that he had recovered was only the size of the section of a molecule, but its length went deep into the area and straight into the galaxy. His goal was not to send the spaceship inside, but to observe the current situation in the cage galaxy through this crack. He still didn't know the hunter's exact situation. It was best to get as much information as possible before making plans. The space-time curvature of this rift quickly returned to normal. The photons could enter the interior normally, which meant that various waves could penetrate it. However, Li Wenyuan immediately realized that the curvature of the rift began to develop towards its original situation as if it was gradually returning to its previous state. For this reason, he had no choice but to continue activating the Pillar of Creation to maintain the continual opening of this rift passage. In the end, the detection wave that first entered the Cage Galaxy brought back very interesting news. There was a special life form that existed in this galaxy. It was a group of life forms that had been assimilated by this dimension but still maintained a certain higher dimension characteristic. They had a unique high-dimensional weapon, the matter separator. It could directly distort the laws of physics to achieve the goal of destruction. This weapon would release a special signal, and this signal was detected by Li Wenyuan. He knew what it was. If it wasn't another batch of world breakers who had come to this universe, then he had met someone he knew. Yes, they were the world breakers who had left the Milky Way a long time ago. Or rather, they should be called the Silent. Chapter 391, The Exiled. The Great Wall of the Galaxy was the most spectacular interstellar space project in this exile galaxy. It started from the Wound Galaxy and ended at the Storm Origin Galaxy. It spanned the entire barred spiral galaxy and was nearly 70,000 light-years long, covering more than 2 billion galaxies. Every galaxy that was part of the Great Wall of the Galaxy had a complicated space fortress structure. It was filled with all kinds of weapons, ready to destroy all enemies at any time. In the spaceports of these space fortresses, there were mobile fleets that were constantly in combat readiness. As long as any of the space fortresses were in danger, these fleets would rush over from all directions to provide support. They would never slack off or give up. In the eyes of those who were protected by the Great Wall of the Galaxy, this was a lifeline. Without the huge defense line formed by these fortresses, their current lives would not exist. The media reported that this interstellar space project was called the Hell Defense Line because the battles here had always been the most intense hell that made all the participants narrowly escape death. Those who could return alive from this place were definitely worthy of being called heroes and respected by everyone. Today was a festival worthy of solemn commemoration for the entire exiled civilization because a new batch of soldiers and officers would be sent to the Hell Defense Line. How many people would use the starry sky as a tomb and how many would return as heroes? No one knew the outcome. They could only hope that the people they valued would not be buried in the starry sky. I'm very happy because there are 20% more warriors who are determined to go to that place than last time. Even without compulsory requirements, everyone took on their responsibilities spontaneously and chose to stand on the battlefield that left their home. It's obvious that we're still moving forward. Even though we're branded as sinners, we can still maintain our firm beliefs. Such a motivational speech was transmitted in all directions from every segment of this assembly point ring world. However, in fact, no sound could be heard in the circular world. Only certain parts of the circular world were vibrating weakly with a certain law. The sound waves formed by these vibrations basically had no effect on the air. They could hardly be felt even if they were transmitted through solids. However, these soldiers had serious expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they could hear these voices. To be precise, it was a certain gene that made their bodies grow a kind of fur that could capture the slightest tremble. Their developed neural tissues could easily treat this vibration law as a language they were familiar with and achieve the effect of hearing it. They didn't have to worry about their overly sensitive senses making them hear all kinds of noise at all times because they had an additional second brain in their bodies. This second brain was only 1/3 the size of their first brain, but it was especially used to process useless information. Its information processing ability was hundreds of thousands of times greater than that of the first brain, and it could perform about 1,000,000 simple calculations per second. Although this number was not comparable to computers, and even the computing speed of some native civilizations was much faster than this number, it was already a miracle for a life form's brain. Before the consciousness command was issued, this second brain could roughly distinguish what was trash and what might be useful information. Then, it would block out the useless parts and leave the remaining parts to the first brain to decide. The information transmission efficiency of their nerve cells was equally powerful. In addition to creating their astonishing reaction speed, it also strengthened the information processing ability of their brains. Each of them was actually equivalent to a walking old-fashioned computer with all kinds of advanced external equipment because each of them had experienced the most extreme and perfect genetic modification in the past. After being modified until this generation, they could already be considered perfect life forms in a certain sense. For example, they could freely control the secretion of hormones in the body, so that they could control their emotions. They could cry, laugh, be fearless, or ignore everything. However, because most of them did not like the feeling of controlling their emotions, they usually did not actively control the secretion of emotional hormones. Although there were times when their subconscious would help them make decisions and affect their emotions, most of the time, they still acted not much different from normal life. Similarly, all viruses, bacteria, or other foreign invaders could not infect them at all. Their bodies were like a highly refined precision machine. Any excessive part of this machine would be instantly identified and cause a powerful counterattack. The eradication of all diseases in their bodies was their most basic physical fitness. The efficient utilization of chemical energy and the distribution of tissue structure provided support for this perfect body. Such a powerful body naturally had an extremely high metabolism speed. Their second brain alone was a huge energy consumption device, let alone other organs. The main ingredients of their food now were various radioactive substances. Although their bodies could not undergo fission reactions, they could absorb a large amount of energy through special methods to supply their consumption. In a certain era in the past, they isolated and studied the mitochondria and life-form reactors of certain space life forms and found a way to form a miniature life-form reactor in their bodies. They no longer had any organs that belonged to the gut in their bodies. As their life-form reactor, the stomach took on the functions of digestion and absorption at the same time to save space in their bodies. A unique mitochondrion that was widely distributed in the body also had the corresponding energy release efficiency. It was enough to transfer the energy absorbed by the life-form reactor to other body tissues in a more effective way. In addition to the above, there was also a kind of dormant super stem cells in their bodies. These cells could be quickly activated and divided in times of crisis, allowing their bodies to grow tissues that could adapt to danger as much as possible. Even if 90% of their body tissues were missing, these super stem cells could allow them to grow back. However, with such terrifying biotechnology strength and the ability to complete the Great Wall of the Galaxy, which also required extremely high-tech cosmic engineering, they were still constantly mobilizing troops to fight at the front line. How terrifying was the enemy they were facing! At this moment, the motivational speech had already reached the end. This year is the 3.5 millionth year of the interstellar space war against the despicable Hunter. It's been so long that we almost forgot why we're fighting, but we still have to remember that we are the exiled. We fight to repay our sins. The speech ended here. One spaceship after another carried these soldiers to the border wall known as the Hell Defense Line. Chapter 392, The Silent Empire. The Quiet Hunter is an old fellow among us. This maverick general once silently left the civilization with a small fleet. No one could find any traces of him, and people even thought that he had surrendered to their old opponent who liked to see. But one day, this old general returned to civilization with an unimaginable amount of energy. He used a recorder that recorded his experiences during his absence to prove everything he did. He brought a small fleet of no more than 20 people, which could not even be considered a reconnaissance in the civilization, and destroyed a developed galaxy. He brought the energy there back to increase his achievements. You're trying to buy me off with energy? Don't you know that your actions will almost certainly be court-martialed? You're insulting my integrity. I wanted to reprimand him like that, but he really gave too much. Therefore, he became one of us and conquered countless starfields together. However, he seems to be in some trouble recently. It's said that he's already submitting an application for a title change. Although we don't pay much attention to this, it's still an honor after all. It can't be changed easily. And what's that changed title called? Quiet Hunter? He really wrote down everything he wanted to do on the surface. The diary entrepreneur leisurely shuttled through the interstellar space in his car, ignoring the pursuers behind him and the cannon fire that brushed past him. It was as if he wasn't the one fighting alone in such a dangerous place and was at risk of dying at any time. At this moment, a small beam of light suddenly shot out from a hidden blind spot and headed straight for the key part of his car. The eyes of the pilot, who was still writing in his diary, narrowed. He seemed to be a little surprised by this attack. He finally stopped writing in his diary and began to operate the spaceship seriously. Then, his vehicle avoided the incoming beam of light at a completely impossible angle and attacked at the same time. The hidden spaceship that attacked him just now also dodged his attack. Then, it fought with him. For a while, there was no winner. This made the scribe's blood boil. After being lazy in this galaxy for so long, this was the first time an enemy could exchange blows with him. In the past, they would either avoid him when they met, or they would not do any maneuvering and directly attack him suicidally before being destroyed by him in boredom. He hated the feeling of killing ants. He hoped that his prey would struggle more, or even bite him. Only then could he feel the almost extinct bloodthirsty impulse. After being trapped here for so long, he had almost forgotten the taste of hunting. Now that he had encountered such a person who dared to fight him, he could not bear to kill him for a moment. He wanted to play for a longer time. Because of this, he had already begun to think about how to only defeat the other party and not destroy the spaceship. He felt that accurately attacking the other party's spaceship's power system might be a good idea. Not only was this able to vividly display the disparity in strength between him and the other party, it was even a good method to humiliate the other party without killing him. Therefore, after another round of fighting, he relied on his slightly superior technique to accurately hit the power system of the spaceship. Seeing that the spaceship was already swaying and its speed was decreasing rapidly, and that it was about to find a planet to land on, he could not help but feel smug. As expected, I'm still the strongest. Even the strongest among these people is only someone I've defeated. Just as he was feeling so smug, the crumbling spaceship suddenly returned to its normal speed, as if it had not been affected at all. Not only that, but the other party was also rushing towards his spaceship. It looked like he wanted to perish together with him. At this moment, in order to hit the other party's power system, his spaceship had no choice but to approach a very close position through some maneuvers. At this moment, it could no longer avoid the collision. It was only then that he realized that the destroyed power system was not a power system at all, but a fire control system. Therefore, it was no wonder that the other party did not launch another attack but chose the primitive method of collision. However, he found it unbelievable. He had been fighting with these guys for so long and knew the layout of their spaceship very well. It was impossible for the fire control system to be in this position. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a communication from the other party came. He could have chosen to ignore it, but his sense of cherishing talent made him open the communication. This was a string of insults. He knew the language of this civilization, so he could understand it. "You alien scum! I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Go to hell!" Then, the other party's spaceship collided with his spacecraft, and a dazzling light erupted. The power of this explosion far exceeded the self-destruction power of ordinary spaceships. It was obvious that there was something else on this spaceship that enhanced the power of the explosion. The goal was to let him die in this explosion due to carelessness. He finally realized that he had been deceived. The so-called matchmaking was just his wishful thinking. The other party did not hesitate to fake it to deceive and kill him, which made him extremely angry. Why was he still alive? There was no reason. His spaceship's performance was simply too good. It was far better than any of the other party's most advanced spaceships. This level of explosion could not even break through the defense of the spaceship. In the past, he did not want to use performance to crush his opponent because he felt that this kind of hunting was boring. This time, he had miscalculated. He had to admit that if they were using the same spaceship, he would be dead by now. "Originally, I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person." His gaze suddenly turned cold. His gaze swept across the enemies who were still trying to attack him. He seemed to be a little angry from embarrassment. Then, he used an unimaginable weapon to destroy all the spaceships he saw. A series of explosions occurred in this galaxy one after another. In the end, it returned to silence. Other than a large area of spaceship wreckage, only his spaceship was still wandering in the galaxy. Will that do? There won't be any more witnesses nearby, and the other hunters won't know what happened here. My legend is still continuing. He muttered to himself. Then, he took out his diary again and recorded, XX year, XX month, XX day, 3,712 ships attacked the enemy. They were attacked. At this point, he hesitated for a moment, then firmly wrote the number of hits, 0. Of course. I'm the legendary hunter. My ship is the best hunting battleship. Of course, I can't be attacked. Then, he closed the diary. At this moment, the full appearance of this diary appeared. It turned out that this was not a diary, but a draft of his autobiography, I Am a Legend. The nameplate beside the draft showed his identity. He was one of the top hunters in their civilization, the legendary hunter. At this moment, a communication message was sent to his spaceship. The source indicated that it was from another hunter. The content of the communication was also very brief. It said, "Encounter with the Silent Fleet. Come quickly." Seeing this content, the legendary hunter flew into his spaceship without hesitation and disappeared from the galaxy in the blink of an eye. Not long after, a transparent battleship that seemed to be made of pure energy slowly appeared in the galaxy. It seemed to have been here from the beginning, but the legendary hunter didn't notice it. From the spaceship, an energy life form that seemed to have intelligence floated out. He searched the galaxy full of wreckage and finally found a piece of meat where the legendary hunter and another battleship had collided and exploded. This piece of meat was still alive at this moment. It tenaciously absorbed the cosmic radiation and tried its best to grow into its original appearance. After the energy body found the piece of meat, it returned to the spaceship and slowly disappeared with the spaceship. If the owner of the piece of meat, the ace pilot from the Exiled, still had his original consciousness, he would definitely be shocked to see this spaceship. This was because this was a mysterious civilization that was also fighting the hunter in the galaxy. They didn't communicate with the outside world and remained silent. The only thing they knew how to do was to resist the hunter. Due to this characteristic, they called this civilization the Silent Empire. Chapter 393, Three-Way Crossfire. When Li Wenyuan discovered the Silent in the Cage Galaxy, he was still a little surprised. He really did not expect to meet this civilization that had long left the Milky Way here. Although he had only detected the use of the Silence Matter Separator at first, after listening for a period of time, he finally confirmed that it was indeed the Silent in this sealed galaxy and not other world breakers. In addition to the Silent, he also detected the existence of two other civilizations in this huge barred spiral galaxy. One of the starfields that they were monitoring wasn't very big. Compared to some interstellar space empires, it was ridiculously small. It was located on one of the two spiral arms in this barred spiral galaxy. However, this civilization's encryption method was very good. Even he found it difficult to gain any benefits from it. It was probably the Hunter civilization that was trapped here. The remaining civilizations other than the Silent and the Hunter occupied a ridiculously large starfield, as if they could hear the chaotic and huge number of signal sources from any direction. Roughly estimating the size of this civilization, it might be tens of thousands of times larger than the ordinary civilizations in the Milky Way. The starfield it controlled might have already reached half of the entire Cage Galaxy, and the general location of this civilization was on the opposite arm of the Hunter. Li Wenyuan guessed that this civilization might be the native civilization in this galaxy, or a collection of native civilizations. They had no choice but to retreat to the other end of the galaxy because of the threat of the Hunter. This phenomenon was very similar to the spiral galaxy he was in. The two civilizations were very different and could be said to be irreconcilable. However, what made him curious was that the Hunter didn't destroy everything in this galaxy. He didn't even clean up the natives in this galaxy. Judging from the level of the signal source, the native civilization didn't suffer any fatal damage and was still developing very prosperously. This didn't seem to match the Hunter's situation of destruction wherever they went. He didn't think that the obvious difference in astronomical positions was because the native civilization had become the Hunter's servant. There must be something else that he didn't know. Therefore, after roughly figuring out the situation in the galaxy, Li Wenyuan did not rashly contact any of the civilizations. Instead, he continued to silently monitor everything in the galaxy. At the same time, he tried his best to decipher the encrypted signal of the Hunter and secretly obtain information. He needed to confirm the Hunter's strength and their goal, because the galaxy he was in was only 8 million light-years away. Back then, after the Hunter attacked the Megacorp galaxy 2 million light-years away, his next target was not this nearby spiral galaxy, but the barred spiral galaxy that was now a cage. There was most likely a reason for this. This might be related to the fact that they had been collecting huge amounts of energy in an attempt to ascend out of this universe. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't curious about what the Hunter had discovered. Even if he had to face him head-on in the end, he felt that he had an advantage in a situation where he was in the dark. The reason why he didn't choose to interact with the Silent was also very simple. They were a group of invaders from a higher dimension, a group that had no choice but to obey after being defeated by humans. Although the situation was very similar to Prez Olin, Li Wenyuan had too little interaction with this group of the Silent. He even felt that when this civilization left the Milky Way, they did not know that there was a lost human being like him in the Milky Way. In the past, their performance in the Milky Way might have been because the deterrence of humans was still there. Life would change. Now, the Silent was already outside the wider Milky Way. It was hard to guarantee that they would not become enemies. He still remembered how the real-world breakers behaved. They were also an extinct civilization that would do anything to treat the low dimension as a hunting ground. And the cage here was still very strong. He still had plenty of time to obtain information. At least, it wouldn't be too late to communicate after he confirmed the general state of the Silent. Thus, Li Wenyuan used the pillar of creation to continuously open tiny monitoring holes in the space-time distortion phenomenon that enveloped this galaxy, silently collecting the information inside. The three civilizations in this cage galaxy did not know that there was an external listener paying attention to their movements and still doing their own things. In Home Number 2 Galaxy, the upper echelons of the exiled civilization gathered again to discuss the recent three-way crossfire. This was the current parent galaxy of their civilization. As for Home Number 1, it had become a sacrifice of the Hell defense line on the other side of the galaxy. It was a forgotten history. It was not as if there had never been a three-way crossfire in history. Rather, it was because the Silent Empire had somehow come to this galaxy that there was such a situation. These higher UPS were already used to this, but this time was a little special because this was the largest and most intense three-way crossfire they had experienced. For this reason, they had no choice but to discuss the reason for this fight. The battlefield this time is in the Great Cross starfield 32 light-years away from the Hell defense line H725 to H789. According to a conservative estimate, the number of battleships participating in the battle has exceeded 20,000, and this number is still increasing. As for the number of battleships we're participating in, there are currently more than 18,000 battleships. They're all elites on the Hell defense line and have achieved considerable results. In the three-way crossfire, they deployed an astonishing number of battleships, as if they had participated in the battlefield in a crushing manner. However, this reporter deliberately didn't report their casualties because there were as many as 17,000 Gundams that were completely destroyed or missing among the 18,000 battleships. They were like a group of ants that were constantly advancing toward the source of the fire, suffering heavy casualties. And the upper echelons of the exiled present actually knew this news because this three-way crossfire was essentially a tactical operation planned by them. They had been toyed with by the Hunter for a long time. After experiencing a period of low morale, the entire Space Force was even more furious. Before this tactical operation really began, a large number of elite warriors had already requested to fight and submitted all kinds of tactical plans. There was no lack of suicidal operations, just to attack the arrogance of the Hunter. After secretly planning for a long time, they finally decided to hold a large-scale annihilation operation. The target was the Hunters who often wandered around the Hell defense line. Chapter 394, Dangerous Path. Phew, I still feel depressed after listening to the report again. I didn't expect that even though we're already doing our best to develop, there's still such a huge gap between us and them. A senior executive of the exiled was a little sad after hearing the report. His job covered a portion of scientific research positions. He knew how much the scientists in his civilization had forgotten to sleep and eat, and how much they wanted to contribute to the war. Many of them had undergone extreme genetic modification at the cost of reducing their lifespan. Not only did it destroy the perfectness of their bodies, but it also greatly increased the efficiency of their work. There were people who didn't sleep or rest for the rest of their lives. Even if they died, they had to leave their brains to their cloned bodies and continue working in another way. However, the planned annihilation operation dealt them a heavy blow. 17,000 of their most advanced battleships and more than 3 million elite soldiers were all destroyed by the Hunter in a very short time. If the Silent Empire's fleet hadn't arrived in time, the remaining troops would have been buried in this operation. The enemies they had planned to annihilate were only dozens of hunting battleships. They outnumbered the other party by nearly 1,000 times, but they were easily destroyed by the other party like cutting melons and vegetables, and they did not annihilate any of the enemies. Even though they knew that there was a huge gap between them and the other party, this result almost made some of the soldiers who participated in the battle collapse. They had no choice but to take the initiative to manage the secretion of emotional hormones. Until now, this higher-up did not dare to inform his scientific research subordinates. It was enough for the soldiers to collapse. Think of it in a better light. At least this time, it proves that our 3 million years of struggle was actually a joke. The other party was just bored and wanted to find some fun from us because they were trapped here. Similarly, the higher UPS became very depressed after this battle, as if the faith in their hearts had collapsed. If not for their strong mental strength, they would have committed suicide long ago. That's your way of thinking? Don't be so negative. At least we still have the Silent Empire, right? The words of a certain person reignited hope in everyone's hearts. This mysterious arrival of the Silent Empire had indeed displayed unimaginable combat power. They didn't know when this civilization appeared in this galaxy. The other party's complete silence and almost no signal made them take a long time to realize that there was a third civilization here other than them and the Hunter. They instinctively maintained their vigilance against this foreign civilization. After all, with the example of the hunter, they naturally thought that the other party was also an invader. After all, who would be bored enough to enter this sealed galaxy? Although how the Silent Empire entered this place was a mystery to them, it didn't stop them from considering the Silent Empire as an invader. Therefore, for a long time, they also regarded the Silent Empire as a threat, and the starfield that the other party was in happened to be outside the Hell defense line, so they were also listed as targets of attack. Later on, they found that the Silent Empire and the Hunter had a war, but there were victories and defeats in the observable records, which changed their attitude a little. However, he did not change much. He only changed his attitude to one where he hoped that they would fight each other and perish together. He no longer regarded the Silent Empire as an imaginary enemy. Instead, he was planning how to drive the tiger to devour the wolf and cause both invaders to suffer losses. One time, when they intercepted a hunter near the Hell defense line, they encountered a battleship of the Silent Empire. The other party ignored them. Instead, he targeted Hunter and destroyed him. Even though their fire control weapons had locked onto the Silent Empire's fleet and were ready to fire, they ignored them and left. They did not know if it was because the other party did not treat them as enemies, or if they simply did not feel that their weapons were a threat. At least for now, they understood that the Silent Empire was not an enemy, but a temporary ally that would fight against the Hunters together with them. Therefore, they were no longer on high alert against the Silent Empire. The three-way crossfire this time was actually them and the Silent Empire attacking the Hunter together. However, the result was quite touching. They were seriously injured. In fact, only the Silent Empire was fighting against the Hunter. Based on their observations, the Silent Empire and the Hunter were almost evenly matched. The Hunter's battleship seemed to have unbelievably high performance. In their opinion, such performance was not something that could exist in the physical world, but the other party had achieved it. They had even tried to retrieve the remains of the Hunter battleship in an attempt to reverse excavate the other party's powerful secret, but scientists told them that the armor that could withstand the impact of a star was just an ordinary alloy plate in their hands. There was nothing special about it. Their scientists also found this very difficult to understand. In the end, they blamed this on a secret they knew: circulation technology. These scientists believed that the technological cycle carried out by the Hunter might have reached an unimaginable level. Even a weapon from the natives' era could unleash the power of an interstellar space battleship in their hands. Regarding this, the upper echelons of the exiled could only feel helpless. This was because this was a height they could not reach. Even if they knew the secret of circulation technology, they lacked some key points, so the circulation they could carry out was very limited. However, their temporary ally, the Silent Empire, was able to cause significant damage and threaten such a Hunter. The weapons of this civilization displayed the characteristics of rule-breaking in the observation samples they held. This characteristic directly distorted the physical laws on the surface of the Hunter battleships. No matter how strong the shields and armor were, they were like paper in the face of such weapons. At the most extreme moment, they even saw the weapon destroy the structure of space and turn a Hunter battleship into an irregular polyhedron. Even if the Silent Empire's unique pure energy battleship was not as good as the Hunter's, it could still cause fatal damage to the enemy with powerful weapons. Hence, up until now, the two civilizations were evenly matched. After discussing this three-way crossfire, these higher UPS couldn't help but fall silent. They began to probe each other with probing gazes, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Until one of them couldn't help but say, "The annihilation operation this time has already confirmed that even if we work hard to advance for so long, we're definitely not the Hunter's match. Perhaps, we should consider that proposal." The method that the civilization that seems to be seeing everywhere told us. The higher UPS fell silent again, but they seemed to have tacitly agreed to this matter. Finally, a top-secret project was approved. The specific content of this project was unknown, but the destination was the starting point of the Hell defense line, the Wound Galaxy. An extremely special galaxy. Chapter 395, Big Wound. The special names of galaxies often represented their unique meaning. Compared to ordinary numbered galaxies or galaxies that were simply named after people, the Wound Galaxy was undoubtedly a classic example. This was an extremely special place. There might be a unique cosmic landscape in the universe, the Great Rift. Several huge subspace rifts cut through the cosmic space here. In addition to these large subspace rifts that could be discovered with the naked eye from a considerable distance, there were also countless small subspace rifts here. There was no lack of tiny cracks that could not be observed with the naked eye and could only be detected by instruments. To the living beings in this universe, these tiny cracks were like hidden traps. If they were not careful, they would fall into them and then get lost in the subspace, never to return. These subspace rifts of different sizes were like the wounds in this universe, constantly losing life essence from here, hence the name wound. As for the exiled civilization, there was very little research on these subspace rifts. When they first started out in this galaxy, there had never been any abnormalities in these wounds. Although the environment was very dangerous and there were many subspace rifts, as long as one did not enter this galaxy, they would not be threatened by these rifts. These things were fixed. They were here and would not move casually. In the past, the exiled civilization rarely took the initiative to study this place and chose it as the starting point of the Hell defense line. Apart from being on the edge of the galaxy, they also valued the rather dangerous cosmic environment here. If they could build a space fortress here, it would be equivalent to a castle on a cliff, easy to defend and difficult to attack. And now, they had chosen to come here again to find the parts that were useful to their circulation technology. They felt that they had reached their limits before. They were no match for the Hunter or even the Silent Empire. All they lacked was luck. Although I really don't want to do as those guys say, we have no choice now. If we can't make a breakthrough in recycling technology, we will never be able to defeat the Hunter. We will only be pulled further and further away by them. A top scientist of the exiled arrived at the wound galaxy under layers of escort. He looked at the huge rifts that were like the wounds of the universe from afar, but he was still indignant. The scientist beside him consoled him. Let's get over it. After all, we're indeed behind them. There's nothing wrong with borrowing the help of some external objects. This might be able to significantly shorten the gap between us and them. This scientist spoke very sincerely, but the scientist who was comforted was unhappy. When have we ever lagged behind others? Those guys, including the civilization that brought us here, are all stronger than us because they were lucky and formed their lives early. If we were born in the same era as them, it's hard to say who would be the exiled. A group of lucky fellows. His attitude seemed to be quite intense. The fragrance in his words almost scolded all the civilizations that were stronger than them. However, the other scientist was not angry. Instead, he suggested that he take the initiative to control his emotions so that it would not affect future scientific research. Then, this agitated scientist quickly calmed down and placed his focus on the huge crack in the galaxy. Strictly speaking, the wound galaxy didn't have a gravitational source. There were no celestial bodies here, and the subspace rift itself didn't have mass. The reason why it could be discovered on the interstellar space scale was that there was an extremely obvious spatial abnormality here. At this moment, there was a huge planet-like space fortress in the galaxy, as well as a large number of light-colored areas. Those light-colored areas were where the subspace rifts were located. These subspace rifts were very similar to black holes. They would absorb all light that entered them. In theory, it was impossible to observe them with the naked eye. However, when the light entered the subspace rift, it seemed to undergo an incomprehensible nature change, just like the accretion disk of the black hole, causing the light to explode with energy before completely entering the subspace rift. This energy was dispersed in the form of visible light, forming a light-colored area that was different from the surrounding brightness in the dark space. It could be seen with the naked eye. However, only large subspace rifts could be observed in this way. Those small subspace rifts seemed to have very little energy to explode and transform into new light rays, so they were difficult to detect. They could only be determined by specialized instruments. Okay, let's go to the fortress here and rest for a while. I remember that the fortress here is different from other places. When we first built it, we considered the research needs of these subspace rifts. There are roughly complete research zones among them, but we don't know if they can meet our current requirements. We still need to confirm. One of the scientists was planning how to study the subspace rifts on the space fortress, but at this moment, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared. The reaction of the detector showed that it was a high-energy object. The huge energy fluctuation was like a star coming here. However, it was actually a battleship. It was a luminous battleship that was visible to the naked eye. It was made of pure energy, and its translucent body emitted a faint light. The structure of the battleship was clearly visible on this translucent body. It was difficult to understand why such a pure energy battleship had to maintain the appearance of a battleship and not just a large ball of light. However, this was not the most important consideration for the exiled here. What they should be most concerned about now was why the Silent Empire's warship was here. This kind of pure energy battleship was the symbol of the Silent Empire. The battleships of this civilization never came within 10 light-years of the Hell defense line, let alone directly entering a certain section of the Hell defense line. But now, not only did the Silent Empire come, but they were also not so the Silent for the first time and initiated a communication with them. The contents of the communication made them fall silent. Have you been bewitched by something? Why did you choose to study this place? We rarely talk, but it's different this time. This is indeed a place you can't set foot in now. Hurry up and go back. Chapter 396, Meeting the Void Again. Go back? For the first act of communication, the Silent Empire wanted them to give up this place that was obviously full of abnormalities and might even be their hope of rising. This was completely incomprehensible to the exiled. However, it was also at this moment that almost all the higher UPS and scientists here subconsciously let the secretion of emotional hormones enter a dormant state. At the same time, the two brains in their bodies began to operate at full speed. All kinds of substances with calming effects were transported to their brains in the process, allowing them to maintain a rational mind to think about all of this. They felt that it was definitely not crazy for such a civilization to come specially to warn them not to do this. Based on their past experiences, the Silent Empire had no interest in them at all. In fact, according to their observations, the Silent Empire seemed to have no desires at all. It seemed that they were only here to discuss the Hunter. This matter was definitely a little special. This wound galaxy definitely had some secrets that they didn't know about. Therefore, they seemed to have a mental network at this moment. After manually controlling the secretion of hormones in the body, their consciousness gradually became synchronized, allowing them to roughly understand each other's thoughts without discussing them. One of the higher UPS stepped forward and took the initiative to communicate with the Silent Empire. He also asked the question that they were most concerned about. Why can't we study it? Give us a reason. At this moment, the Silent Empire seemed to have returned to its silent state and did not communicate with them for a long time. However, these exiled wouldn't lose their patience because of this. The sedatives that were constantly taking effect in their bodies made them unprecedentedly rational. Before they obtained an answer, they wouldn't be agitated. After a long time, the battleship of the Silent Empire said, "Because these subspace rifts are related to the void. This place shouldn't be like this. We think, your research might attract the void. This is a very dangerous thing." The other party's answer was rather brief, as if he wasn't willing to elaborate on such matters. However, the exiled were still unwilling to give up and vowed to give an explanation. Their request was actually very reasonable. After all, the other party's explanation sounded too much like a riddle to them. Other than the new term void, there was nothing else. If some irrational people came, they would probably think that the Silent Empire was playing with him. The Silent Empire seemed to be conflicted for a long time. The energy battleship flashed as if it was thinking. In the end, it said something. How should I put it? We haven't spoken like this in a long time. It's a little troublesome to describe it in your words. You can simply understand void as a kind of cosmic threat, just like the Hunter. No, it's more serious because the void has no consciousness. He will only assimilate everything in this universe to them. And their most obvious characteristic is the void. There is nothing, and even time doesn't exist. There really has to be a void. To be honest, we're not too sure where these subspace rifts lead to. We can only rely on our experience and instincts to determine that it's not an ordinary subspace. It might not even be a subspace at all. This is not what you call a wound. According to our guess, this is very likely to be the nest of the void cloud. I just don't know why those void clouds disappeared, as if someone had cleaned them up in advance. At the same time, no more void clouds were born. The words of the Silent Empire were completely incomprehensible to the exiled. Although they knew that the void seemed to be a natural disaster in the universe, they could not imagine the specific manifestation of such a thing and why they attracted the void. The battleships of the Silent Empire were silent for a while. It had been a long time since they talked so much. It's also difficult for us to explain clearly. That's something recorded by the plane we once invaded. No, the plane we once communicated with. The civilization there is threatened by a kind of victim of the void and is inevitably falling towards the void until it completely disappears, leaving only the memory of a third party. Because this is too terrifying, we left that place in a hurry. We didn't dare to stay any longer, afraid that we would be entangled by this void and be destroyed. As for the evidence, we tried to go back to that plane to check and found that it had completely disappeared. There was no trace left. Even the barrier between planes no longer existed. Now that I think about it, the void is actually like a physical natural disaster. It can't stop it, nor can it predict when it will arrive. Instead, it will appear silently and take everything away. The exiled heard some special words from the battleship of the Silent Empire, but their focus was not on this but on the void itself. Although the description of the Silent Empire was hard to understand, they still felt lucky. They did not think that the other party was lying to them. The fear in the signal language could be felt even through the translation machine. If the void was so dangerous, it was best not to study it. No one knew if these things would invade this place because of something. If they really invaded this place, they would be the first to suffer. As they rejoiced, they also recalled the civilization that had brought them here. Then, they could not help but feel angry. The technological level of that civilization was clearly much higher than theirs. The other party must have some understanding of this place to be able to point them here so clearly. If that was the case, then the true function of this galaxy's cage that they originally thought was used to seal the hunter was debatable. In the end, they listened to the Silent Empire's suggestion and gave up on the plan. After that, the battleship of the Silent Empire seemed to recall something and asked curiously, "We found out about this from your communication signal. Don't blame us for deciphering it because the encryption of your signal is really not good. We already know the content just by receiving it. There's no need to decipher it at all. In the past, we thought that you only treated this place as a natural barrier, so we didn't come to warn you. We didn't expect you to suddenly make up your mind to study this place. Is there a reason?" In response to the Silent Empire's question, the exiled considered for a while and finally decided to reveal some secrets about them to their ally who had been fighting side by side for a while. "This begins with our origin. You should know that our civilization's name is the Exiled. This is not a translation problem, but our name is indeed this. We are a group of people who were exiled here. In order to repay our past sins, we started from scratch in this galaxy and activated the cage generator that civilization gave us at a suitable time to trap a certain group of people here. And the reason why we're interested in the wound is because that civilization has long given us guidance. They told us that we can find a way to rise here. As for that civilization, they call themselves scribes." Chapter 397, The Exile Grounds, 1. Scribes. After hearing this term, the Silent Empire didn't seem to be unfamiliar with it. It was obvious that they knew about this civilization. Yes. The higher-up of the exiled confirmed it before continuing. "Before we came here, the scribe told us about the biggest abnormality in this galaxy, which is the current wound. He suggested that if we really can't do anything, we can come here in the future to seek inspiration. However, we didn't think that it would reach the point where things couldn't be done, so we never paid attention to this place. We only valued the natural cosmic environment here. However, it's a pity that after a long period of confrontation, we finally realize the gap. The gap brought about by time is really difficult to cross. We might not be favored by time. For this reason, we have no choice but to take another path and pay more attention to this wound galaxy. Although the scribes are indeed a bunch of nasty fellows, at least there's nothing wrong with their judgment. Something that can catch their attention must have something unique about it. According to them, the abnormality of the wound was provided to them by the scribe. Although it was impossible for this galaxy to not attract attention, due to the danger of those subspace rifts, the research that could be carried out was rather limited. Normal civilizations basically wouldn't spend time and effort on such an unknown harvest. At most, they would build an observation station to monitor anomalies or use it as a natural barrier like the exiled's initial choice. However, the scribe had clearly pointed out that there was a big secret here, and he believed that it was the last resort that the exiled could choose. It was difficult not to suspect that they had actually known what these things were and might have obtained some information from them. In fact, the scribe's main purpose for bringing the exiled here wasn't to activate the cage, but for these cracks related to the void. When the exiled's upper echelons recounted these matters, it was obvious that they had already suspected the scribe's goal. After all, they had interacted with this group of people before and knew that they were indeed a group of bad fellows. However, although the people of the Silent Empire seemed to be deep in thought, they seemed to have expected this. What interested them more was the history of the exiled. "You said, before we came here?" "Oh, that's right. The name the exiled doesn't sound like a local civilization. However, we used to think that you only had some indescribable encounters in this galaxy. Now, it seems that there's another explanation. Regarding this, the upper echelons of the exiled fell silent for a while, as if they were discussing how to answer. After a while, the higher-up in charge of negotiating with the Silent Empire continued. It's not a secret. If you had the heart, you would have gotten a rough history from our teaching materials long ago. That was a long time ago, really a long time. We don't originate from a civilization in this galaxy. Our true origin comes from another place. It's a galaxy group that's very far away from here and has very few metal resources. It's not that a single planet is lacking, but the metal resources of the entire galaxy group are rather scarce. Due to this reason, our path to civilization has taken too long. In the history of our natives, the Stone Age lasted the longest. Due to the lack of improvement in tools, productivity would forever stagnate at the basic level, or it would take countless times to improve a little. This made us use stone tools for a long time. In the future, when compared to the development of some native civilizations, we discovered that on the same time scale, we stayed in the Stone Age for about 5 to 10 times longer than other civilizations. Can you imagine? The difference in time might be enough for a civilization to be born and destroyed dozens of times, but we're still using tools made of stone to manually knock on food over and over again. The exiled's past seemed to have been born in an area that lacked metal. It was indeed not impossible for life to be born in such a place, but it took a lot of luck for a civilization to appear. Moreover, even if a civilization was born, its development would basically be limited to a certain upper limit because the lack of metal had an unavoidable huge impact. Progress in society required the development of productivity, and productivity was closely related to production tools. The exiled did not seem to be a Shinnik race, and their native era most likely required mechanics to produce huge transformational progress. On the other hand, it was basically impossible for mechanics to be separated from metal. Almost all machines related to innovation needed metal to be made. Not only could precision parts only be made of metal to maintain sufficient stability, but it was also because metal was the easiest material for life forms to obtain from nature. It had the best physical properties. Perhaps in the future, civilization would be able to artificially synthesize some plastics that were comparable to metal, but before they progressed to this stage, they would need metal to help them progress to this stage. Chapter 398, The Exile Grounds, 2. Without a basic resource like metal, the development of civilization would definitely be severely restricted. After the Stone Age, the era we experienced was the Wood Age. It was an era that was completely different from other native civilizations. Due to the lack of metal, we set our sights on the plants that were the easiest to obtain. Although metal resources were scarce, the vegetation resources were extremely abundant, and there was no lack of plants with special characteristics. Some of us who are talented think of ways to increase the production of plants and cultivate plants with special uses. It can barely be considered a change in productivity. For this reason, our biological sciences have advanced quite early. Even now, biology is our forte. It's a pity that plants are still plants. We can't expect plants to synthesize non-existent elements with other elements, right? This is no longer within the scope of life forms. The chemical reaction of life forms can only change the distribution of atoms, and the synthesis of new elements will involve nuclear reactions inside atoms. Normal plants can't form such an environment at all. Therefore, we waited for a long time before the opportunity to develop finally arrived. A meteor shower. A meteor shower from who knows how long ago arrived at our parent galaxy. These meteorites contained a large amount of metal resources, which became an opportunity for us to improve. But why is it just an opportunity and not a direct revolution for us? The reason is very simple. A large number of meteorites fell on our mother planet, causing a serious mass extinction. 99% of the creatures died in this mass extinction. For a civilization that doesn't have the ability to step into space, the threat of meteorites is fatal. Not only will a large number of plants and animals perish, but we will also be on the verge of extinction. Although some of the necessary survival plants we cultivated happened to have extremely strong adaptability and allowed us to survive this crisis, our population still plummeted and it took us a long time to recover. After that, things were basically no different from ordinary civilizations. Through the large amount of metal brought by the meteorite, we produced innovation after innovation. Because these metals are hard to come by, we are extremely rare in their use. We have long understood that these are non-renewable resources, and because of the origin of these metals, we quickly set our sights on space. In order to obtain metals, we have to enter space. First, we used these metals to enter the depths of the Earth's crust and dig out the extremely rare metal deposits hidden inside the planet. Then, we used these remaining mineral deposits to ascend into space. We tried our best to go to the ring of another planet closest to us. There were a large number of metal meteorites in these rings. In the end, we entered a virtuous cycle and gradually transitioned to the interstellar space era. Although it took much longer than ordinary civilizations, we still began our expansion of the universe. However, during this process, we gradually discovered the secrets of our galaxy. At this point, the exiled executive took a deep breath. It seemed that every time he recalled this matter, he would subconsciously feel angry. We discovered that the reason why our galaxy is lacking in metals is because this place has been excavated. There's a foreign civilization that treats this place as a mine and has taken away most of the mineral deposits on the planets, leaving only asteroids that are not worth mining. They didn't consider how much such behavior would affect the civilization here at all. We know that this is the arrogance of a high-level civilization, but we still developed an extreme hatred for it because it's all thanks to that civilization that we're living such a difficult life. This hatred eventually evolved into extreme racism. We began to hate all civilizations except us, and in order not to suffer again, we did the same thing. If they do this, can't we do the same? Therefore, we began to crazily seize resources. After destroying our galaxy group, we did not stop and continued to plunder other galaxies. We have also suffered failures in this process, but we have never been destroyed. We continue to make a comeback with our superb biotechnology. The benefits of this plunder gradually made us addicted to it. Even after our resources were very abundant, we still didn't stop plundering and became a group of raiders. And because of extreme racism, we have also committed unbelievable evils. We have destroyed all civilizations that we have plundered, and trillions of creatures have been slaughtered by us. To use the words we know to describe it, we are a group of xenophobics. Such words sounded harsh to the Silent Empire, and the Silent Empire's eyes were a little erratic. This was because these former higher dimension invaders had done something even worse. They had directly destroyed a plane, and the number of creatures inside was probably much greater. However, the exiled didn't notice this. Instead, they continued to talk about their past. Until one day, we encountered the scribes. To be precise, they took the initiative to look for us because our extinction seriously affected their observation records. Furthermore, we destroyed many of their observation stations. They came to cause trouble. Then, we were taught a lesson. We, who were at the peak of our power, were beaten half to death and were almost wiped out. However, this also woke us up from our greed and hatred. Looking back, we have already committed many unforgivable sins. We didn't even find the civilization that mined in our parent galaxy. Instead, we vented our anger on the weaker civilizations. Although morality is not that important in the interstellar society, we are a sentimental species to begin with. Even if we have genetic technology to control our emotions, we are unwilling to transform into rational machines. In the end, we still feel a heartfelt regret for our past actions. This isn't a feint for survival. In fact, we were already prepared to commit suicide back then, but suicide is a choice to escape. We still chose to ask the scribe to let us atone for our past. You know what happened after that? The scribe did give us a chance to come to this exile galaxy, and we also became the exiled to do something to stop an extermination civilization that killed as many as we did in the past. In order to deal with this future enemy, we've been building the Hell defense line since we entered this place. We're always prepared to retreat from both sides. Wherever the other party comes, we'll go to the other side of the defense line and trap the other party here with the cage generator of the scribe. We'll fight a war with us that only one party can win. As for the scribe, he took the opportunity to tell us about the wound and instructed us to use it to improve ourselves. Ever since the hunter entered this galaxy, we immediately confirmed that this civilization was the exterminator we were waiting for. Therefore, we activated the machine without hesitation and trapped them here with us. However, after your reminder, we increasingly feel that the scribes have a motive for asking us to come here. Why didn't they appear when we destroyed the galaxy? With their standards, they could have stopped us when we destroyed their observation station. They are indeed a group of nasty fellows. Perhaps they are trying to trigger the void here. The upper echelons of the exiled kept analyzing their guesses and guessed the scribe's goal. However, the Silent Empire hesitated after hearing their history. In the end, they couldn't help but remind them. Speaking of which, have you found the observation terminal in your parent galaxy, which is also the observation station of the scribe you mentioned? Or rather, according to our understanding, is there a possibility that they were the ones who dug up the mines on your mother planet? Upon hearing the content of the communication, the entire upper echelons of the exiled fell silent, as if they had never thought of it that way. Chapter 399, The Cage of the Exterminators. Is there a possibility that the lack of metal in your galaxy was actually dug up by a scribe? According to our experience, this civilization often conducts various sociological experiments on a whim. Perhaps they dug up an entire galaxy's metal to study how this would affect the civilization here. The silent empire echoed intensely in the ears of the exiled. They also knew that the scribes were a group of evil people. At that time, they had exterminated countless galaxies before attracting the scribes. However, the attitude of the scribes was only to think that their extinction had severely affected the observation, not because of the extinction. Obviously, this was a group of extremely cold guys. They did not become exterminators, but they just felt that observing the rise and fall of civilizations was much more interesting than extinction. Furthermore, it was possible that the scribe had already done many acts of extinction. After all, it was very interesting to observe the sociological samples of the end of civilization. Perhaps the current scribe was once an exterminator who took pleasure in extinction. The upper echelons of the exiled began to carefully recall their history. Their powerful brains were also operating at full speed, digging out all the subconscious and deep memories in an attempt to find evidence that the scribe had left traces in their galaxy. Most importantly, it was about the search for the observation terminal. This thing would basically exist in a secret location in the galaxy as long as a scribe came. After searching for a while, the exiled finally found something that might be related to it from the depths of their almost forgotten memories. At that time, one of their scientists submitted a report. The content was that their metal detector had discovered a special planet with extremely high metal content in a galaxy. It was almost a solid iron ball. However, at that time, they were about to leave the parent galaxy and invade a small galaxy group 500,000 light-years away. Furthermore, the long period of collecting metal meteorites allowed them to accumulate a certain amount of experience, so they did not take this metal planet to heart. After experiencing the benefits of plundering, they had never returned to the parent galaxy, a place where resources were scarce. This metal planet was also gradually forgotten until today. They could remember this matter because the scientist was a rather famous historical figure. His biography was quite popular. In the past, when invading other galaxies, the exiled had often found the observation terminal of the scribe, but they had not linked it to the metal planet in their parent galaxy. Now that they were reminded of the Silent Empire, they suddenly realized that the scribe might have come to their galaxy a long time ago. Even the lack of metal was caused by the scribe. To their knowledge, a scribe was indeed a civilization that would do such a thing. Could it be that we've been sold and we're helping others count their money? No. At least what we've done is indisputably an act of extinction. However, whether we should do this for the scribe is debatable. They began to wonder if their current act of atonement had become a tool for a certain experiment of the scribe. Although they were happy to stop an extermination civilization like the hunter here, they were also wondering what the scribe's goal was. In the end, it was the negotiator from the Silent Empire who inadvertently asked about something, which made the rest of the people present feel like they were conspiring. Then, have you discovered the observation terminal in this galaxy after being here for so long? Since the scribe asked you to come, it's impossible for them not to have an observation terminal here, but we don't seem to have found it. This question enlightened the exiled because they had searched for this thing when they came here, but they didn't find any traces of the observation terminal. They thought that the scribe had done this on purpose to prevent the hunter from thinking that they had sealed this place. However, how could this group of nasty observers miss such a good show of watching their enemy suffer? This once again confirmed the uniqueness of this galaxy group. The scribe must have some purpose. Also, have you found any signs of other civilizations? You came here a long time ago, but there are no other races among your species. We didn't find any native civilizations or other civilizations. This galaxy group is too clean. It's so clean that it's as if it has been cleaned up in advance. There aren't even any decent ruins. It's as if this place was originally so dead. However, according to the habitability of this planet, such a situation is impossible. Even if there is no civilization, at least there should be native life forms. This last doubt finally shocked the exiled, because as the Silent Empire had said, there was no other civilization in this huge barred spiral galaxy. To this day, there were only 3 foreign civilizations, the exiled, the hunter, and the Silent Empire. Then where did the native civilization in this galaxy go? According to the conditions here, it was impossible for no civilization to be born. In the past, they had been busy building war facilities and survival facilities because they were busy fighting the exterminator that might arrive at any time. They had never considered this problem. Now, their suspicion of the scribe had been raised to an extremely high level, and they could hold back the hunter. Finally, the entire cage, or rather, the exile galaxy, fell into a long-lost peace. After negotiating with the exiled and confirming that they were no longer interested in the wound, the silent vanished without a trace and returned to silence. After a large-scale exchange of fire with the Silent Empire, the hunters no longer came out. Even the hunters who often wandered outside were recalled, as if they were brewing something. The Silent Empire simply stayed here. The exiled didn't ask them why they were here, and the Silent Empire couldn't tell them about it. However, according to some limited information, the Silent Empire seemed to be here looking for something. As for the exiled civilization, they began to comb through some details in the long memories that they might have missed, trying to find the truth behind the scribe's choice. The three civilizations that were more or less related to extermination maintained a state of balance in tacit understanding, quietly waiting for the storm to arrive. Chapter 400, The Silent. The activities in the exile galaxy had entered a temporary state of stagnation. Li Wenyuan, who had been eavesdropping outside for so long, was about to leave the unmoving galaxy and participate in the events in this galaxy. Although passive monitoring was not as efficient as active probing, it was sufficiently hidden. Thanks to him, Li Wenyuan had indeed heard a lot of useful information and had a reasonable guess. First of all, compared to the Silent and the Hunter, the civilization with lower technology was called the Exiled. This galaxy did exist as a cage, but it was also called the Exile Grounds. He had a certain level of understanding of the history of the Exiled. At the same time, he noticed the similarities between the three civilizations in this galaxy. To a certain extent, the civilizations gathered here were all exterminators, not to mention the Silent. Although they seemed to have turned over a new leaf, it was an indisputable fact that they had destroyed countless civilizations. In terms of dimensions, they might be the civilizations with the greatest killing sins among the three exterminator civilizations. The Hunter was similar. In order to collect the energy for the Mega Ascension, this civilization did not hesitate to destroy galaxy after galaxy. During this process, countless civilizations and life forms would naturally perish. As for the Exiled, according to Milky Way's understanding, they were xenophobics formed because of the environment. They were also a group of exterminators. The three exterminator civilizations had coincidentally gathered together. Li Wenyuan felt that this was not a coincidence. He knew that there was a scribe's plan behind this, and according to his understanding of the scribes, he suspected that this civilization was doing some kind of experiment. It wasn't a child's experiment like the Great Separation that could be done by drawing lines, but a more profound experiment. Therefore, in addition to listening to the situation in the galaxy, he was also trying his best to listen to the sound of distant places. Almost all of his free computing power was used to distinguish the huge cosmic noise, in order to try to find the sound of a possible scribe. And now, he was even more cautious about opening the cage outside the exile galaxy. Especially after knowing that all of this was led by the scribe, he was almost certain that once there was a huge change in this cage, the scribe would immediately sense it and rush over. The strength of the scribe was still a mystery. Without concrete information, he was unwilling to face the scribe head-on. In the past, invading the observation terminal could be considered a small matter, but the interference of such an important experiment would probably put him in complete opposition to the scribe. After some consideration, he felt that he had to establish a connection with one of the civilizations. Only through the fine coordinates given by the civilization inside could he directly cross the outer cage through warping and enter the galaxy without opening the cage. He had not forgotten his purpose for coming to this galaxy. The infinite divine armaments had said that humans had been here before. He was here to find traces of humans. And the situation in this galaxy was so abnormal. It was completely different from the previous situation in the Megacorp galaxy. If humans had left behind information, it must be very important information. For this, he needed to enter this exile galaxy. In the end, between the Silent and the exiled civilizations, he chose the Silent. There was no need to think about the Hunter. This civilization that was still committing extinction was not worth communicating with, not to mention that he had destroyed one of their void egg hatchery. And between the exiled and the Silent, what made him make the choice was what the Silent was doing. This was something he learned intermittently during the long surveillance. The Silent arrived at the exile grounds much later than the other two civilizations. At that time, the cage there had already been activated, forming an isolation barrier that couldn't be entered through normal methods. However, the Silent seemed to have an innate understanding of space-time barriers. Just like how they easily left the curtain that enveloped the Milky Way, they also easily entered the exile grounds. With their abilities, they could leave the exile grounds at any time. They wouldn't be trapped here like the hunter. However, they remained in the exile grounds because they had yet to find anything special. According to the information obtained from the surveillance, it seemed to be related to high-dimensional life forms like them. They were not the only ones with high-dimensional lives. Just like the other two batches of world breakers in the Milky Way that had been eliminated, there was more than one higher dimension. There was also more than one fixed batch of lives in the higher dimension. The Silent seemed to be searching for that thing to uncover the secret of their higher dimension, but this wasn't the reason why Li Wenyuan decided to contact them. The real reason was that the Silent had already seen humans outside the Milky Way. Or rather, they were guided by humans to come and find this thing. Li Wenyuan didn't think that humans were a civilization that would casually give direct help to interstellar civilizations, especially when the target was a group of world breakers who had committed great evil. It was very likely that the Silent was on the same path as him. In the end, he secretly established communication with the Silent, and the delay in communication was resolved by his Pillar of Creation's ability to change the law. You said you're a civilization that has received human help? We need evidence for that. It's very simple. Just tell us something related to humans. Although the Silent was a little surprised at first, it wasn't as vigilant as it thought. Their diplomatic system had a unique reaction to the keyword human. As long as it was related to humans, they would not filter it out as rubbish information. After Li Wenyuan said the term Milky Way, he gained their trust. You guys actually know this. Looks like your relationship with them isn't ordinary. Or rather, where did you guys come from? The diplomat of the Silent mentioned this guess unintentionally before continuing. However, we don't care about your past. In fact, I think I've already guessed who you are. Don't worry. Although we've done many evil deeds and committed heinous crimes, we still have a lot of respect for humans. We'll agree to your request unconditionally. This is the price for our help. Help in exchange for help. This is not bad. It can solve a lot of problems. In the past, our dimension did not have such things. This is what we learned here. Then tell me, what kind of help do you need? Let me mention this in advance. If you want to use us as fuel, then forgive us for refusing, except for this.